And I just realized I didn't import your video yet.
Wow.
We're live and your video is not even on there. Okay, hold on. I'll fix it. I'll fix. I'm just a little out of it today. I had a little bit of a weird day. I'm going to tell you some things about yesterday that you're not even going to believe me. My day was so chaotic yesterday. I've never had so many bad things happen to me at once. Okay.
Oh man.
Let's see. Okay, are you gonna pop it? There you are. All right. Can you give me some levels, sir?
Levels, sir.
Okay, those look pretty levelly to me. All right, cool.
The aluminum linoleum jurors. the Spain rain falls mainly on the plain.
Oh damn! Look at him getting all fancy and shit. Jeez. But Jeezers. All right, let me go to show your stats so I can
for a
crank
number
up
of years
your...
now. The work has been proceeding to bring.
No, you got to do you got to do the turbo encabulator, bro.
Yeah, that's where I was starting. I can't remember all of it,
dude. I watched it again the other night, and it's like I could not memorize that thing if my life depended on it.
I have a lot of it.
I love the conviction the guy has when he delivers it too. Like he is just straight up 100% believing everything he's saying.
Oh yeah.
Oh, dude, we got Blue Varo in the house. Gamers Unite, Theodorus. Look at all these channel members popping in here.
I'm going to blink out for a sec. I'm on the wrong network, so give me just a second.
You're on the wrong network.
I might blink out or come back.
Nah, that's fine. That's fine. He must have been streaming through his phone. He's like using up all of his bandwidth. So I hope y'all are having a fantastic, wonderful, whatever day it is today. I'm going to guess it's Saturday, 5/11/2024, because I just read it off my screen. If you guys are watching this around 11:12 a.m. Pacific time on 5/11/2024, then this is in fact live and not a rebroadcast. Hope you're all having a wonderful, fantabulous day. I had a horrible, terrible day yesterday, and I had a horrible, terrible day before that and the day before, but yesterday was by far the worst. But then somehow in the 11th hour, everything got fixed, and I got 2 hours and 8 minutes of sleep according to my CPAP, and I am here. And holy shit, Daniel Terry just gave me $20. Yeah, woo! And I don't have to share it because Aux isn't here. No, I'm just kidding. That's not how it works. All right, hold on here. I'm checking my DMs just to make sure Aux is still switching networks. Make sure he didn't die or blow something up. Here, I'll switch it over to Barnacules solo. Wait. Oh, why am I upside down? I shouldn't be upside down. What is happening in this bizarre world that we live in? All right, let me try to rotate. Wait, can I rotate 180 degrees? There we go. Hey, look at that. Right side up, right side up. Look at video. I'm looking at video. There is nobody in here. Uh-oh. He says I'm here, but there's nobody in video. Click the link again. Yeah, I'm looking at video, bro. You're not in here. Here, let me go check again. Let's see here. Link. Let me give him the information again. He says refresh. I see both. Okay, let me refresh. I'm refreshing. Reload. Now I don't see anybody. What in the hell's going on here? What in Jim Tarnations? You're not even showing up another thing. Okay, hold on. Let me click the link. Here, hold on here. Do I no longer have powers? Start. Yeah, it says you're not in here, bro. I broke something. Yeah, I just joined the channel and I'm in here, but you're not in here. What the hell happened? Do I need to create a new channel? Dude, try the link again. I just clicked the link. And I have the dashboard open in one. I opened another browser and I went to it and I'm in the channel. But you say you're in the channel, but I refreshed and you're not in here. This is weird. This is really freaking weird balls. I even clicked the link that I sent you. Oh, there he is. There he is. It's his fault. I can already tell it's his fault. He did it wrong. I can tell. Hold on, let me fix it. Hold on here. Let me go. Is it this one? No. Hold on. Is it this one? Wow. God damn it. Why are you coming out of the wrong speakers now? Write this down. I fucked something up this time. Hold on. They can't hear you, bro. They can't hear you because now you're doing the same thing as last time where you're coming out of my TV speakers for some reason. Like, what the shit is happening right now? All right, there we go. I can hear you now. Oh, good. You're coming through the right speakers. Okay, say something.
Okay. I was gonna say, write this down because now this time I fucked up.
all right. No. Hold on. I gotta import you again. Then you can tell everybody. Hold on.
Oh my god.
Hold on here. It's one of those days. Okay, I'm importing you right now. There you go. Any second.
Oh,
There you
my
are.
goodness.
All right, he's back.
Oh my goodness.
All right.
Okay, this one time in like 2 years.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Like, he never makes a mistake.
It's my fault.
Tell me what you did. Tell me what you did. This is great.
So my Wi-Fi is all weird. I have my printer on like it's blah blah blah. So I was on the wrong Wi-Fi. I was on the wrong network, and for some reason, just jump into the new network. I refreshed instead of like opening a new tab and coming back in that way. I saw us both. Like you're in your thing, and I was there, and I was talking. I could hear you. Like I was in the room.
That's so weird, but it wouldn't show me that you were in here.
Yeah. And then you refreshed, and same deal. Like you
same deal. You weren't in here.
You
yeah.
couldn't see me, so I just closed the tab and came back in on a new tab.
That's bizarre that you could see. So that tells me there must be like a JavaScript client side component. The fact that you were able to load it and still see me, but I couldn't see you. That's bizarre.
Some kind of authentication thing or something. But
yeah, because I even opened another tab. And tried to go in there, and I showed up in the channel. Like as soon as I from another tab, another browser, it just showed right up. So I was like, "What the what's going on here?"
My video on the YouTube looks awful too.
I think it'll clear up here in a second. I think.
I see now. It's a little better now.
Let's see. Let me fix this.
Weird.
All right. I'm sending everything out. Let me see. Let me crank.
I'm doing some work. This evening, and well, it won't be fixed, but I'll be working to upgrade my network.
Oh yeah, I heard you got a little droppy drop.
Uncle Kevlar stopped by the other day, and
I got a little SMS from him.
This is over the top, which I'm super grateful. This is gonna be so much fun. Playing around with this stuff is gonna be great. Like it's like, good. It's good stuff. It's freaking great stuff.
Yep. He said, hold on here.
More than anyone would ever really need for their home.
You want to hear the message I got from him?
Sure.
So he said this Thursday at 9:56 p.m. Dropped off the networking home lab to Houston. It's odd being 6-year-old tech, but it's still better. But it's still better than my new Wi-Fi 7 experience. Wi-Fi 6E and 7 are 6 gigahertz band. They do okay on download, but that's using 25 watts. Oh, hold on, didn't get a coffee delivery. Thank you, sweetheart. I appreciate it so much.
Ha!
Thank
you. Got coffee?
I got coffee, bro. I got coffee. Oh, I already had my breakfast. Suck it. Suck it, bro. I already got breakfast. I got hash browns and a breakfast sandwich.
Wow.
And a blowy. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, yeah, right.
I wish, man.
That was yesterday.
So check this out. So, I had to give it to myself. I had to remove 3 ribs.
Oh, geez.
Dropped off. This is a family friendly show. So he said dropped off his lab to Houston. He said, hold on here. On download, that's using 25 watts. And then he says he's got his tablet cell Lappy can even do half a watt, so upload sucks hard as well. He went off on his tangent. But he said it's funny. Technically, Houston could host 1,500 Wi-Fi clients.
Because the UFOs can handle. I got 3 of them. Each of them can handle 500.
Dude, that's crazy. And it says that he even gave me a comparison. He said he can have more clients than Medieval Knights Dinner Theater.
He was saying it's like,
I love him. He's great.
So was it Angels of Winds Casino? He's like one of these covers basically their whole casino floor.
That's hilarious. Only he would have these stats too. Like there's no other person you would find that would have those stats just like readily available off the top of their head. Be like, hey, did you know?
He probably had a hand in fucking helping him with the network setup.
I'm sure he did. I'm sure that would be very like him for sure.
Man.
Has he told you about like his tablet he has? He has like it's an Android tablet. I think it's like a Samsung something tough tablet or something. It's like a military grade tablet that you can't even get in the United States. Like it has to be like imported. And but it connects directly to satellite. So like you don't even need like Wi-Fi. It just connects like high speed data connection anywhere where the sky is visible. It can just connect to it and give you internet. And so kind of like a little piece of prepper kit, right? But I'm like, dude, that's awesome. So you can just go outside and just like flip a little switch or whatever, and the thing just connects up the satellites. And you basically have like Starlink on your tablet.
Yeah, right.
And it's like high bandwidth. It's not like it's like the geosat shit, like the big satellites that are way the fuck out there in geosynchronous orbit. It connects to those big massive ones. Yeah. So basically anywhere on Earth he can get a freaking signal and get his data out. And I was like, dude, that's pretty baller, man. I wish I had access to something like that. Again, though, not cheap though. When you mess with satellite and stuff like that, that's all like
Honestly.
super extra premium stuff, right? All right, I'm sending out the link on Discord.
Monkey here says, "Why don't you make videos anymore? Nobody likes these shitty podcasts." Well, if that's the case,
Well, why are you here? I'm curious. Like, if you don't like these shitty podcasts, then why are you here? And where the fuck these other 74 people come from and climbing?
You can just there's the door. Fuck nuts.
Why you gotta be so mad? Why you gotta be so angry? The door
hit you where the good Lord split you.
Why you gotta be so angry? You know, why you gotta be so angry? Do you want to know the real reason why I don't make videos anymore? Because you fuckers are in the comments. Because you fuckers in the comments. You're like, why don't you make videos anymore? And then I make videos and it's like, kill yourself, fat fuck. I'm like, God damn it. Like, you can't win.
Nobody wants this shitty podcast. And yeah, then what is everybody doing here?
I know, it's so funny. People say that all the time. They speak for other people. Anytime you hear somebody say we instead of I, that is a weak position. If you cannot speak for yourself and you have to include everybody else around you because you feel your argument has no weight by itself, that is a weak position. You should probably not even say it.
Part of me is like, oh, let's go look at his channel.
Let's do it. Let's see what kind of banger videos he's got uploaded.
Oh, because your 128 subscribers give a shit about you blowing up stuff in the middle of nowhere.
Ooh, you know what? 128 subscribers is more than I thought he would have. Oh, like honestly, that's like, you know, I'm gonna
talk too much shit. Let me see how many I got. I have 180, so fuck off.
Yeah.
So I'm spicy. I'm a little spicy. Honestly, I don't normally give too much of a shit.
Yeah, I don't really give a shit either. I'm just
giving this guy
fucking
more
with this guy.
airtime than he deserves.
I don't know. I just think it's fun. I'm kind of in a good mood right now, so it's kind of fun.
I have 3 videos on my YouTube channel. I got more subscribers than you.
Guys, calm down. I don't want to flex on y'all, but I still, even after not making videos for like 2.5, 3 years, I still have 850,000 subscribers.
Look at that.
And 914 videos.
That's a lot.
By the way, while you were gone earlier, Daniel Terry gave me $20, and since you weren't here, I don't have to split it with you. That's the rules, right?
That's not true.
No,
I was here. I was here. You just couldn't hear me.
Hey, I know. I told him on the stream too. I was like, oh my God, he's not here. I can keep that whole $20. And I was like, no, just joking. Dude, no, I share everything with you. Even when I just ramble after you leave for like another 3 hours, sometimes it'll like, you know, people come in and just start dropping boatloads. And it's like, we've had streams before where it's like you've left and it's like $80. And then all of a sudden we're up to like 200. And I'm like, where did that come from? Like, you know, just one dude drops in and just carpet bombs. Hey, Theodorus, thank you for the €2. He said, by the way, Sony tricked you. The HellDivers 2 situation isn't over. I don't think they tricked me.
Some of that.
How did they trick me? They backpedaled. I said they were going to backpedal. They backpedaled.
It's still banned in the 177 countries.
Well, and you can't win everything.
And they just updated Ghost of Tsushima for the PSN requirement.
Theodorus, don't you argue with me. I'll ban you, Theodorus.
Yeah.
I don't care that you've been the nicest subscriber that has been around for my entire channel and have never said anything mean to me, ever even slightly. I will ban you. I'm just kidding.
The guy, I really like that guy, Pirate Software. He's a cool dude.
He's awesome. He's awesome. He actually follows me. I can't believe he followed me back. I followed him a long time ago, and then he followed me back, and I was like, I kind of fangirled a little. I was like, ooh, I like this guy.
I love seeing his clips and stuff. I got to watch his content a little more because
he makes good stuff.
And really clever, like, game design stuff. Like, the guy's wicked smart.
He is.
Just like the little clips and stuff that I've seen of like on his I think it's on his TikTok and stuff.
Yeah. Man,
I'm like, holy shit, that is clever AF. Like, whoa, this dude he knows his shit.
I used to be like hot shit back in the day. Like, you know, because I was like the kid that went to Microsoft with no education and got a job because like nobody knew how to program back then. So it was like you didn't need an education to get a job. And it's like now you fast forward to today and it's like I feel like I'm way behind the curve. Like kids now are fucking stupid smart. Like I used to be like, oh, I can type 120. No, okay. Let me rephrase that. That's stupid smart, good with technical shit. Okay,
the ones that actually try.
Yeah. I'm not. But again, look at us when we were kids, right? It's like I knew how to do a lot of technical shit, but that didn't mean that I wasn't out like fucking freaking and carding and breaking every federal law on the computer before it was a law. You know,
I feel like that's the difference. Is like I consider us in a similar generation.
Yeah, we are.
A little overlap there.
We're in the ballpark.
We were forced to like figure shit out, right? If something broke, we had to, or you know, something not going the way that it. Now
we literally had to go to the library to learn something. Like that was the only way.
We've made all this technology so easy to use that when something does go wrong, the younger users don't have they don't have a fundamental understanding of how this stuff works. And so they combined with an extreme lack of desire to try and figure things out from what I've seen. These are not, I don't know, I'm making sweeping generalities. There are going to be pockets of difference, but like they just and like give up. And I hate to be that like boomer stuff, but like technology just works. You know, the cell phone just works. The computer just works. Like it's all plug and play, right? There's no
I find that there is an exception though, and that is if they're benefiting from it immediately, if it's something that they enjoy, you can't get them away from it. Like they will literally just throw their entire lives into it
until it stops working. Right. And then it's like, oh, they just freak out and don't even bother trying to figure it out. I hate to say it,
but my son does the same thing, and I've been working with him to try to break him of it because he's 14 now, right? He's a little sassy teenager now. But he'll do this thing like where it's like the network goes out and he'll just go, oh, network's not working. And then he like won't even try to like reboot it, won't even try to connect to the thing. He's like, it's just never going to work again. And then he just gets all frustrated. And I'm like, dude, calm down. Man, just got to go push a button. Just got to go push a button. It's going to reboot. Everything's going to be fine. Or like, let me ask you this. Do you ever ask your kiddos or something like, hey, could you go find something in the fridge? And it's like right there on the shelf. And they'll go open the door. I can't find it. And they just rattle stuff around and close the door. And it's like, dude, you seriously didn't look. It's at eye level right where I told you.
Yes. And I also remember being that dumbass kid too. Right?
I was too.
I don't get too upset about that because I would do that too. Just open the pantry and just look.
Yeah. I've actually got a really funny story. When I was a kid, my friend Jake still hassles me about this today because he stayed the night that this happened when I was a kid. I was probably like 12 years old. My friend's over and I just want to play with my friend, right? We're like playing video games and shit. My mom brings home groceries, and one of my jobs, I have to unload the groceries when she gets home, right? And I'm and I don't want to unload groceries. I got my friend over. We're fucking playing video games. I'm in the middle of shit. But nope, my mom's like, you go get those groceries. So I literally go out and I grab like 2 jugs of milk out of there. And I acted like it was killing me. I was like, oh my God, it's so heavy. And I was like breathing heavy and acting like I was having a heart attack, trying to like make my mom feel bad. Like, I'm like, oh God, it's so hard. I can't do this right now. And my mom's just looking at me like, was I born yesterday? She's like, she knows. And so I didn't realize it, but my friend was standing there watching the whole time that I was doing this. I thought he was in the bedroom still playing the games. And so he started mocking me, and he's like, we were playing a video game. He's like, oh my God, I can't hold the controller up anymore. I can't hold the controller up anymore. Oh my God, I can't get up on the bunk bed to go to sleep. Help me. I can't get and still like fast forward like literally like 35 years. And he still will troll me about that. Like anytime anything's hard, he's like, oh, did you get the gallons of milk out of the back of the back of the car or whatever? And I'm like, you motherfucker! Like every time. Oh man. Hey, Adam's in chat, so we got to be on our best behavior.
Yeah.
Okay, act like we didn't see him. How about networking? How about that wireless networking
all my
shit?
Stuff doesn't work, man.
Yeah. Oh, dude, if you can't get Ubiquity to work, I'm going to take your nerd card. Like, seriously, if you cannot make Ubiquity work, I will come over and smack you.
He told me get this app. He's like, oh, you got the Android, right? You got to get this app. It's called, where is it?
Dude, Android's for poor people. Everybody should have iPhones. I just say that because Adam will get triggered so hard.
My Android is more expensive than like 2/3 of their mobile product line.
How much is your phone?
I don't know, man. I lease the thing.
I want to say, I got mine for free.
$25 a month for it. I don't know. I think if you were to buy it outright, it's $1,500. The S23 Ultra.
Yeah, I think T-Mobile just gave me one. They give you a free phone like every 3 years or something, as long as you stay with their plan.
Yeah.
But it's funny because it's like they give you a free phone and they lock you into the plan. You know, but then other cell plans come out that are cheaper, so you end up paying more, right? You're not paying the full price of the phone, but you do pay for some of it because the plans get cheaper, but you're locked into the same price for like 3 years. And
I held up, so I had the Note 10 for almost 5 years.
I mean, fantastic phone, on purpose. Fantastic phone.
I paid it off. Yeah, I had paid off because they'll spread it out over 2 years or whatever. I had paid it off and then I kept it because like I didn't want to jump straight to the Note 20, and then I kind of got caught in the like, oh, I'll wait. And then it's not even the Note anymore. I got kind of upset when they say, oh, the Note series is going away.
Yeah.
And so I wanted to wait and see what they did, if they were going to have the pen or if they were just going to like scrub the whole thing.
Dude, it's such a bullshit lie. It's still the Note. They just renamed it. It's still the Note. They just
smooshed it into the Galaxy line, essentially.
It's like, it still has a pen. What is the one differentiating factor of a Note? that has a pen.
Yeah.
That's what makes it a note. So it's like if it still has a pen, it's still a note. They just, arose by any other name.
But this app, Wi-Fi man.
Hey, Adam, how fast is your satellite connection? We were talking about your satellite connection on your tablet earlier. I was telling him that you got that geosynchronous satellite data plan or whatever. You can just connect the satellites. How fast? How much bandwidth is that? Is it fast or?
I never use my Note pen. I do it on occasion, especially when I'm fussing around with photos. I use my Note. I thought I would write with it more, but it's too skinny. It doesn't feel good in my hand to write with.
Yeah,
26 megabit ish. That's really good
for a geosynchronous satellite. That is really. Is it bidirectional?
Lag? That's okay.
Well, that's unavoidable, right? That's like laws of physics because.
I mean, yeah, right. You're going how many million miles or whatever?
It's like thousands of miles that those geosync satellites have to be out there.
Dang, electrons, photons, got to go faster.
How fast are geosync satellites away from Earth? Not how fast, how far? Oh. Man, my brain is just having a.
It's far.
Let's see here.
Geosync ones are far.
22,236 miles. Holy
they're way out there.
Wow.
That way they hang in the same spot, right? They don't move around.
Yeah, because isn't the Starlink satellite just like 19 miles up or something like that, or 90 miles or something like that? It's not very high. How high is Starlink
almost moon-ish,
satellite?
like half, not even halfway to the moon.
Dude, 342 miles. So Starlink is the 22,000 versus 342. Yeah, you're gonna have some lag. I would say 300 milliseconds is pretty damn good considering that Starlink struggles to get like 24 milliseconds when they're only 300 miles away, right? So, hey, Just Joe, thank you for the $5 super chat. Boop, boop, bro. Yeah, woo! Actually, wait, here, I gotta push the button so you can hear it. There it is. He said, so Just Joe, he said, I added the video to Tech Talk chat we talked about a few weeks ago. UI and app ideas for the new dumb terminal to my Jarvis network. I do remember you started building yet another Jarvis. Actually, that seems to be a really common project everybody does is build a Jarvis app or get a robotic arm and build a Jarvis app for it.
Yeah.
And I will get there because I have not one, but two robotic arms now. I have HD Robotics original 3D printed one, and I have the carbon fiber / 3D printed one, the new one. So I got to get those working again. I like you're like narrating in the background like this commercial. It's like, oh, that tastes so good. You got to get it.
But I highly recommend this app, Wi-Fi Man.
Wi-Fi
super
Man.
fucking cool, man.
Let me see if they got it on iOS. Let me check.
You get all kinds of. It's by Ubiquity, so make sure.
And it's called Wi-Fi. Oh, so it's probably only going to work with Ubiquity then.
No.
Oh,
I haven't plugged any of the Ubiquity shit in, and it's sniffing at my network hardcore. It's really cool.
It's called Wi-Fi Man, huh?
Yeah. It looks like all one word, and it's got like a little blue super guy.
Okay, so Wi-Fi Man. Wi-Fi Man.
And dude, I just now gave it like cell permissions, and it's telling me how strong my cell phone connection is and stuff. And
I'm surprised they allow you to use that for something else. Ubiquity is like usually pretty hardcore about only using their shit, right? Because it's so proprietary.
I don't know what I can show without being weird, so I'm going to cover what looks like a MAC address here.
Yeah, don't show any MAC addresses or IDs or anything.
It looks like a MAC address, but like it kind of gives you like a breakdown. I don't know what exactly that's. I think that's signal strengths, little dots. It'll scan. Let's see. Yeah. None of that looks terrible. So there's a bunch of networks.
Dude, like you can install it on a second device. Did you see that when you installed it? It says you can install this on a second device, and Wi-Fi Man will test your network point to point between the devices. Yep. So I can put this like on my iPad and test it.
Yeah, and it'll say like, oh, well, there's like slowdown inside of your network and stuff.
Wait, why does it need Bluetooth access? Does it test Bluetooth?
If you want, that's like it'll tell you about Bluetooth stuff that's close by. It'll give you a big list of all of the Bluetooth devices that it can see.
Dude, this is so sick.
Yeah.
Dude, it says cool. The Wi-Fi network I'm connected to. It shows my gateway, my iPhone, Ziply. Like it shows the whole route up at the top.
Yeah,
it shows.
It's very cool.
Ping to Google, Facebook, X, and Gateway. The ping to the gateway.
The channels. It'll be like, oh, here's. I see a bunch of shit on these channels. Here's where you're at. Maybe you should go to like these channels and stuff.
Oh, you know what it doesn't allow you to have though? At least not with my network equipment. It doesn't do signal strength or floor plan. That must be Ubiquity specific.
I'm getting signal strength.
Oh, you are getting under signal? You get signal
DBMs?
strength?
Okay, maybe.
Yeah, it just says signal data unavailable. It says connect to network served by Unified Gateway Console or use Wi-Fi Man Wizard for advanced signal analysis.
Oops.
Yeah, no. Wait, and you don't have Ubiquity right now?
No, none of it's plugged in. But yeah, here's a big list of all the SSIDs and some hidden stuff. and it's showing the signal strength.
Because I have Discovery. Like under Discovery, it shows me all the clients. And
Read through, I find
but under Signal,
Wi-Fi man box.
Under Signal, it says signal data unavailable. Connect your network to a unified gateway. I don't have a unified gateway.
Is Kevlar saying iPhone needs a Wi-Fi man box for Wi-Fi pinging?
Oh, okay. Okay.
Software limitation, man. That's weird.
Dude, this is cool. I love the speed test is just built in. Just tap it and go. Dude, this is awesome.
And
I like
floor plan, request camera permission.
Dude, I wish I could remember. There's another app. Let me see if I can find it.
Your first floor plan scan. Oh, that's going to be fun.
I have one called like Net Analyzer. See if you have that app. Got on Android. It's called Net Analyzer. That's another pretty powerful one I found that was like really, really handy.
Net
Analyzer. What it does is it like traces your whole network in your house, like wired and wireless. And it'll like tell you what every device is, what operating system it's running, whether it's got, web server, Bonjour, UPnP available, whether it's pingable or not.
I've got Network Analyzer by Jiri Tekit.
Let me see who makes this one. Let's see here.
Is it one word?
It's Net Analyzer, and the icon is like a grid of 4. It looks like a checkerboard, and it has like a little radar, and then a Wi-Fi logo, and like a little network symbol, and then an up and down arrow. Yeah, you might not.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that's the one.
Net Analyzer, right? Yeah. Download that. Download that. Okay. It's good. It actually has some pretty cool tools in it too, where you can put in an IP address and you can do like routes, ports, who is DNS, all that stuff.
Daniel Terry, $10.
Oh, hell yeah, get some. iPhone limitation, buy the $99 box for iPhone. I do have, so my system is, I use Poor People Ubiquity. I use Ingenious, which is surprisingly, Ingenious and Ubiquity are very similar in their capabilities, but different in their approach. So like Ubiquity, one of the downsides to Ubiquity, and again, it depends on who you are, whether it's a downside or not, but my neighbor calls it a downside, is they rename everything. Like Ubiquity calls everything not what the industry standard is. They like give it their own names, like their special way that they segment bandwidth and the way that they like set up like network resources. They give everything like weird names. So my friend says sometimes it can be a pain in the ass to like in your head if you're a networking guy that use like Cisco and shit like that. Then you're like, what is the Ubiquity equivalent? But once you figure that out, it's no big deal. Ingenious is just super duper straightforward. Like but you don't get the ease of use. That's the thing is like Ingenious. It's not as user-friendly as Ubiquity, where it's like you just plug a bunch of shit in, go to a web page, type a couple things, and bing, bang, boom, it's up and going. I had to do a little bit more than that to like get it to where I wanted, but it's a great mesh network, and it's way cheaper. Like if you're on a budget, look into Ingenious. It's really good stuff. Let's see here. Anybody can war drive your Wi-Fi. Skyhook has GPS tagged every Wi-Fi AP in America. It says, how can you geolocate without GPS? Oh, did you ever see that project where like some dude hacked the smart meters on houses? So the smart meters on houses have basically they have a mesh network between them that basically one house talks to another house, and then eventually it gets to the gateway near the street, and then that's where it goes onto the internet and gets to the power utility. And so somebody figured out that every single one of these things has a GPS in it. Like it actually records its location, the address that it's at or whatever, its GPS location, but it also has like the transmit power, the signal, the house number, and all this stuff. Some guy just war drived around using this thing that could pick up the packets and decode them, and he created a map of like every single freaking house meter with its GPS position, and then overlaid it on Google Maps. And you could literally, like, the amount of information you got was like pretty overwhelming. It
just be location data, right? There's not a
it was location data, but it also, I guess, he got decoded some customer data too, like actual like names weird. And stuff. Like I think it even had a phone number.
Why would the box?
Let me see if I can find what he got.
It'd be like an account number and a location. I don't know why it would have anything necessarily.
Power meter hack a day. Let me see here. So it's crazy. Power. Let's see here. How to trick your electrical meter by saving power. No, don't do that. You will go to jail. Hacking your smart meter. No, here. Let's see here. War driving. Let's see here. Smart power meters. Here, hacking your smart meter. Smart meter hacking, YouTube. Okay, found a way neighborhood smart meters work in kind of a cooperative system in which one meter will pass along information to nearby meters. Information is eventually collected at specific locations, often at power substations, for integration into the REP's database. But it's not. It's like not encrypted though. And it says, let's hear. But meters also have potential to be used by providers to reduce electricity usage by customers. And if the meter is connected to a smart air conditioning thermostat, the power provider could also change the temperature setting to reduce the customer's electricity consumption. I heard they do this in California actually.
Yep.
And in California, apparently, they wire your air conditioner on a different circuit that they control so that they can do rolling blackouts of your AC. Without affecting the rest of the power in your house. Because I remember when I went down and visited Jay, he had that. Like, it was really hot one day, and he's like, yeah, the AC doesn't kick on. We run it through the night, but then we keep the doors closed during the day because we can't run it during the day. And I was like, that's really weird. I
signed up for PSE's similar sort of deal. Like, during certain times of day, it'll if I don't do anything, it'll kick it down to like during the wintertime, it turns the heat down to a lower temperature. I got a $20 gift card for doing it, and it didn't fuck with me at all. And you can always override it. I can know if, oh man, it's fucking, it's too hot or too cold or whatever. I can go over and just and you don't get your bonus for that time slot or whatever. Hey, Tom, 11 pounds.
Yeah, Tom, thank you for the 11 Euros, brother.
Nice. Texas shuts down ECC. Yeah, that's because their power grid sucks. That's different.
That's Ted Cruz's fault. That's all Ted Cruz, bro. If you guys got rid of Ted Cruz, you wouldn't have that problem.
Not the senator. I mean, the senator guy doesn't matter. It's the governor
guy.
Dude,
you know what I heard is that Texas actually sells power to other states when they can't even supply enough power to their own. It's like, what the fuck are you guys doing?
They're on an independent grid. They're not supposed to be connected to
apparently, they sell power to... I was watching a thing where they were like shitting on Ted Cruz because Ted Cruz apparently signed some legislation that said they could sell power to like these other states. And it's like, they don't even have enough for their own.
You know what's fucking cool? For like a week straight, California ran on... like over the top for solar, wind, and hydro. I think it was. They powered themselves for more than they needed for like a week.
Oh no shit! At full capacity without blackouts
on just renewable stuff. Yeah,
that's impressive.
Just fucking amazing. Yeah, that's great. Good for them.
Because don't they usually take a huge chunk of their power from the hydroelectric dam in Nevada? Which one? Hoover?
In part, yeah.
Yeah, I want to say Hoover supplies some of their power.
From Washington. We sell a shit ton of power to
Dude,
California.
We are so power positive here because of the Columbia River. Awesome. It's like our hydroelectric.
Fucking solar people, man. It's like some of these guys around here are aggressive as fuck. Pardon my French, but I've seen there'll be like ring camera footage from some of my neighbors, or not neighbors, but like close around me.
Yeah.
Like one guy, this, blah, blah, blah. No, we're not interested. And the guy's like trying to hard sell, like push. No, we're not interested. The guy closed the door on him as he's walking away. The rep goes, man, this fucking retard. And walks away.
Oh, bro, I would have opened the door and started hucking rocks at the back of the head.
Like he was like under his breath. So like once the door's closed, the guy probably didn't hear him until he went to fucking watch the video afterward.
You're saying you saw it played back on the camera.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. Like, and I'm like, and these guys are like hard push. Like, why? What? But it's like, we'll install it for free. Like, it's just good. Blah, blah, blah. Like hard push.
It's bullshit. It's all bullshit. All bullshit.
Yeah, man. We looked into it. First off, it would probably ruin our roof warranty.
Yep.
Brand new house. I get 30-year fucking warranty on the roof or whatever. It's like forever.
The second you start drilling holes in it, they won't warranty where the holes are drilled if it leaks.
Two, even with all the credits and stuff, we'd still be out of pocket like 10 grand.
Oh, they say like 10 grand? No, it's like 20 minimum.
Well, yeah, right. Any construction thing's gonna go over. And so it would take almost the 30 years for that we are, that we own a house to even break even. He's trying to pull out this map that's like got sun, these like sunspots or whatever on it. Like, oh, this is how much, and I'm like, bro, this heat map is trash. I know. Yeah. I got plants in the back that can't barely even get.
Yeah, you see those fluffy things in the sky? Yeah, those affect power, dude. You can't. They give you an estimate based on a clear sky, like you're in Southern California. And it's like, no.
I said, come back when you give me a propeller that I can put on the fucking roof.
So I know 5 people that have given in and bought that system because they're like, oh, it's free and it pays you back to the grid, and it saves you so much on electricity that your payment on the system is like neutral. Nope. Every single person I know that bought that system is either suing the company right now to try to get a refund, or they're just eating it. And so the best,
no, it's CPU around here.
So the best
they
person,
that program, they don't buy back the power anymore.
Yeah,
around here.
It depends on where you're at. Yeah, it's location.
Yeah, around here.
Yeah.
No.
So supposedly,
and I was like, well, then I go, fuck it. Then why do I need to bother?
So here's the problem with those solar companies: is they tell everybody you can sell power back to the grid, but it depends on the infrastructure. A lot of people don't have infrastructure. If you live in like an old neighborhood where the power going to that neighborhood is like the old school power, you can't backfeed that.
Yeah,
you have to have like specific equipment to be able to backfeed, because what it does, it doesn't backfeed it through the whole grid. What it does is it like your neighbors get partial power from your solar array that's wasted.
Yeah, your closer transfer station.
And they're basically just looking at the meters and they're like, oh, how much power did you push back in the grid? They pay that and then they give that to your neighbor, so your neighbor uses less power from the grid, and then you basically get paid instead of the power company. So to produce the same overall power, and basically you're allowing the network, and it's a good idea. Like if you have a lot of electric cars on the grid, this is ultimately what'll have to happen is people are going to have like a wind turbine or solar, every so many houses, just to supplement enough power back into the network that it can make up for like everybody charging at the same time. And right now, not enough people have electric cars for this to be a big deal, but it will become a big deal in the future when everybody is getting home after work, like it's rush hour. And 80% of people are getting home at the same time. And they're all plugging their car in at the same time, and they're too lazy to set a timer to, do random distribution or whatever. And they just say, fuck it, we don't care, just start charging. When all of those things hit the grid is going to peak so hard that they're going to have to spin up the hydroelectric to like 100%. Then what's going to happen is everybody's cars are going to finish charging around the same time, right? If they all start around the same time. And the whole system is just going to crash. They're going to have to spin everything down. They're going to waste a shitload of resources. So it's not very effective because everything is a prediction model. I didn't realize this, but we don't have a lot of battery storage or like even water storage, right? Gravity storage. We don't have enough storage to just say, oh, we need more power. Let's just spin up and give it. No, it takes time for them to spin that up and give more power. So they have to predict it. What they do is they watch usage, right? They run high, watch usage, and then dial back to those usage patterns. But if those usage patterns change on a dime and they're not like Super Bowl and everybody's turning on their TV and their stereo systems and partying and driving all over the place, if they don't account for that in their algorithm and like start spinning shit up to get ahead of it, you can have a real problem.
Yeah.
Like you have to, because if everybody turns their shit on, it's like you don't have time to go and spin everything up, right? Unless you have enough surplus wasted energy in the grid to keep up with everything. So the whole idea of being able to sell energy back to the grid where it's like, if there's a huge draw in your neighborhood and your neighbors can actually supply a lot of that power because they're not using it at that point, then it can kind of balance out the grid and act like a capacitor. And so I think it's a good idea overall. But here in Washington, solar is not nearly efficient enough to pay for itself. Because first off, solar panels, at best, the best solar panel on the market has a 20-year warranty. And that's like the best one. That's not the one you get when you pay $20,000 to like the energy service that's quoting you for your house. No, you get the shitty solar panel with like the 10-year warranty, right? They claim it'll last 20 years, but you're only guaranteed for 10, right? And then they install these systems. I know somebody who I asked them how much they said. They got quoted $10,000 for the install. When they were all done with the install, $27,000 was the loan. And what they do is they give you a quote. You basically, and then they do all the paperwork and everything. You just don't read it all because there's so much of it. You sign it and they actually do the loan with the bank in your name. You basically give them proxy. They get the loan, do all the work, pay all the workers or whatever. And then at the end, you just get a bill. And it's like, oh, we've adjusted it for this. And oh, we hit this problem. Now it's $27,000. And you can't go, just take it away. We don't want it. It's like, oh, no, you already signed the paperwork and you accepted, on page 573, subparagraph 2, you said, oh, that you would, up to 200% of estimate. And then you get this thing, and then they're like, oh, you'll sell power back to the grid. And then they're like, oh, no, where you live, you can't sell power back to the grid. But they've already installed it. And so, like, they'll give you an inverter that can push power back to the grid, but you just can't use it. It's disabled. Yeah. And the power company won't come out and enable it for you. So now, where they're like, oh, it'll pay for itself because the power you sell back to the grid will offset the power you use. You'll get a net zero bill, and then you pay for the solar system, which will be less than what you paid for your power, presumably. And that's how they try to sell you on it. They're like, oh, after you do all the math, it'll actually be cheaper every month. No. Because you don't sell any power back to the grid. Now you're only getting partial power from the solar for your house. So you're still having to buy power from the grid, but now you're also having to pay this really expensive loan over the course of like, and usually these loans, I think they do over the course of 10 or 20 years, they do them like a mortgage. It's like a really long payoff period.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah. And then it's a high interest loan. So then you like do the paperwork and you're like, okay, so at the end of 20 years, you pay off the thing. Now you paid 30,000 instead of 20,000 with interest. Now all your solar panels are dead. So after you make the final payment on the system, it's already long dead. Like the system, it's not even producing power anymore. All the electronics are fried 20 times over. You know, it's like, and that's not even with battery banks. The $20-some thousand is just for the solar panels, inverters, and the work to like install it and tie it in. If you want like a power wall, tack on another $8 or $10 grand per. Dude, it's ridiculous. Don't do it in Washington. There are places where it is worth it, but not in Washington.
If I had like a little wind turbine, the wind is blowing all the time, a little bit, like it's enough.
Dude, have you seen how many wind turbines we have up on the hill in Eastern Washington?
Yeah, bunches.
Yeah, a huge farm over there, right up above the hydroelectric dam.
I'll build a big wall of marine cell batteries or something and just keep those going.
Yep.
Like, and those are fairly cheap. Like you can get one. Because this guy in California came around talking to it. We got some super chats we're going to take care of here in a second.
Yeah, totally.
But a guy in California had come around there, like, and that's part of it too, right? They generated all that extra power because for I don't know, 5 or 8 years or something, they were requiring any new construction to have solar panels.
Yeah.
So like thousands of houses out in California now have these solar panels on them.
Jay's neighborhood required it. They couldn't even build a house without doing so much solar.
They've taken that back a little bit.
Oh, good.
But at the time they were coming around to all these places, saying, hey, you know, we got all these incentives and stuff and blah, blah, blah. And one guy, we didn't want to do the solar thing because of the roof and all that stuff. But there was like there's a big pole on the property that used to have the, phone lines or something to the stub or whatever from back in the day. And he goes, you know, that right there would probably be great for one of these little, it was only like $1,200 or something for a little bitty turbine. This thing was only like maybe 3 feet front to back. And he's like, yeah, man, you probably put that up there and that probably covered plenty, you know? And I was like, dude, that's brilliant. I like the idea of a wind thing more than solar because of the efficiency part.
You know what I wish I had done growing up is I lived on 65 acres where I grew up on a watershed and there was a stream coming through it.
Ooh,
and they make these. Yeah, have you seen those micro turbines? Yeah, so they make these little micro turbines. Yeah,
dude. Nowadays, you can get this little thing. It's just like a ring with like a blade in the middle.
Yeah, with just a hole that goes down with a shaft. Yep.
Yeah, you just throw it out into any little creek or whatever you're close by.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I've seen those.
And you can charge up your phone or power up your shit and stuff like.
So like a little stream, all you have to do is like if you have a little stream on your property. As long as it's flowing like, what do they say, like 20 gallons a second or something like that, which is nothing. That's like a piss stream, like a piss stream. Yeah, your faucet.
Your faucet pushes more than
your hose, right? So all you need is this tiny little stream, and then what you do is you just build a dam. You build a dam on it so it can build up a little bit of a reservoir, and it raises the water level up probably about 3 or 4 feet. And then you just create a little dam, and then what you do is you just run a hose from the bottom of the dam down a hill so that it gets that gravity momentum. So the water picks up pressure the further it goes down. So you build the dam like, a half a mile up from where you put the turbine in. And then you run a hose down from the dam, and then you have a spillway so the extra water can go past that you're not using for generating power. And then that water picks up so much inertia over that half a mile that when it's coming out of the end, it's like pressure washer pressure. Like it is massive pressure. And they put these turbines on there, and these turbines will generate like 3,000 to 5,000 watts. These little itty bitty micro turbines.
Yeah, I've seen those ones. I think I missed part of it, but it does like the toilet bowl kind of thing, right? It's like more of a vertical spin. Yeah, those are great because for the low flow, they don't need a whole lot.
Yeah, there's a dude on YouTube. There's a dude on YouTube. So there's a guy on YouTube who shows you how to build one from scratch. Like he shows you how to literally take the electric motor, the 3-phase electric motor out of a washer machine. Like an old school like washer machine, and he shows you how to like bend the sheet metal to make the impellers and weld it on the shaft. And he shows you like all the bearings to buy from like the Harbor Freight catalog and everything, how to build this turbine. It's only like a couple of $100 in parts. The most expensive part is the inverter, the 3,000 or 5,000 watt inverter. That thing can cost a couple grand. But once you have that inverter, you just build yourself a little shed. Run the tubing's cheap. Like you can run just soft hose if you want. Like you can run the equivalent of a big garden hose. And this turbine, once you get up and running, it's like as long as that crick is running, 24/7 all year round, it's not like a seasonal thing.
Yeah.
You got 24/7 power. You're pulling like you don't even need to store a battery. You can just literally just run it right off the source.
What about a bunch of little bitty spinners in your downspout or in your gutters?
Kyle makes a good point. He just says there are a ton of regulations prohibiting anything interfering with waterways and fish mitigation and or migration and stuff like that.
If it's on my land, come and get me.
So there, that is true. Yeah. He is correct about that. But you can get permits. You can get permits to do it because I've seen YouTubers. There's actually businesses that specialize in installing these setups for people. So I know it's possible with permits. And the other thing is you don't interfere with the fish. You basically have them come and look at the system when you're done. You just have to make sure that if you build a dam, that it's not so high that it steps up so that the fish can get over it. Basically, it has to be the equivalent of a fish ladder if there's fish. Not every stream has fish going up it because some streams exit really high off the water into the bigger body of water. And so those ones don't really have any fish in them. If there's no steelhead or anything coming up, and any freshwater fish, they're not going to come down from the glacier, right? They have nothing to feed on. They're just going to die. So there's a lot of little streams and rivers that literally, I mean, they have life in them, but not fish, right?
Washways and stuff from stormwater and whatnot. Yeah.
So if that's the case, I don't think you have to worry too much about you probably still need to get a license or permit because the government always wants their money. But I don't think you have to worry about getting an ecological analysis or anything like that if you're just pulling water directly from the stream. Because I know growing up on our property that we had,
get caught.
Yeah, true. That's true.
Come and get me.
Yeah, we used to have an artesian spring that we pulled water from, and because we own the property, we actually own the spring. We didn't realize that, but there's some places, under
the ground. Yeah,
there's some places in Washington State where you don't have mineral rights, so you can't strip can't strip mine for gold or whatever, but you do have water rights. So a lot of land that you buy, you do have water rights, which means if there's an artesian well, you can pull water from it. You can sell that water. You can drink that water. You can do whatever the fuck you want with it. Flush your toilet with that water. And so and I miss that. Growing up, we had the best water, dude. Have you ever tasted water that just comes from a deep water artesian spring? It is so good. In my entire life, I've never had water as good as I did in the shitty house I grew up in. We grew up in this little house on the prairie, gap between the floor and the wall. The floor and the wall, there's a gap this big where air would just howl under there and make whistling noises and shit. And we'd stuff blankets and stuff in the cracks to keep animals from coming in the house. I grew up in a pretty shitty house.
Some of that water though is pretty bad. It can be. My lady's parents are out. They got a well right under. It's all underground. They got a pump house on their property and stuff, and they help out. It all goes to the neighbors and stuff, and that is super hard. It's we're talking you don't want to drink that shit. It smells funny even coming up out of the dirt.
Yeah, really metallic.
Man. You gotta soften it and stuff, and you get those weird. It looks like rust stains, but it's just mineral buildup and stuff because it's straight up out of the aquifer kind of thing.
Well, because we drank the water, we had to do a mineral analysis every 3 years, I think 3 or 5 years, where we'd fill up these little tubes and the government would go and test it and then give us a report back, tell us if we're going to die or not.
Make sure you don't have mercury or something in there.
It always came back clean. It was super pure. It had the right amount of minerals, right amount of salts. It was perfect for human consumption.
Some of the best water when it's got all the right.
Yeah. And you know what sucks is my grandpa, dude, we got screwed so many times growing up. There were so many times where we could have been millionaires, where we just gave it up because my grandpa just had my family had morals growing up, right? Which is weird because it's my parents were all drug addicts, alcoholics, and very abusive at sometimes. But the one thing is they had their morals, right? So they refused to strip the lumber off the 65 acres when we had it, but then we couldn't afford it because the property taxes got so high year after year that pretty soon it was I think it was $15,000 a year for 65 acres, which is nothing. I pay $10,000 for a 5,500 square foot lot here here near Redmond. But still, it was too much for us to afford, right? All we would have had to do was pull maybe 10 trees off the land, right? Every year out of the million trees that are on the 65 acres. And it would have paid the property tax. We could have kept the land. But instead, my grandpa sells the land. He sells it to this dude who promises not to develop it. They have a contract on it. He's I'm not going to develop it. I'm going to keep it a wildlife refuge. He literally moves in a month later. They strip mine the whole place. He pulls $10 million in lumber, right? He sells all the water rights. So we had an easement for the well, but he just tapped it from another area and sucked it dry to sell the water. So then we had to dig another well on our little 5 acres, which is kind of funny. I don't understand how this works. Maybe you can explain this, but we dug a well that was about 100 feet deep, but we were on a hill that was at 200 feet elevation and we hit water. How the hell do you hit a well when the ground is lower than it? Literally we lived on a hill and there was water in the hill, like captured in the hill. Like the well was only like 100 feet deep, but you could drive below the well. Like you could drive all the way down another 200 feet. So someone was trapping the water in this hill and keeping it from like pouring out.
A bubble of whatever.
It must have been, and it must have been fed by like water seeping into the ground or something. I don't know.
And the bubble rises up with it.
It was weird though, because we had when we dug this well, it's like I think it was about 100 feet deep. It was a big well too. Like, you know, now they dig these like little itty bitty wells, but we had like the old school well where it's like you had to put a cap on it because like a kid could fall in that shit, right? It's like Timmy ain't getting out of that well. Like that well, like you didn't even hit water for like 100 feet. So it's like drop a rock and it'd be like pew 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 splash. So, but that water was never as good. The water that we got off the well off our little 5 acres, because we kept a 5 acre easement and sold the other 55 acres.
Yeah.
And I was so pissed because I was like, man, we could have sold that land. Literally. Like we could have either sold that land to a commercial development for like $10 million or we could have stripped the lumber ourselves, reseeded.
Then sell the land.
And then sell the land. And we would have been multimillionaires taken care of forever. But my grandpa was like, nope, this land was pristine when I came here. I'm going to leave it the way when I came here when he bought it. And no, the dude just stripped it. It just broke our hearts because we're like, dude, we're just watching this dude just strip it and just make all this money. We found out that like each tree was worth like $1,200 to $1,500. And it's like one tree and it's just solid trees. You just look at this like, oh man, that's like $100 grand, cha-ching, $100 grand. They can just pull $100 grand a day of lumber off this land, and they could do that for a solid year before they stripped. They had to leave so much, like there was rules that they could only cut like, you know, trees, and then they'd have to leave a tree because the root systems hold the ground together so it doesn't erode.
Yeah.
But the amount of timber he stripped off, it was in the millions. Because he had to publicly report it to the county. It was like $1.8 million or something. And this would have been back in the late 80s. So I was like, damn, dude. So that was a missed opportunity. I was like, shit. Yeah. And the funny thing is, like, my aunt that I hate to death and I just can't wait for her to die because she's such a piece of shit. She's still living in the house I grew up in. Oh, like, she's the one that kicked my dad out when my mom died. She's like, oh yeah, no, we'll take care. Well, don't worry, we'll take care of your husband. He paid for the house. It's his. He can keep it. And then the second she dies, they just go and like go to court and pull it out from underneath him and change the locks and kick him out. I was like, you motherfucker. So I never talked to my grandma. She never saw Xander after that. My aunt never saw us again. We were just like, nah, we're just waiting for you guys to die. Fucking money ruins people, man. Fucking not everybody, but you know what I mean. It complicates things. It's like our families like getting along. Everything's going good. Mom croaks, everybody's just fucking going for money. Like everybody's like, how fast can we get our hands on money? That's all that matters. Just drives me nuts. But when she dies, I'll go take a shit on her grave and live stream it on Twitch. So you guys can look forward to that. So not vengeful at all. But yeah, no. Oh, dude, I got to tell you about my day yesterday. Actually, first, let's talk about the super chats first, because I'm going to gross a lot of people out here. So we got to
miss some of that. Yeah,
we got to do our super chats. So let's go through here. First, let's go through them again. So Daniel Terry, thank you for the $20, dude. You're absolute fucking legend. Theodorus, thank you for the €2. Just Joe, thank you for the $5. I appreciate it, brother. Daniel Terry with another $10 coming in clutch with 30. Tom, thank you for the €11. We appreciate it. He said, number one fan, mucho apreciado. Camaro 85, thank you for the €5. Man, a lot of euros today. He said, hey, Barney, haven't been here a long time. What's going on with your hair? It's white, no hair dye. Hewlett still dropping by sometime. Actually, I didn't hear from David, so I'm guessing he's probably on location shooting videos.
Getting old is all, just man. The inexorable march of time.
So check this out. My hair, if it's dry when I brush it, it turns super gray. However, it's wet when I brush it and it dries, then it's not that gray. It's still gray, but not that gray.
Weird.
I don't get it. Here, let me try. Here, I'm gonna try a little experiment here. Let's grab a little water.
He's gonna. Oh man, fucking, we're doing it live.
Doing it live. Hold on here. I want to see if it makes some of the gray go away.
A little. It's weird. It does seem. I mean, it's. I don't have quite the fidelity.
You saw how gray it was before. Yeah, right? It looks. Even my son this morning when he saw me, he's like, "Dad, what the hell?" He's like, "You're so old." Man. So I'll put a little water in it, right? Nothing, no dye, just water. And so when I comb it dry, for some reason it turns super gray.
Looks darker.
Yeah,
weird.
But watch, it'll dry now because I didn't put that much water in it. It'll dry. It'll stay this color.
What a trip!
I don't know why. I have no idea. But if in the morning, if I get out of the shower and brush it, it's dark. If I let it dry overnight and then brush it before I get on stream, it turns like damn near white.
Huh.
So I don't know why. It's like, does anybody out there know the hair physics behind why this is?
Right.
I mean, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of gray in there, but I just don't know why some hairs seem to get like really dark when you wet them, and then when they dry, they still stay dark. It's very bizarre because, like, yeah, I could tell, like, even right now, I was so much whiter. If you took a screenshot of me just like a minute ago versus now, night and day.
I have the YouTube thing paused from I don't know, like 10 minutes ago, and it is a huge difference.
How bizarre is that?
Yeah, like in the pause, your hair is more closer to the color of the wall behind you.
Yeah, because like, look at this. See how you can see the gray on my side?
Your shirt.
So you see the gray. I always have gray on the sides, right? But the funny thing is, the top looked more gray than the sides before I did that. Like the top looked super almost white, right? And then I put a little water in there, and then as it dries, it'll just stay like that. As long as so if I get out of the shower and I brush it and let it dry, fine. But if I try to brush it dry, no, instantly turns white. I look like fucking Santa Claus. I don't know why. Very, very weird characteristic of my hair. But yes, I am old. Just to clarify, I'm going on 45 years old. Okay, this October I'll be 45.
45.
45, brother.
I mean, I turned 38 this year. So.
I could literally be your dad in Kitsap County. So I could be your dad and teach about hunting.
No way. There's only like 7 years between us. Not even 7 years.
Dude, in Kitsap County, it's possible.
It's 7 years.
Dude, it's possible. There's one sperm in my balls back then with your name on it. That's all I'm saying. No, actually, you know, the creepy thing is I went to school with an 11-year-old girl who was pregnant, and the dad was 10.
That's weird.
How in the hell? But well, he was Hispanic too. I know a lot of like Hispanic people
do. To do with it?
Well, no. Honestly, a lot. There's like, a lot of races that mature way faster. Yeah, way faster puberty.
Crazy.
It's like, is it? I think it's Hawaiian. Hawaiian is like late bloomer. Some Asian, some Hawaiian. Not all. This isn't like a universal thing. This is on average.
Well, Jerry's gonna get canceled for being racist.
Yeah, I'm just being racist as shit right now. No, actually, here I got some good racism for you. You know what? I wish I was a massive fat black woman. You know why? Cholesterol doesn't affect them. No, seriously, it does not. Like seriously, you can be 100% healthy, weighing like 400 pounds. I watched this study where they basically broke people up into groups and they did the study and they said that now there's always downsides, right? Like the disproportionate diabetes. Like there's disproportionate diabetes in that group. But for cholesterol, for some reason, African American heritage, cholesterol is not as big of a concern as it is to Caucasians. Caucasians, like, cholesterol just fucking knocks us dead, like bad. And there's like a lot of other ones too. There's like a study. There's a really cool YouTube video that goes through all of the different demographics, like where people are raised, and also subgroups of Caucasian, like Eastern European versus like Western. And like, there's places in Europe where it's like the average lifespan is like, for a male is in the 90s. Whereas like here in the United States, it's like the average is like 60, late 60s or something like that. It's really bad. It's really terrible. So there's a lot that your genes have to do with how you're affected by certain ailments. And same thing with disease too. There's a lot of diseases that don't afflict certain groups that massively afflict other groups. It's really, really wild. So that's why you can't just look at somebody and be like, oh, dude, you're fat, you're going to die. Or, oh, you look like this, so you're going to die early. It's like, no, not everything affects people the same. There's different groups that like Samoan people. You know, it's like a lot of them are really overweight. But that's a very but there's a lot of genealogy involved in that too.
They're just bigger.
It's bigger.
It's not even like a diet thing or anything. They're just
but that's what people do is they look at them and they're like, oh man, they must be fat. And it's like, no, that is an average build. Like that is a legitimate average build. They can be absolutely healthy. Where somebody would look at them and go, you're going to die. Right? It's weird. Yeah. It's weird. So yeah, I mean, if you want to cancel me for racism for saying that you're going to live longer, if you're overweight, if you're this race versus this race, then cancel the fuck out of me. I'm a science guy, right? And if I'm wrong, by all means, prove me wrong because I love data, right? I love data. I love learning new things. By all means, come at me. And blood pressure is another one. Like there's certain races where they handle blood pressure a lot better than others. They have stronger arteries, stronger veins. So your genealogy can actually say a lot about what you might be resilient to and what you might be weak to. Another thing, skin cancer, right? Caucasian people disproportionately have massive skin cancer. So because we don't have enough melanin in our skin, so a lot of the radiation penetrates deeper, and so a lot more of our cells get altered. So it's wild. You can learn a lot of cool shit about like the differences between people. Is the same thing like in the plant world. It is where diversity is king, because if you have too many people that are alike, one catastrophe can wipe everybody out. Same thing with like COVID, right? There's some people that got COVID that had no symptoms at all, regardless of the strain, zero symptoms. There's other people that literally got it, had a Kaido sign storm, and died within like 3 to 7 days.
Damn.
So again, it's like, and your genes play a huge part in how you react to viruses, right? Is your immune system going to be aggressive towards it? Is your immune system going to identify it? Like, there's a lot of things that are different between different people's immune systems. So, Dove's House said, for some reason, you guys seem a bit all over the place. Dude, I'm ADHD out the fucking wazoo, bro.
It's the only way I can get a word in edgewise. I have to just talk over Jerry, or I could walk away and Jerry would keep going. Look what happens sometimes on the stream when I have to go, and he goes on for another, like, I'll fucking come back at 6 o'clock at night, and he's still going.
It's been 6 hours before.
Bro, go take a nap or something. Like, or switch over to Twitch. Like, make some money for yourself. Like, this is, No,
and I've thought about that too. Like when I'm solo, I should probably be streaming on Twitch, but I'm just like, no, I get on a tear, and I just want to keep going. It wouldn't even cross my mind in your place. I feel like you don't get paid enough anyway. So it's like, if I can hang out a couple more hours and make a couple more bucks, hey, fucking power to us, right?
Man,
like,
once you're on a roll too, like, it's hard. It's hard to stop.
It's really hard.
There's times where I'll be on a thing, I'll be driving to work and having good convo going. The fucking chat gets me on a thing.
Yep. Tanbay said I must be off my meds. No, I'm on hard meds right now. I'm on 20.
Lot. I'm like, damn, I gotta stop, and I don't want to, because like we're having a really good back and forth about stuff and that kind of shit.
One thing I've noticed with the Aux is, like, he'll have to talk over me sometimes. I have to talk over him sometimes, and it depends on how passionate we are about what's being talked about. So, like, if it's something that Aux is like really triggered by, oh boy, dude, he will just go and go and go and go. Yeah. He'll shake that fist.
I'll notice that too, and I'm like, oh, you guys, you got me going. You
always try to stop yourself, which I'm like, no, keep going, because you'll do that. You'll be like, no, you'll be in the middle of a rant. And you'll be like, no, I don't want to. No, go, do it. This is the time.
Sometimes it's more topical. When I'm like that, it's the topic.
Yeah, true.
That I don't like. It's like there's no real point in going ranting about certain topics, because like I'm just riling myself up for nothing. It's just, but some of it's fun. Some of it's worth it.
Yeah, dude. I mean, it is. And the thing is, this is like our time every week to hang out, right? Like, I tell people, it's like this is not supposed to be the job, but still somehow this manages to be the most stable thing. Like, not financially by a long shot, but I'm just saying, like, as far as the stable thing that I do it's like I do this on more of a regular cadence than I do anything else. Because it's like, I think about it and I wake up and, like, even if I'm feeling like shit most of the time, I'm like, you know what? There's going to be another person there. It's somebody that I love, that I want to talk to and hang out with. And it gets my mind off of things. That's the thing, is like, I stress a lot these days. My stress level is absolutely the highest it's ever been in my entire life. And just because of a whole plethora of things. But it's like, when I have somebody like you to just like bounce stuff off of and go back and forth for a couple hours, I don't think about anything else. For me, it's a break. For me, it's not work. It's not hard. I don't have to think about this stuff. I'm not trying to be entertaining. It's just talking to my friend and we have an audience, right? Yep. It's like hanging out at the bar and a bunch of people overhear the conversation and they just start like kind of getting in on it, right? That's what it's always felt like to me, and I fucking love it. And it's cool that people are willing to like show some support, especially when I need it, right? It's like there's times where it's like I made money and it's like, yeah, I still need to pay the bills and everything, but I made enough money that it was bills plus. Now I'm to the place where it's like, now I'm out of money basically. I'm gonna have to tap what little 401k I have just to survive here on the middle of this month. I have to tap my 401k. Not looking forward to that. I have to get on a financial call. I have to explain to them what my plan is, how much money I need, what distribution I need, and then they basically tell me like my break or my dead date where I have no more money and I basically am screwed. So I'm not looking forward to that call, but at least there's something there, and I'm grateful for that, right? Because if there's nothing there, I'd be at zero right now. We'd just be absolutely screwed. So at least I've got time. And that to me is what's important, because you can turn anything around with enough time, right? So and even health problems, right? It's like maybe I can't overcome the health problems, but I can change and adapt to them and find a new way, right? And that's what I'm trying to do right now. But I don't want to bum anybody out, so we're just going to keep going with the fun. Camaro 85, thank you for the €5. Let's hear Meat Puppet 007, thank you for the $10. He said, I'm new to 3D printing. I want to buy a decent and reliable printer. Dude, this is the best time to get into 3D printing. Dude, I fucking hate bamboo.
You're a Prusa guy, right?
I hate bamboo. And I'll tell you what, and you're welcome to take the bamboo stance. Because
I don't know.
Let me qualify something.
Came out with a pretty decent new one.
I don't like coming off as a fanboy. I really don't. Like, that's not my thing. So I'll tell you right now, is bamboo a good printer? Yeah, hell yeah. It's a great piece of hardware, and for the money, it's fucking amazing.
something
Here's the
sketchy
problem.
about their
They're very
software or
sketchy.
something,
They're
right?
very sketchy. Yeah, they in my opinion, again, this is me, but from the research I've done, they have clearly stolen source code from the open source community and have not disclosed it. They are stealing information, encrypting it, not telling users what it is. They have stopped people's prints in the middle of the night when they said that the printers weren't even supposed to be connected to their servers, and that proved them wrong. That's happened twice now, where they not only stopped prints but also started prints. Like the printer just started printing when people weren't home.
Yeah, they pushed that firmware update or whatever, and a bunch of people's stuff just woke up in the middle of the night, started or fucked up prints that were ongoing and stuff. Yeah.
So Bamboo is cheap for a reason. They're a closed source platform that doesn't let you do anything with the printer. They can gather and do whatever they want with it remotely, and you really have no say in it. Like it's just part of the cheap price, right? I'm more of an open source printer guy. So my favorite printer right now is the Prusa Mark IV, which is weird because it's like it's a bed slinger that's mostly 3D printed parts itself. But I've done over 30 prints on it without a single failure. So I've never had a 3D printer in my entire life, including my super expensive Ultimaker 3 when I got it, that did 30 prints without a failure. So as far as reliability, the Prusa Mark IV is just like is through the roof. However, is the Bamboo a more capable printer out of the box, especially with the AMS, the material system? Technically, yes. However, you won't be able to use third-party software to get all the functionality. You can only use the AMS with their slicer, which is, by the way, a ripoff of Prusa slicer that they modified and didn't give them fucking credit for. So I'm not a big fan of Bamboo because of their business tactics and the fact that they've tried to go out of their way to keep the printer as closed source as possible so that they can control the entire end-to-end ecosystem like Apple. And but luckily there is some light at the end of the tunnel. There's a company called X1 Plus, or not a company, I should say, a group of people called X1 Plus that have managed to break one of the earlier firmwares. So as long as you get a printer, well, you can still downgrade the firmware to an older one that allows it. You can put the X1 Plus firmware on it, which will unlock a lot of the functionality and make it more like an open source printer. So yeah, I said Prusa Mark IV, Prusa MK4.
Yeah. Oh man, I think. Wait, where was I? Oh, never mind. I got mixed up for a second. I was like, for a second, I thought I had actually met the guy Prusa and that Joseph. Right?
He's a really cool dude. I've known him for a long time.
I'm pretty sure I halfway met the guy who originally created Blender.
Oh, that's awesome, dude.
Like by accident. I was at BlenderCon.
Was that at the work thing?
Yeah.
I figured.
The BlenderCon LA, because normally BlenderCon, well, the main BlenderCon happens in Amsterdam. This is their first one. They're trying to make better presence in the United States, so they did this thing in LA, Hollywood. And I'm pretty sure it was the guy, capital T, capital G, from Blender. And I was talking about how, the company's trying to build a better relationship with Blender so we can like test it better and that kind of stuff and blah blah blah. And he had said something sideways about not in a negative way sideways, but just like a offhand kind of tangential comment about, oh yeah, I know about those guys or something. And then I caught part of a little bit of a conversation that after I'd stopped aside, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure that's the guy who invented Blender. Like, I'm pretty sure he's like the one who first like created it or something.
That's
like
insane. That'd be like great
shit.
bragging rights, right? Oh, by the way, did you notice my hair? Look, it's dry now, so it's a lot darker than it was in the beginning. So
that's cool.
I don't know why. Maybe when it dries, there's like a texture on the surface that refracts the light. When you brush it, it like fuzzes up or something. I don't know. It's a weird phrase, maybe.
Yeah, I thought for a moment I thought it was relevant, and then it's like, oh wait, well, Blender kind of is tangentially related to 3D printing, because you can make your models and stuff in Blender and then slice them, and then
the other thing I don't like about Bamboo is they don't honor their warranties for shit. The warranty service takes forever. They're really quick to sell you a printer and get it to you, but the second you have a problem, you're fucking on your own, and they'll even like send you parts and expect you to like rebuild the whole printer, not know what the fuck you're doing, because they won't take it back and just give you another printer like they're supposed to. So if you do buy a Bamboo, make goddamn sure that you do it from a place like Amazon or something where you can return it unconditionally if you have any problems whatsoever. Because if you buy it from them, they're going to be like, oh, we're going to send you a part, and you have to disassemble the printer. It's like a 4-hour process, and we're going to give you a document. And you just have to fucking wing it. And that's not fun. And people have been really dissatisfied with the customer service. But I will say that the AMS, the the multi-material system they have is really cool. Like that, but it only works with their slicer. Even though there's no reason why it shouldn't work with every slicer, they specifically cap it to only work with their software. And they do that with a lot of features of their printer that they don't have to. What I like about things like the Prusa is everything on it I can change. I can put a different hot end on it. I can put a different feeder on it. I can put a different bed on it. I can use anything I want to change. Different bearings, different screws, different leads. Every single thing on that firmware is open source and I can change it. If I want to take that printer and cut it and weld in fucking plates to make it 5 feet tall, I can do that if I want to. Like I can go into the software and change that. So I like the flexibility of the Prusa and the fact that you can print everything to fix it. Anything breaks on it, you just print it. You just print it and you got spare parts.
But how do you print it if it's broken?
No, well, you print it up close. And a lot of stuff that breaks, you can still limp it. Like if you break a bearing or something, you can still limp it. It doesn't have to be a perfect quality part. It just has to be good enough to like hold the thing in place that broke, right? So I prefer that, but again, you will pay a premium for a Prusa printer. I mean, because he literally prints them on Prusa printers. Like you're buying a printer that's printed by printers.
Buy nice or buy twice.
Buy nice or buy twice. Or what do they say? Buy once, cry once.
Yeah, right.
I've heard that saying too.
I mean, there's been a bunch of times where like I've bought a cheaper alternative to something, and like it worked. It did what I wanted it to do.
Then it breaks, you buy another one. Breaks, buy another one.
Yeah, man. Like honestly, there's a few things where you can kind of cut corners, but I highly recommend it for most things. And we get into a thing about like what is it, the Terry Pratchett boot economy thing, right? Like somebody who only makes X amount can only afford like the $10 boots, but they wear out faster. And if they could just buy the $40 boots, like they'd last forever, kind of a thing. But they can't because like they can never get to a point where they can save up enough to buy the nicer stuff. But like, man, if you can, I spent $200 on a pair of boots. I'll probably die before those boots fall apart. You know?
Yeah. Like my dog, I had Doc Martens that lasted like 12 years and the soles wore off and I sent them back unconditionally, no receipt. And they sent me a new pair.
Yeah.
I was like, dude, this is badass.
I can, if the sole wears down, I could take them to a local shop. They're Danner. I can either send them to Portland or there's a spot in Seattle. I could take them. They'll resole them for just the cost of the sole.
Isn't that cool?
It's like $50 or something. Basically brand new boots.
No shit. If you buy
or less,
I'm going to tell you guys a cool trick, and this does work. I know this does work for a fact because I haven't done it, but my cousin Eric did. If you go to a garage sale and you see a pair of Doc Martens that are just roached out, like 30-year-old Doc Martens that are just like the leather's failed, all the stitching's broken, the sole is worn down with holes in it, and it's cracked, buy that shoe. If you can get that shoe for like 10 or 20 bucks, buy it because you don't need a receipt or anything. If you put those in a box and you RMA them to Doc Marten, they will send you a brand new pair. They won't fix them. They will send you a brand new pair, even if it's 30 years old. They are so good about their lifetime warranty that they don't give a shit. You don't have to prove you were the first buyer or anything. They will just send you a new pair of shoes.
Even Nike, you have 2 years on Nike for like if the stitching fails or if something rips or tears or something. There's some pretty specifics about it, but like it's a fairly broad thing. They'll either replace them or give you credit toward the original purchase value credit toward new ones. And you probably will have to push a little bit. They're not going to want to like do that, but it's in there. Like I think you have to be able to still read the tag, like the original tag. They'll pull up the manufacture date. And if the shoe was built within like 2 years and like the stitching fails or like the sole starts coming apart or anything like that, they'll either replace it outright or give you original purchase price credit toward a new set.
See, I think a
lot of people don't bother with that, but like, dude, every year and a half or whatever, if your shit's starting to get a little wonky, even just something as simple as like the glue failing on like the corners where like the toe box will bend, that's like enough. But like you might have to push on it a bit or like send something to corporate because like somebody at the store might not want
the cool thing about Docs too is they send you the newest pair that's their newest design. So like, like if you send them 30-year-old shoes, you get a brand new like whatever the current design is, or if it's new old stock. Sometimes they'll send you something that's like a 5-year-old model that they still had in that size, but you will get something newer than what it was, right? I want to finish these super chats really quick. Sorry, I got a little off there. Meat Puppet 007. By the way, Meat Puppet, don't let me just like turn you off on Bamboo because I don't like that they're not open source and I don't like their shenanigans. Do the research and figure out what works best for you. Because just because I don't like how the company operates doesn't mean you're not going to like the printer. Because the truth is, most people that get a Bamboo, if it works out of the box and they don't have a problem with it, they seem to love it. Yeah. But if they get one that doesn't work out of the box, it's a fucking nightmare. So just buy it from like Amazon or something where you can return it, no questions asked. That's it. Buy from what's that PC store that everybody goes to that we don't have here?
Micro Center.
Micro Center. So Micro Center, I think, sells them too. I think they're a reseller. So just buy it from Micro Center, some place where it's like, if you get it home, shit don't work, put it in the box, take it back, grab another one. Yeah. Because if you buy it from Bamboo, you're going to be like, oh, my shit don't work. And they're going to be like, okay, we're going to send you this little part that you have to disassemble the whole thing and put it back together. And people are like, well, I bought your printer, so I didn't have to do that. However, I will say this. There are a ton of printers that are super ultra affordable. Like the Soville, was it SV8, the Creality Max, the really big guy. I think that thing's reasonable. I think it's even cheaper than a Bamboo by like $100. And they're open source. So open source printers, cheap for the most part, and freaking awesome.
Semaglutide. That sounds like a fucking protein or something.
I already tried it.
Like, oh man, my semaglutide levels are low. I gotta start eating more shrimp.
So I already suffer from chronic fatigue, and sadly, it makes you so tired. It is. So
okay, I was like, I thought that was like a printer brand or something.
So semaglutide.
Like, hey, what do you think about semaglutide, the brand of fucking 3D printers?
Semaglutide is a drug that diabetics need really, really badly, but now costs like 6 times as much because fat people found out they could lose weight with it. And sadly, it's super expensive. So just to give you an idea, without insurance, it's $1,200 to $1,500 a month for 30 pills for a 30-day supply. My insurance does not cover it. So there's no way for me to even get it if I want to, other than the sample. My doctor gave me a 30-day sample. I tried it. After like 20 days, I felt like such shit. I couldn't continue. I had to stop. You do lose weight though. Like there's no doubt it does work. Like you will have no appetite, and you will basically go into starvation. It basically forces your body into like fucking ketosis. Like it's very similar to keto in that you just don't get hungry. You're just like always full and don't really crave food. But you also get massive fatigue and feel like shit. And for me, I didn't get used to it. Some people get used to it, and apparently like you only feel like shit for like a week. No, I felt like I just kept declining. To be honest, I still don't feel like I'm back to myself months after trying it. So it was, be careful. But if you are radically overweight, like I technically am, I'm morbidly obese. I mean, I qualify. I'm 390 pounds. And so technically I am morbidly obese. I think it puts me at like fucking 48% or 49% body fat or something like that. I'm up there.
Snap.
But here's the difference. Like I talked to my doctor, and he said there's a big difference between like when they talk about morbidly obese people and stuff like that. It's like, are you ambulatory? It's like, yes, I do have problems with moving because of the pain in my back, but I can't actually get up and move around. I can go up the stairs in my house. I can go get in my car and go drive around. I can go walk out and get the mail. It sucks and it hurts, but I can do it. A lot of people my weight cannot do that. Like they don't have the ability. And if I have to in an emergency, I can run. Like it'll hurt like hell, but I can run. I'm like a rhino. I don't steer very well, but I can run. And so the doctor looks at 2 different ways, and it's like, if you're a candidate for stuff like, people say, why don't you just get weight loss surgery? If you are so obese that is the core issue for mobility, then that's a good choice. Like it's good to take the risk factor. But if you're ambulatory and your problem is like, in my case, skeletal and nerve related, losing the weight doesn't necessarily fix me. Well, actually, it doesn't fix me. They already told me. They said the set expectations will be real with me. And people don't believe that, right? That's why I work with doctors and not rando people on the internet don't know what the fuck they're talking about. It's like they told me, listen, if you lose the weight, you're still going to have the same pain because the problem is with the nerve and the SI joints and your L4 vertebrae in your back. They said if I lost weight, though, it would help me sleep better. They did say that. It would help with my sleep, which would be a big improvement. That would be very helpful. But because of the type of sleep apnea I have, it won't solve my sleep apnea. So I'll still need a CPAP for the rest of my life, regardless of my weight. So losing weight is a good thing. It'll still help me healthier. I'll live longer, and I need to do that. But that's not going to fix me. And a lot of people think that's going to fix me. And that's why I haven't gone and done like the weight loss surgery and stuff. They won't even qualify me for it because they're like, dude, you're still up. You can still move around, even though it's like super painful. With pain meds, it's like you are not stuck in a bed. You are not completely like stuck in a bed. And those are the people that risk is worth it because it is a relatively high risk to do stuff like that. The different operations they do on your stomach and weight loss surgeries, and insurance won't cover it unless you're in that situation. Like if you're not in that situation, insurance like, no, we're not going to cover that surgery. So, and I don't have $75,000 or whatever. So I got to do it the old fashioned way if I want to lose the weight, but I just wanted to set expectations. It's like, if I lose the weight, it's not like magic. Oh dude, you look so good. Now you can run. It's like, no, I'm still fucked up and I still can't move around. Like sadly, like I've got minimal movement because of the way my skeleton and my nerves are fucked up. And then the deep vein thrombosis they did in my arm permanently damaged my artery. Damn. So now I have more blood flow into my right hand than I have returning to my heart. So I have positive pressure in my hand that makes it hard to make a fist.
Oh, weird.
So now technically what I'm supposed to wear is a compression sleeve, but it's uncomfortable. I got to get used to it. But a compression sleeve that squeezes, and what it does is it squeezes so hard that it prevents the artery from pushing blood into my hand so fast. and then it equalizes that pressure so that I can use my hand like normal again.
Yeah.
So, but I keep forgetting to put it on. You guys will see it one time when I'm streaming. You'll see it. It's like a really tight like spandex cuff that I wear around my forearm.
They give me the same for when I had my ankle surgery. They had to fix my tendon. Because after the surgery, it got all swole up and it's crazy. Even still, my left foot will, like, after a good, I don't know, maybe an hour or so of walking, like I can feel it swell up in my shoe. Like, oh fuck, my left foot, like, it's tight in my shoe. I'm like, and it's not real I mean, I don't notice a big difference, but I can feel the difference. And that's, I mean, that's, man.
Like, for instance, if I wear a knee brace, like if I put on one of those tight compression knee braces, makes all the difference in the world. Like, I can literally run up and down my stairs with the knee braces on. Without the knee braces, my leg will just randomly give out because the nerve will pinch in my knee and my leg just goes out. But if I put the brace on, and I'm not talking about the ones that have like the metal side things. I'm talking about just a compression sock. And going around my knee, it works wonders. But they're just a pain in the ass to put on and take off all the time. That's why I don't have it on. But I should put it on. Work to get better sleep. Yeah, no, that's the goal. That's always the goal. But here's the thing that people don't understand. It is really difficult to lose weight when you can't move a lot and your metabolism is dormant. I suffer from chronic fatigue. I'm literally always tired. It took 20 milligrams of Adderall and like 4 shots of espresso to get me to do this show every week. I have to, and I pay for it later. To do this show and be entertaining for you guys later, I will crash so fucking hard that I'll basically be narcoleptic for the rest of the day. I won't be able to get to sleep for long periods of time, though. I'll take like 15-minute naps where I don't even get a choice. Like, I'll just be sitting there and it's just out for 15 minutes, up, out for 15 minutes, up, until I finally catch up. And then I might sleep for like 4 or 5 hours and then wake up, toss and turn. It's just, I repeat the same thing over and over again, right? But yeah, losing weight would help with that, but it's really difficult to lose weight. It is so difficult. But I will tell you this, it's probably going to happen now because my son's diet has changed since he's gotten older. My wife's diet has changed because, you know, she has some medical stuff she's dealing with, so that changed her diet a lot. And by having the people around me, their diet change, that changes my diet. Because I pretty much just eat what's given to me. I eat what's in the house and what's given to me. So it's like, if everything changes around me, I just magically lose weight. It's like, I'm not one of those people where it's like I go to the store because I'm like, oh, there's not enough frozen pizza. It's like, no, if all we have is vegetables, that's just all I'll eat because that's how I am. I just eat what's available when I'm hungry.
Yeah, I do that too.
But the other problem is a lot of the medications that I take make me really hungry at the wrong times. Like, I don't have any appetite while I'm on Adderall during the day, but when the Adderall wears off, then I'm ravenous because I didn't eat breakfast or lunch or dinner. You know,
that's something that
makes a big difference.
Same. I ride the Adderall. I'll have like a little something for breakfast, and then I won't eat till 2 in the afternoon. That's like 8+ hours. Yeah, and then like, man, why do I get a fucking headache or something? I feel or I'm grouchy or sleep or unusually tired for no reason. And that's right, I haven't ate all fucking day. Or sometimes I'll get locked in to get the hyper focus, and the only thing I'll have ate or drank is just a fucking cup of coffee in the morning. And then like, man, why am my lips so chapped and why am I fucking irritable? I'm like fucking that's right, because I haven't drank any water. Like, my big gulp's empty. In fact,
it disappears until you put it right up to the camera. That was weird. It was like you're shaking your fist and then a cup appeared for a second.
And dude, so what helps, just a little reminder, man, just eating something like, at noon, bing, I'm gonna eat a banana.
Stimulants kill appetite bad though. Like, if you take Adderall, you have no appetite. So what happens is I have to make sure that when I wake up in the morning, and here's the thing, sometimes I don't wake up in the morning. Sometimes my fatigue is so bad that I'll sleep for 14 hours. I cannot wake up. No matter how hard I try to wake up, I can't. My wife even gets worried sometimes, like, fuck, she'll come shake me, make sure I'm still alive, because she's like, dude, you slept for like 12, 14 hours. How the fuck are you still sleeping? I'm like, I just can't keep my eyes open. Like, I just got to keep sleeping. And I can do that like back to back sometimes. But then sometimes I can't sleep at all. Sometimes I'll stay up for 36 or 48 hours because I just can't sleep. I'll just stay up. Like, no matter how hard I try to go to sleep, all I can do is nap for like 15, 30 minutes, wake up in a panic, and then I'm up. And then once I'm panicked, I can't get back to sleep. So a lot of little competing issues. But hey, if it makes you guys feel better, my activity level is higher than it's been in a very long time right now.
Nice.
So I don't know what's going on with Miss Barnacules, but she's been a little frisky lately. Okay. And so that's been forcing me to be a little frisky lately because, you know, happy wife, happy life and all that. So I would say that I'm probably getting more cardio than I've had in the last like 6 months and like the last 6 days. So it looks like as long as this path continues and there's enough Bridgerton episodes or whatever to like keep this going, I'll probably be a fucking Ethiopian by next year. I'm just saying you're probably still going to see me, you know, walking around in a lot of pain. And sadly, I'm on pain medication for the rest of my life. Like, I literally have a pain contract signed. They already said I could go on disability at any time. The reason I don't is because I consider that giving up. Once you go on disability, it changes how you can earn money and how you work for the rest of your life. And I'm not willing to give that up yet, but both my doctors have already concurred. My pain doctor, I fully qualify for disability to just basically say I can't work another day in my life, but I'm not fucking taking that path. I'm going to keep on going. So I'm going to keep on fighting. People think I'm lazy as fuck. It's like, no, it's the other way around. It's like, I'm in a really bad way, but I'm trying to push as hard as I fucking can. I'm not giving up. So, so I'm on pain medication for the rest of my life. I have to be on opiate-based painkillers until the day I die, because without them, I physically cannot even get out of bed because the pain shooting down my leg is so severe that the nerve just intermittently cuts out and I physically can't stand. So like what'll happen is I'll take a step, my leg is solid, and then my leg just turns to noodle. And it's not weight related. It's the nerve just stops sending a signal. It's like the nerve gets pinched, brain telling the muscle to tense up. Now it's not getting that signal. It goes slack, like almost like your leg passed out. And then you just fall to the floor. With the pain medication, that still happens. But what I can do is I can tolerate the pain and I can anticipate it coming and I can work around it. So I can shift more weight to the other side and I can move around. But when I'm in a lot of pain, I can't do that. When I'm in a lot of pain, I basically am just hobbling and I can't concentrate. And then I fuck up and tumble down the stairs and eat shit like I've done like 3 times before. Do that? So no, dude, I've had some close calls. I went full tilt down the stairs at 390 pounds. I fucking fell down the top of the stairs, tumbled end over end, and slammed into the wall at the end of the stairs. Yikes, and I somehow managed to not fucking break my neck. I mean, I got pretty fucked up, but I didn't like break anything.
That's good.
But I was laid up for a couple days and needed help getting to the bathroom. Yeah, but I was lucky I didn't die. Yeah, so I play it really careful now because, and people say, hey, why don't you just go outside and walk? It's like, last 2 times I did that, I got stranded on a sidewalk. You know how humiliating and scary that is? To be stuck on a sidewalk and not being able to get up, and people just drive by and open the door and they're like, why is this fucking whale stuck on the side of the road laying down who can't get up on his feet? And they're like, hey, do you need to call an ambulance? Can I get an Uber or something to get you? No, I'm good. You'll start working again. And then you get up, you hobble, and then it happens again. But it's so random. I can make it a mile or I could make it 100 feet and it happens. And so after getting stranded 2 times back to back, it scared the shit out of me. So now when I walk, I just go outside and walk around my front yard and then crawl back in the house if I collapse.
Or just back and forth across the living room or something.
Yeah. And then I tried the e-bike. I was like, hey, I'll just ride the e-bike. You know what happened? Fucking broke a chain. I broke a chain. Oh, and so the fucking motor wouldn't give power anymore because it wasn't the hub bike. It was the mid-drive. And so I'm riding along, and then I got no motor to get me back home. So now I'm on the side of the road. My fucking thing's back. Now I got a bike, but at least I could lean on the bike. At least I could use the bike as a crutch, so that was kind of like a good thing. But it took me like 2 hours to fucking go a mile to get home, and I was dead. So I love Scotch. Thank you $2. Said maybe try acupuncture. My insurance won't cover it. I'd be willing to try it though, because that's good shit for nerves.
I'm really curious about that too, just to see how it works.
I've heard it's really good for stimulating nerves, and anything that stimulates a nerve is probably a good thing. But it could be a bad thing too, because if it gives you more sensation in your nerve, that would be a bad thing. Because I already have problems with pinched nerves and inflammation causing problems. And here's the thing that sucks. This is what really sucks for me, is I would be fine if I could take ibuprofen. They said if I could take ibuprofen, it would stop the inflammation. So because here's what happens. Here's the cycle. This is the cycle that I live with every day of my life now. You have a nerve that goes through this sacroiliac joint that's in your hip, right? It goes through your back and then it goes down threads through your hip and into your leg. There's a gap for it in your skeleton, in your bone.
Okay.
And my nerve fits through that hole, but it rubs. Because it's not, the hole isn't big enough, right? So it rubs. Well, when it rubs, it gets inflamed and it poofs up like a balloon, and then it pinches in the hole and it can't move anymore. And I can feel it. It tugs. It feels like I have a rope stuck in my hip and I can't extend my leg fully.
Damn.
And it hurts like fucking hell. So I have to take pain medication to mitigate that, right? So, but still, the larger you are, the more is possible. Not in this case. No, I could literally weigh 100 pounds and still get just as crippled and just as stuck. They said the weight would allow me to have more stamina. That it definitely allowed me to have more stamina. That doesn't do me jack shit if I collapse on the side of the road and I physically can't get a signal to my leg. So that, again, people don't understand.
I feel like Jerry knows his situation.
Trust me, I have 2 fucking specialist doctors that I go to. I have a fucking full-time pain doctor that's been assigned to me because they can't fix me.
I gotta tell you, what I've known Jerry a good handful of years now, coming close to 10, basically 10 almost. I mean, we're like 7-8 years we've known each other. It is not through lack of trying. It's not that Jerry's sitting here and being like, no, I don't want to. Okay.
I like how Joseph rounds up. I'm 390 pounds. Come on, give me the 10 pounds, okay? I'm not 400 pounds, bro. I'm 390. All right, come on, give me that 10 pounds. That 10 pounds means a lot to me, brother.
That's a pair of shoes. Like, but it's like,
it's like I get that that's a shit or like a bottle of water, but come on, bro, give it to me.
I'm telling you, it is not a lack of motivation.
No,
it's not a lack of will. Like a lot of people will like try and come down, and this is just a general statement too, not just for Jerry or but a lot of people come down on big folk as they like do in it's general. Like a moral failing or something. Like and like there's so much other stuff that goes involved with it. If you haven't experienced like depression, that comes along with some of this stuff, the pain that comes along with some of this stuff, it's not just as simple as like move more, eat less, like. Those are simple solutions for like, for a lot of this stuff, but it's like,
you know what else I have to worry about
he's been in this position for such a long time. You don't think he's already thought about that? He hasn't already tried that. He hasn't tried, weed for the pain or
tried weed.
Or alternatives.
I tried keto. I tried keto. I lost 60 pounds from keto. And then I had to go to the hospital and get a major surgery. And then I was laid up for 6 months and I gained 80 back.
Yeah.
So, and not only that, I lost so much muscle. And this is what's funny is keto. Everybody's like, oh, keto is fucking muscle and meat and blah, blah, blah. No, I lost so much muscle because the fat that I was losing, my body was also burning muscle because I can't be active. I can't be active, which means my body is going to go after the muscle. That is like the nutrient rich shit. So it grabs the fat and the muscle. It doesn't just exclusively burn the fat. So if I lose that muscle, I'm fucked. I can't get it back. And so twice now I've gone on diets because I was pressured into people. And it ended up fucking me up royally, and I gained even more weight back, and I was even less able to move because I let people shame me into doing it. I lost too much muscle, and I couldn't do the exercise to get the muscle back, so I was fucked. It was gone. I couldn't do nothing about it. I
will say, I know that a lot of this is coming from a good place. You all are trying to help.
I know, and I try to stay in a good frame of mind. Like right now, I'm in a good frame of mind, so I can talk about it.
But Jerry's got to figure this out on his own.
Yep.
And he will.
Let me ask you guys a question though. I want to ask because I think this is the thing that people really overlook. Just ask yourself this: who in the fuck would want to be this way? Who in the fuck would want to be in constant pain, not be able to sleep, not be able to move comfortably, not even be able to like have sex without almost having a goddamn heart attack? Like, who the fuck would want to live like this? The answer is nobody. Precisely fuck all nobody. So if you think fat people are lazy and that's the problem.
No, I mean,
they fucking work harder than you do doing a whole day of work just breathing. Some of these fucking people, they don't want to be this way.
There's
other factors. You got to look at the other factors.
Statistics. There's going to be some who just don't want to, and that's fair and that's fine and whatever.
And they pay for it. They pay for it dearly, don't they?
But like. Some of it, I mean, it isn't always just the food either.
I was a very hyper person. You saw, I did a video of me hiking an entire fucking 2,000 foot elevation mountain when I was 370 pounds. I hiked that fucking mountain. And
it isn't always just a simple solution to these things. And
I'm glad I did that, by the way, because that was a great video and it's a good memory. So
there's like there's folk who have to take steroids, right? For like prednisone, right? Not like swole.
I have to take it anytime I get an infection.
Like prednisone for like swelling and stuff like that. That shit, you'll gain weight and you won't change your diet at all.
Why do you think I'm not on prednisone? They said prednisone would help with my condition, but I can't take it.
It's not just diet, right? Yeah. It's not just that. There's other things involved. And like I understand that a lot of you people are coming from a place of wanting to help and whatnot. But there's this isn't the place to get into all of the details, and two, y'all don't know everything that's going on as much as Jerry does share. There's still parts that don't add up, and these simple one-liner solutions. Again, he has professionals who are telling him what he needs to do, or not, and they try the things. It works or it doesn't. Yeah. So
the one thing we can agree on is I do want to lose weight. And I wanted to lose weight for a long time. I've tried many, many different ways to lose weight. I've lost weight many times. I've lost more weight than my entire body weight I have lost throughout my life dieting. But it always comes back worse because if you don't do it right, if you let people, this is the one thing I learned that I'm not ever doing again. Every time you let people pressure you into it, you're like, oh man, I'm losing weight. I feel good. Then you injure yourself so fucking bad that you gain it all back and then some. And now you can never do that again. because now you fucked yourself up and you're no longer in a position to where you can move enough to do that thing you just did the first time.
Yeah. And again, I know it's all coming from a good place. Y'all want to see Jerry.
And I can tell the difference between the people. Yeah. I can tell the difference between the people that mean goodwill.
Yeah, like I'm not upset at anybody.
No, it's just this is a
conversation that comes up every once in a while, and it's the same shit over and over and over again.
Yeah,
what
I've learned to tell myself
that Jerry's on that he's got to do on his own.
I have a therapist too. I have a therapist, and she's really helped me understand. Sadly, she had a traumatic brain injury, so I only get to see her like once a month now. But she was a big help to me mentally, because a lot of weight loss is a mental game too. It really is, because being able to stay on a diet, the only way for you to stay on a diet when your body is like devoid of dopamine and you're in constant pain, because food is also a medication. Dopamine helps with pain. So the more pain you're in, usually the more dopamine helps with that pain. And you start building this connection with food where it's like ice cream will make that pain half as bad for half an hour. It starts becoming medication. And that becomes a problem. But like when I talked to my therapist, she said, just listen, everybody out there that's telling you, like, you know, that's trying to motivate you, trying to pull the tough love bullshit, which never helps, by the way. Tough love always ends bad. You'll always notice the people will take the credit for it when it works in the beginning. And then when the person like fucking ruins their entire life, then they're nowhere to be found. Yeah, that's one thing I've always noticed. The people I took credit for, I was the one that told them to do the keto diet. And then I'm getting a deep vein thrombosis and I've lost all my muscle mass and I'm fucking dying. And they're nowhere to be found. Oh no, he just didn't do it right. It's like, well, you fucking cheered me on the whole time and said, oh, you look so great, you're doing so amazing, but I felt like shit the whole time. And I should have known that something was up, but I was like, I liked the attention I was getting, so I kept doing it. And that was the wrong decision. So don't let anybody pressure you in this shit. Work with professionals, talk to professionals, get the medical workup so that they understand what the core problem is, right? If the core problem is you just eat too much, but you're otherwise healthy, then change your diet and do some exercise. Boom, done. Right? It's not going to be easy because lifestyle changes never are, but you can do it. But when you get to the point where it's like, okay, now you got all this extra weight and you're fucking crippled and you can't do the things, and now your metabolism is so dormant that like you have to eat like a third of the calories and then your body still eats away your muscle, you can't do that. You have to balance it out. You have to say, what is more important? How do I keep the muscle, get rid of the fat without exercising? And that's a really hard combo to do. That is the holy grail to figure out, right?
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of it comes down to motivation and mind, right? It's like if you are heavily motivated, right? If something is in your mind that you want more than anything else, and you can suppress the pain through medication, treatment, exercise, whatever it is, TENS device. Like I love TENS device. TENS device is probably the most effective thing I have next to medication. However, you can only use it for so long before it starts literally physically burning your skin at the levels I have to run it at. But for like numbing a nerve, it's fantastic. But it's like, what sucks is all I'd have to do is take ibuprofen. If I could take ibuprofen, that nerve would shrink down, it wouldn't catch, and I wouldn't have permanent 24/7 sciatica. And that would greatly improve my life. And I would be able to be more ambulatory. I'd probably sleep a lot better because I wouldn't have to wake up with like a dead leg burning every 30 minutes. But I can't take it because I'm allergic to it. I'm allergic to all NSAIDs. There's not the only steroid I can take is prednisone.
Jerry, jeez, man, get it together, bro.
I know, right? Fuck me, dude.
Have you tried just not being allergic?
Yeah, you know what I had somebody say?
Have you tried that?
They're like, bro, just take a bunch of fucking Benadryl with it. You'll be fine.
That's not how that works.
It's not, dude. Like I'm not trying to like that's fucking hold anaphylaxis back fucking 3 times a day, like trying to take an ibuprofen, and plus my liver would just be fucking smoked. But yeah. Anyways, well, we can get off this topic, but I just wanted to let people know, like right now, I'm in actually a pretty positive mind state compared to where I've been.
Yeah, and you guys are
especially the last couple of weeks. You guys are fuck you, man.
Way to go.
But just know I am working with professionals. We are figuring it out. But no matter what I do, I'm going to be on pain medication for the rest of my life. So that's sadly
probably not ever going to go away.
That's why I have a pain contract. That's why I have a special arrangement. That's why I have a special doctor that literally his entire job is just to make people have as comfortable a life as they can given their constraints. However, the cool thing about pain doctors too is they don't just like you know what pissed me off though? It kind of pissed me off. Pain doctors can't give you enough medicine to where you feel normal. They have to make you to where you still hurt enough that you're like,
because you gotta suffer.
Because you gotta suffer. You gotta suffer a little, because if they make you feel like 100%, then you might like actually feel like a normal person and get addicted or something. But you get addicted no matter what. There's no way to do fucking pain meds and not get addicted after like the 20 years I've been on it. Right. But the thing is, they always got to give you just not if it's working good. Like, then they're like, no, we got to dial that back. Oh, they want to make sure that you're always in a little bit of pain and discomfort because they think that that's a good motivator. And I'm
What?
like, and I'm
What?
like,
Motivated to what?
You cocksuckers, if you took the pain away, I would go out and wash my car and walk around the block every fucking day of my life, but they won't do it. They won't do it. So every day I have to make the constant decision of what 3 hours a day do I want. So I can either for 3 hours a day, I can have decent pain management where I can do something for 2 to 3 hours, or I can space it out and have reasonable pain management, but with constant pain throughout the entire day over the course of like 3 doses. Or I can just suffer my fucking ass off an entire day so that I can have one day where I can get through like maybe like a movie with the family and not be in any pain. So it's like, I don't know, man. It's stupid. It's stupid, but gene therapy, insurance doesn't cover it. That's another big problem. Is my insurance doesn't cover anything I need.
Like, I was gonna say, you're always wearing pajama pants. I don't think your jeans have anything to do with it.
No, they don't. But I used to. You remember those steroid injections I used to
have
get?
Jeans, Jerry. Like, be honest. You got a pair of jeans somewhere.
So here's another thing. Like, you guys think that like if anybody thinks that I don't have like the fucking mind, right? The mind, like, oh, you're just not. You don't have the fucking frame of mind. I used to go in every 3 months, have them stick me under a fluoroscope naked and drive a fucking Starbucks straw into my fucking spine on both sides and inject me with a viscous fluid that felt like I was on fire for 3 to 5 minutes per side, screaming into a pillow. And I did that every 3 months happily because there was a 50% chance after paying them $700 that I might have a month and a half of relief. But I could only repeat it every 3 months. And it was only a 50-50 shot. They would hit the mark and I would get relief on either side. So if you think pain is the problem and I'm afraid of pain, no. It's like if I can get it seriously, if they could set me on fire for 5 minutes and I could scream and suffer and be in the most pain any human could ever possibly stand without passing out for 5 minutes, and it gave me a fucking week of full relief, I'd do it. I'd do it every week. Every week I'd go in there and just fucking suffer. Let them gas me up and light me on fire. That's how nice it is to actually be out of pain. But now I can't get the steroid shots because I'm out of money. Insurance doesn't cover them, so I have to pay $500 to $700 out of pocket, depending, because it fluctuates. Prices on meds fluctuate. So that steroid injection costs to get it done on both sides. It's $500 to $700. One side, I think it's like $250 to $350, and it's not guaranteed. So, and once they do it, if they miss the nerve, because it's a 50-50 shot, they tell you every time when you go in there, like, listen, we have to put it in under a fluoroscope. It's a 2D image where we have to navigate a 3D field, and we don't always hit the mark. We try best we can, but it's difficult. So they do miss about 50% of the time. And when they miss, now that steroid's in your system, so until your body metabolizes it over 3 months, they can't try again. So it's basically like if they miss, it's just 3 months of pain. It's like there's no way around it, sadly. Let's see here. Could market your Twitch YouTube stream saying I need bits to get rid of your pain?
Hell, man.
I mean, it's not a bad idea.
GoFundMes and stuff.
Yeah, I think people.
My
wife said that too.
Having like a visible goal, like, hey, you know, it's going to be $500 or whatever. Like, hey, here's every 3 months or whatever. I need to get my shots, and I need your help, you guys.
My wife said that too. She said that she thinks that people are more motivated by a goal. Like, instead of just having like a default little thing or whatever, it's like, today, this is what we're working for. Like, even if it's just like paying the rent or paying the bill or whatever, this is what the goal is today, right? So
it'll help you too to have a solid goal to look at and work for.
It also gives me a lot of peace of mind.
Up in the corner makes a big difference. I've seen it follower goals. Like, oh, hey man, we're trying to hit 1,200 followers today, and it'll say 1180 out of whatever 1,200 and stuff, and it helps.
Yeah,
or move to Europe,
Totally. I do miss those steroid shots, though. If I could find a way to get those steroid shots back, I'd do them in a heartbeat, even though they're the most painful fucking experience you can go through. Like, seriously, I'm not even joking. If you see the needle, you fucking pass out. Like, it doesn't look like a needle. It looks like a straw that's cut at a 45-degree angle on the end.
Oh, God damn.
And the fluid that they push into you is so viscous that the dude has to basically lean on the fucking thing to, like, get it to come out of the syringe. Like, even though it's a big-ass needle. And it literally feels like they're filling you with fire.
Actually, I think I have one of those big metal straws.
So here's the procedure. So how many procedures do you know of where they have to actually stick a big needle in you like 8 times to inject a medicine to make you numb enough that they can stick the even bigger needle in? Damn. So that's what they have to do. So the first thing they do with the procedure is they do like 7 little sight injections to numb the surface nerves so that I don't have any feeling on the surface of my skin. And then they impale me with this thing, but then I feel it on the inside. It only numbs the surface. Once it gets to the inside and it hits around that SI joint bone and they start digging around that nerve, I can't even describe the pain. There's no way to do it without screaming. Every time I put a pillow against my face and I scream into it. There's no way. I've tried doing it where I don't scream, where I like bite my lip and I just try to. No, I can't. I have to scream. So I just put the pillow over my thing. I scream into it. And what he does is he injects it slowly. It takes between probably 45 seconds to a minute and a half to get it all into me. And it depends on how long I can tolerate it. So while he's pushing, the pain is the most intense. And then if he stops pushing, the pain drops down to about a third. So I get a little bit of a break. So what he'll do is he'll push. And he's like, hang in there. And then I tap out. I bang on the table and then he stops. And then I get a breath. I take a couple of breaths. I take a breath. Then I hold my breath. And then he starts pushing again. I scream into the pillow and then tap out. It usually takes me 2 to 3 times to get through an injection. And then he moves to the other side. So it fucking hurts, man. It is like, the first time I got it, I couldn't fucking believe it. Because he told me, he's like, listen, dude, it doesn't matter how tough you are. Like, you will fucking cry. Like, this is going to hurt. And I'm like, what's a shot, dude? I get shots all the time. Then I saw the needle and I was like, fuck, why'd I look?
Yikes.
Why did I look, dude? Like, no, like fucking, that's going to go into me like 6 inches. And then I'm watching a screen. During the whole procedure, there's a screen with a fluoroscope, so you can see the needle going in like a live x-ray video, and you can see that giant-ass needle just like penetrating in through your tissue in towards the bone. Dude, it's a trip. It's a fucking trip. Oh, you know what? He told me I could record it. I never have, but he told me, he's like, dude, why don't you live stream this shit? He's one of those doctors where like he really doesn't care. So if I ever do it again, I'll ask him like if he's still down to clown, and I'll record the screen where he's actually like sticking it into my lower back. Let's see here. Gamers Unites laugh my ass off. I can only imagine it looks on Patient's face when you walked out. Oh, dude, he told me the first time I screamed, he's like, dude, you're scaring everybody in the lobby, because the room where they do the procedure is right adjacent to the lobby where everybody's sitting. And so the first time I yelled, I didn't have the pillow against my face, and I just screamed. And he's like, dude, you're scared. I mean, he was playing, right? He said everybody screamed. Yeah. But he's like, dude, you're scaring away my patients. You got to stop. You got to stop that. And I laughed. But it's one of those things where you never get used to it. You know, have you ever had a pain that you just can't anticipate? Like, no matter how much you remember how bad it was last time, it's always worse. It's like you never acclimate to it. Every time I do it, I'm like, okay, I remember what it was like last time. It was really bad, but now that I know it's that bad, I can tolerate it. No.
Right.
Every time, it's like getting it the first time. It's crazy. But when it works, it was like, I don't know if you guys were watching, but it was probably about a year and a half ago. About 2 years ago. It was 2 years ago I got the first injection. And maybe even a little bit more. Fuck, it was a while ago. I was getting them pretty regularly every 3 months. But I went in and I remember I got the first injection and they hit it dead on the money. The very first injection was perfect. The dude, even when he was done, he was like, fucking, I hit that thing perfectly. Like, he knows as soon as he injects it, he can look at the fluoroscope and see if the shit goes where it's supposed to or it doesn't. He can tell you right then or there if it's going to work or not. So he said, I hit that thing the best you can on both sides. He's like, dude, this is going to be great. I got home. And they give you 2 types of meds. They mix them together. So the first med is a 24-hour fast-acting pain reliever that basically kills all pain. It just numbs the nerves so you have no pain in your back for 24 hours. I got home, and the first thing I did was walk back and forth in front of my wife, straight up and down with no limp for the first time in years. And I busted into tears. I cried like a fucking baby because I was like, I cannot believe how good I feel right now. I was like, This just solved all my problems. It's like, oh my God, this is the holy grail. I'm good to go. I wake up the next day and I'm fucked up again. And I was like, because I didn't realize, he told me that pain medicine, that fast acting shit only works for 24 hours. And then it takes 7 days for the steroid to kick in. So I was like out of pain completely, felt like $1 million. Then the next day it was gone. And I fucking cried the next day. Like, oh my God, it's gone. It didn't work. And then like 5 to 7 days later, the pain was gone again. And I was like, woohoo. And then I was like, yay, I'm fixed. But then we found out because of my metabolism, it only lasts for about a month and a half tops. And so because I can only get it once every 3 months, I basically got a month and a half relief and then a month and a half of pain before I could get it again. But that was still better than just being in pain for the full 3 months all the time, right? It was a nice break. So I hope to get those shots again someday. I'm going to definitely put that up on the board as a goal because that would be absolutely nice to be able to get those again. And I think it sucks that my insurance won't cover them. They damn well should. And that's what's really fucked up with our system here. I love Scotch. He said, let's see here. Another $5. He said, you need to connect Arduino to Ten's device, then can play with PWM and maybe duration periods. Also connect it to Twitch chat so we can shock you live.
I told him only if you strap it to your nuts.
I'd do it. For fucking money, sure. Why not?
Right.
I'm sure Twitch would ban me immediately, though.
Grab my nuts. That'd be funny.
No, that would be easy to do because my TENS device I have just has a analog potentiometer on top of it. I could really easily take that out and just put in a digital pot, connected to an Arduino, and I could control that shit all day long.
Man, I think I'm gonna buy the 8-bit Dough company has a cool like NES flavored keyboard with 2 big red buttons. We've talked about this on a stream before.
Yeah.
And I saw one used on the Amazon for like 20 or $75 instead of the full 90. And
wait, what is it again? What does it do?
It's like a NES inspired keyboard, right? It looks like a Super Nintendo or a regular Nintendo. Yeah. But it comes with 2 big red buttons as well as like a separate device. It's 2 big red buttons. And I want it. But really, I only just want the 2 big red buttons. I really just want the 2 big red buttons because my keyboard is fine. Like it works, right. And I've had this forever, and like I don't need to replace it. It's just mostly just so I can have cool buttons to push like during the streams and stuff. And really, I should buy one of these. You can get like a separate 10 key sort of thing that's all fully customizable. I should just do that. But.
Yeah, no. Somebody asked like if I'm on state insurance. No, I pay $1,400 a month for insurance and dental, and I still have
Moses.
Yeah, I still have. But for my wife, me, and my kid, and I still have a $60 copay to go to the regular doctor, $120 to go to an out-of-network doctor, $250 for emergency room or urgent care. I think is also $120, and then any procedure I get, I have to pay that up to $6,000 before insurance kicks in. So all insurance really does for me is save me a little money up front. And then ultimately, if I spend $6,000, whichever year I inevitably do, then it'll take over 100%. But most years, it's only like the last couple of weeks or month. And then everything's booked solid. So you can't even get in. It's like, oh, I want to try to get in as much shit as I can to max out my insurance. Right, and then they're like, oh, sorry, we can't book you because everybody else came up with that idea. So you have to wait till August when your insurance resets. And then you got to do the copays again. It's such a fucking racket. I don't even want to get into it. It's so fucking stupid. Our health, we don't live good lives because of it, right? And that's the one thing I do miss about like working at Microsoft is like the insurance we had was amazing. Like at Microsoft, you just went to the doctor whenever for whatever, 100% coverage on everything. I mean, well, until ACA, then we had to do like a little bit of copay, but it was like so small. It was like go to the doctor is like $10, right? Yeah, all medications, name brand covered 100%. No lifetime caps. Like if you needed a medicine that was like fucking $12,000, like Ozempic, you could just go in there and be free. They just give you as much as you want. But with the insurance I have, nope. It's like all I can get is generics. My insurance won't even cover any percentage of a name brand medication. I can only get generics. Yeah. So I went in there. I tried to get like, because during the Adderall shortage, they had Cymbalta. What is it? Not Cymbalta. What's the other one? Concerta. Oh yeah. That's it. Yeah. And they had Concerta, and I was like, okay, well, my doctor just wrote me a script for that because they were out of Adderall. He's like, it's similar. It's like, methylphenidate with some other thing. And so he writes me a script for it. I walk over there and they're like, okay, we ran your insurance. That's going to be $380. I was like, for a month. I was like, fuck that. I was like, nope, I'll just go without. Damn. Yeah. I was like, nope, I'm not doing that. That's stupid. So yeah, it sucks because it's like I have to pay for insurance, and then the money that I pay for insurance, now I don't have any money. Like if I had that $1,400, I could actually spend that on medical shit that would help me. But here's the problem. People are like, why don't you do that? Well, I could, but then I'd have to pay the penalty for not having insurance. Yeah, that's a thing. And then not only that, but if I have a single emergency, I have to file bankruptcy. If I have a single emergency where it's like a 30 to 70,000 or more operation that I have to go into, I'm bankrupt instantly. I have to file bankruptcy and go through all that, ruin my credit rating and everything. So I'm like, nope, I'll just suffer. I'll just suffer. That's how it works. Oh my God, dude. I love Scotch said, could market your Twitch? Oh no, he already said that to get need bits to get rid of your pain. No, it's a good idea. I might take up on that because even Miss Barnacules said that she thought that was a good idea, that people would like that, right? Camaro 85 said, you have some talent in programming. You made 6 figures at Microsoft. Why are you struggling? Can't do some 50 grand, 20-hour a week home office? Not really. And I'll tell you why. I already have, but just full disclosure, I do have feelers out for jobs. So I've already contacted my friends that work even at Microsoft. I'm willing to go back to the beast if I have to. But there's a big problem. All the tech companies now with software development are all laying off. They're all laying off because they're all switching to AI. They're putting more load on fewer developers, and that's not going to change anytime soon. So the only companies that are still really hiring developers are startups, but all the attrition from the other companies being laid off, they're all fighting for those positions. And they're not going to hire a 45-year-old guy who's out of practice programming for 10 years, who's a fucking YouTuber, over the guy that just left Microsoft yesterday who was programming the kernel, right? Yeah. So it's too competitive in an environment, and I'm basically aged out. So is it possible for me to get programming work? Yeah, I could definitely pull strings and like do some stuff here and there. And that's an option I am trying to exercise right now, as I have some friends that, are in high places that, if I really, really have no other choice, they will try to get me in and try to get me a job and try to get me doing something. But I'm of the mind that I don't want to do the job unless I can make them look good. So I would not go in unless I was 100% confident that I could give them value. I don't want any fucking handouts like that. Like that, if my friend vouches for me to get me a position somewhere, I want to make him look like he's a fucking rock star. I don't want to be the person coming in and being like, oh, that was a hand-me-down,
Right.
So I definitely need to bone up on my skills. And the biggest problem lately has been hard to bone up on my skills because I have limited time that I can sit in front of the computer before my back hurts so bad and I don't have enough pain medication that I inevitably have to go lay down. And it's really hard to program laying down. So I've tried with the laptop over here. It's like 4,000 degrees on my lap. But yeah, is it possible? Yes. And the answer is that it is an option that I am actively seeking and exercising. So for the people that I know. So if something comes up, then I might do some development work. The other thing I've thought about doing is, of course, returning to YouTube and making videos. But as everybody knows, YouTube is paying record low CPMs. Ad blockers are at an all-time high right now. The best I can expect to get is probably $1.80 to $2.50 per CPM with probably 80% people running ad blockers. So a video that used to make $12,000 will make roughly $150. And with my viewership the way it is, just kind of gauging things from the live streams and everything like that, I'd be lucky to maybe make like $500 to $600 a month if I made 3 videos a week. So that's not enough. Like that's not even going to pay half of or a quarter of my fucking mortgage. So I got to find some other options. Live streaming so far, if I can do live streaming reliably, that's been the best thing.
Yeah, man.
Out of everything, if I do live streaming reliably and I can get back into my cadence where I'm doing it like Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, do one day where it's earlier in the day and then another day late night, and I can get into that cadence and I can hold it, which is what my main goal is, and I can make that work, then that'll probably be best. But it's not. I'm never gonna make 6 figures again. I really don't think that that's gonna be something that happens. I mean, I don't want to take that off the table. But right now, my only goal is just to have my family not have to worry and not lose our house and shit like that. Like that's what I'm. And if I have to go on disability to do that and shit, so fucking be it in the end. But I'm not going down without a fight. Adam said, Scotch, I know this market very well. I have no problems with almost exactly the same insurance.
Oh, he was talking. Oh. You should talk to Kat about Washington Apple Care.
I should, because our insurance plan we're on right now with fucking Primera Blue Cross, it's so expensive and it doesn't seem to do much. But every time we've changed our insurance and we've gone with an insurance broker, every single time we've come out worse. Every time we've gone through things like, oh, this will be better, this will be better, this will work better for you based on your like past usage. And they do it. They lie to us about everything. They do it, and the plan ends up being nothing like what they promised. And so it's like it's stressful now to the point where it's like anytime insurance like comes up for a renew, we just say just keep whatever we have, because every time we fucking change it, we end up in a worse situation and we lose shit. So yeah, but I really do need to like sit down with Kat or somebody that I trust that actually knows what the fuck they're doing and uses insurance instead of a broker, because brokers just care about their commission. They'll lie to you and tell you whatever, so you'll do it.
Right.
And then you can't go back. That's the thing about it. It's like, even if your broker lies to you, unless you have the money to sue them and lawyer up and shit, you can't change your insurance. It's like once that open enrollment's done, even if they lied to you about everything, you're just stuck with it for a year.
Boo.
All right, well, let's get on to some funner topics.
Yeah.
Let's talk about i9 CPU stability issues.
I mean, it's still an issue. I think the link I sent you was somebody testing a handful of the 13 and 14900s, I think. Where did I put my Twitter thing? Hold on, let me scroll back. Where'd he go? Where did he say? He says 5 out of 10 13 nines and 2 out of 10 14 nines were stable using the auto profile that Intel is recommending. Again, so man, this whole thing is super whack. Man, where do I even start with this? Because like it's partly Intel's fault, like directly, but it's also, in my opinion, on the motherboard manufacturers more. So if you don't know, really since the 12th gen, I think that since the 12th gen, this is whatever it is that's wrong with the i9 Intels, the 14. Right now, it's mostly the 13 and 14 900Ks. But whatever's wrong with those is also wrong with the 12s. But the 12s are already undervolted enough that this probably isn't really an issue. It's only coming up with the 13s and the 14s because they're so close to their maximum power draw, like just right off of the belt or whatever. So what's happening is, again, this is why I put more of the blame on the motherboard manufacturers than on Intel, and I'll get into why it's really more Intel's fault.
You did say half of the CPUs were working properly, though, right? Like it's only affecting about
that
half?
article, yeah.
Okay.
It was half of the 13 nines and 2 out of 10 of the 14 nines were stable.
Okay, so it's not 100 because I thought it was 100%. I thought this was something that was like plaguing everybody depending on the motherboard, but it sounds like it's kind of a hit and miss, right?
So yeah, sort of. It is a big problem no matter what. The article I linked is using what Intel is claiming as a sort of stopgap fix. So right now, if you just use the default profiles on most higher end motherboards and you have a 13 or 14 900K, you're going to start encountering probably you'll see it as an out of memory error from Nvidia when you're playing more modern AAA titles that are pushing the CPU.
Yeah, you said it was like specific loads were causing this more than other things, right? Which is weird because both can run at 100%, but some loads at 100% are not equal. And
that's just it. That's just it. It's what's happening is the motherboard manufacturers are allowing the power draw to be basically unlimited. Some settings will say like 4,096 watts. Some will just say auto, which is basically no upper limit at all. And so what's happening is it tries to turbo boost. It tries to, basically overclock itself, but it goes sky to the limit, right? That it tries to pull too much power and freaks out, and it won't do it and it breaks. And so Intel is like, well, we don't know what is physically what is going on with the chips themselves that's causing this, but we know that like the antecedent or whatever, like the thing that is causing or what's exposing this problem is that the motherboard manufacturers are allowing outrageous power draw for their CPUs. And so now that's the motherboard problem, right? Motherboard manufacturers want to be able to say, oh, we've got the best fucking big dick power motherboards, and you're going to be able to get, the best performance using our stuff, right? Because we got the best, whatever, the settings and stuff. The thing is, Intel seems to be reluctant to force the motherboard manufacturers to use their preferred power settings, at least by default, right? And that's what really the motherboard manufacturers should be doing by default, out of the box. If I plug my fucking thing in there, it should be set up to use Intel's recommended settings by default.
Doesn't the CPU microcode literally tell the EFI like what the settings are for like timing and clock core and everything? Because you put it on auto when you open up the BIOS, right? Like,
but the motherboard manufacturer's default settings are to basically overclock. That stuff is in there. It can tell it what the recommended is, but the default settings on the motherboard don't follow that. The default
should never be overclocked. I agree with you. It's the motherboard's problem because honestly, not every chip is going to overclock the same, right? And that's the problem right now.
Right.
So the motherboard should be default, and then overclock should be contingent on the person ratcheting things up slowly.
Right. The thing is, and here's another facet of this bullshit, is we've gotten to a point now where the enthusiast community doesn't want to tinker. They just want to be able to push a button and have it be the best of the best and get me a million FPS in fucking Fortnite or whatever the fuck. They don't want to tinker. They don't want to like play around with the voltage settings and the timings and blah, blah, blah. They don't want to bother with that shit. They just want to turn their computer on and go. They want to think that they're super fucking balls out because I built my computer myself, but then they don't bother to look into this stuff, and then they come and then this kind of thing happens. And in my opinion, Intel needs to put their foot down and say, look, these things out of the box should use our default settings. The K SKUs have the option for overclocking. And if you want to go down that road, fine. That is a totally user, that should be an option for users.
They don't guarantee it'll overclock, though, right? They're just saying that it's unlocked for you to try, but it's not like they're binning the cores and making sure they have headroom.
No, and neither are the motherboard manufacturers either. By the way, they don't have a fucking lab somewhere.
This
where
reminds me of the. You know what this reminds me of? The Celeron 300A shit. You remember that? Were you around back then? The Celeron 300A, where like the Costa Rican 300As could go up to like 500 megahertz or something like that. But then, then the other ones could only do like 400 or 450. So everybody was looking for the Costa Rican ones.
The ones out of Vietnam.
Were something like that. Yeah. But then there was like one from a factory that it couldn't overclock at all. But then people were like getting those and they just kept returning them. Oh, it's broken. It's bad. It's broken. It's broken. It's like, no, it's still doing. You bought a 300 megahertz processor. It's doing 300 megahertz. You're sending it back because it won't do the Holy Grail 500 that the one factory just magically, because of environmental conditions or they had the right ultra lithography machine, managed to pull that off. And it's like, that's not their fault. They're not selling the chip at 500 megahertz. They're selling it at 300 megahertz. And this is the same problem. Intel is saying it will go this fast. And you're buying something that's that fast. And they're like, but it's unlocked if you want to fuck around and put LN2 on it and try to squeeze another megahertz. But they're not saying that you get a fixed number of megahertz.
Yeah, and I've equated it to the car thing before, right? Like, if I go and buy a Mustang 5.0, like, that's going to give me 385 horsepower by default. But if I decide, or if I buy it from a dealership that puts a bunch of weird shit on there and it explodes because of that, I don't blame Ford for that. I blame the overclocking souped up shop that put all the extra junk on there. That's not Ford's problem. Ford built a thing that could be 1,000 horsepower. But if I go to a shop and they do that and it explodes, I'm not going to go blame Ford for building a shitty Mustang. I'm going to go to the shop that overclocked my car, and the thing is like it'd be as if every dealership out there was fighting to have like the fastest Mustangs. And then instead of blaming the dealerships, you blame Ford for building a shitty Mustang.
I put a turbo on that and 600 more horsepower and it blew the block. What the fuck gives? It's like, no, we didn't sell it as sports induction.
But Intel should come in and say, y'all need to set these as the default settings. And if people want to go beyond that, that's up to them, because they do let you. That's what the whole point of the K SKUs
What happened to ramping? What happened to just ramping? Like my motherboard, my old ass Gigabyte motherboard from 2017. If you go into the BIOS and overclock, it just goes up a little, goes up on its own. It'll just creep up, and then when it crashes, it backs off.
The upper limits are outrageous, are way too high. Like I said, some of them have an upper limit of 4,096 watts. It literally says that in the settings. I'm like, you can't even pull that through your freaking power supply. It tries.
It's gonna crash before then, though, right? It crashes.
Yes, that's the problem. Is it doesn't take a steppy thing. It goes, oh, there's the limit. Let's go.
Yeah, and that's not right. I blame motherboard manufacturers for that 100%.
It is.
100%.
I think it's on them, but it's also the community for demanding the bigger. I need to get the bigger numbers. I don't want to fuss with it myself. Right. Again, if I take my car to a shop, and because I don't want to fucking turn a wrench and put all the turbos and do all the extra stuff to make my car go fast, I go take it to a shop and they do it for me. I'm still not going to go blame Hyundai for making a shitty car. I'm going to blame the company that did the work. And so I feel like people are putting a lot of poop on Intel for this.
That's
because
not fair.
I mean, technically, right, it'd be like, okay, the block explodes. You made kind of a janky block, but I'm also putting way too much pressure on the block, right? That's not really Hyundai's problem, not really Ford's problem, but it's something that they can look into and say, okay, well, look, they're because Intel is coming out and saying, hey, there is an issue here. Like these CPUs shouldn't be getting so, even with the power limit settings and things like that, they shouldn't be getting so overpowered. Like, there should be something to catch that they haven't even identified what really the problem is, what is really happening, but it is all related to power. And so it's like, it's just, and even so, Intel's come out and they said, here's a base profile that everybody should be using as far as like power limits and stuff go, but it's still out of whack from something that I've seen. I can't remember which one it was, but I saw something that the profile is still like power level 1, 235 watts and power level 2, 235 watts. And like, it's still obviously still causing problems. That's what this article is about. It's still not that stable. and it's man. It's
I think
just,
all overclocking should be done with like MSI Afterburner, a software package where it just ratchets up, runs every aspect of the CPU at 100%. Some switching back and forth, hit the cache heavy, hit the L1, L1, L3, just bang on the thing in every possible way, then ramp up a little, and then bring it down. Don't just go up to like fucking 150% and go, oh, well, most chips should be able to handle this. Like Intel's not saying that. If they could sell the chip as that stable, they'd be selling the chip as that
on the box.
Exactly.
Yeah. The
you guys know what binning is, right? Like, well, I know you do, but the Intel when Intel makes a processor a generation like an i9, like a 13900K, they're not all 13900Ks. They're literally building an entire generation of CPUs that start at this speed and go up to this speed, or have this many cores and this many cores, and they test them after the machine makes them, and some test high at low temperatures and some test at really high temperatures, and they have to throttle them down. That's what they box them and sell them as. So it's like you're getting the chip that was made in the same machine, the same die, the same chip made in the different machine, sold as like 20 different processors. It just depends on how it ranked in testing.
Yep.
And so when you're overclocking something, you're effectively creating more heat. The reason they didn't sell it is the faster chip, even though it could go that fast, is because it generated more heat and took more power than what they spec'd it for. It didn't fall within their specs.
The KF SKUs, those are just regular Ks that the iGPU is broken or didn't pass the testing.
Exactly.
Stuff, so they
it's
just turn
still
it
there.
off.
It's just a busted.
Yeah, it's still built in there. It just doesn't work the way that it should, and so they turn it off.
A great example of this is, do you guys remember the PlayStation 3 processor, the Cell processor? So it had 8 cores, but only 7 of them were active. And the reason they did this is because in chip manufacturing, like 2 out of 3 chips only had 7 functional cores. They always, one core would always come out fucked up and broken. And so even if you got a PS3 with a 8th core that functioned, they disable it and not even use it because they wanted them all to run equal, right? So, but somebody created a hack where you could like install Linux and you could activate that core. If you had one of the ones with, the 1 out of 3 or whatever that had a functional 8th core, you could enable it and you effectively had a higher performance PS3 than everybody else. But they couldn't sell it and guarantee it as that because they couldn't consistently build them functioning like that. And that's just how CPUs work. GPUs are very much the same way. GPU binning is a thing, right? So they're running the chips, and if they run too hot, if they get a chip that just runs too hot or requires a little bit too much power to maintain stable clock, they just downclock it, drop the power, and then once it falls within the operating heat range, then they sell it as that processor. So to have a motherboard just make the broad assumption that we're just going to start up here is dumb. Anybody you talk to that does overclocking, they don't just jump up to a fixed number. They always ramp up, like real overclockers, unless they're like throwing LN2 on it and they have a lot of experience with like 1,000 different processors. They will ramp up in small segments, run all their tests. If everything clears, temps stay in bound, voltages are good, then they jump up another step and jump up another step. And then once shit gets unstable, then they back it off. As a matter of fact, I used to overclock. I had back in the day, I had I can't remember which processor it was. This is back in like the i7 day, right? So I had one of the first i7 processors, and I had it clocked at 5.1 gigahertz when it was a 4.7 gigahertz processor, if I remember right. So I was overclocking it pretty good. I mean, I got another like 500 megahertz out of the thing. But it was so sensitive to temperature. If my AC turned off and the temperature of the room went up by 2 degrees, it blue screen. That's how close I got it to an overclock. Like literally with liquid cooling in the system, if the ambient temperature of the room went up by 2 degrees Fahrenheit, I'd get a blue screen to death. And so I got that thing right on the freaking line. Right on the freaking line. But man, it took a lot of time and a lot of testing to get it to as far as I could possibly push it. And you know what? It didn't maintain that. It only worked for about a year. Then I had to crank up the voltage to maintain that until I eventually got to a point where I had to clock her back down to 4.7 and still run at a higher voltage. So you end up actually wearing the chip in faster, right? So, but it depends. You can also get a chip that's like really, really good and can overclock a ton, but usually they'll catch that in testing and they'll bin it. They'll be like, oh, if this processor can, achieve the same speed at half the power, we're going to slap an X on that and sell it as a server processor or whatever, So I just think it's weird the motherboard manufacturers are doing this. I think that it's a stupid idea. I think that what they're doing is the customers are going to immediately think it's Intel's fault because the CPU is throwing the fault, right? So they're like, oh, it's not the motherboard, it's the CPU.
Shit. Some of it's even coming up at like
oh shit, I got to piss really bad.
In some of the games, it's coming out. It's showing out as a out of memory error on the graphics card, which is another weird fucking thing. Like Nvidia had to come out and like come down on Intel saying, hey, this isn't our fucking problem. This is your CPU wigging out and causing the whatever error it is it's throwing is being caught improperly, I guess. Nvidia had to come out and say, hey, this is not our graphics cards breaking. This is your CPU throwing weird errors, and it's blaming, and whatever the software is blaming the graphics card, but it's actually the CPU that's really causing the problem. And it's not a heat issue either. This isn't a heat thing. I know, despite it is really the power problem. It's trying to pull more power than it can can handle, and it's breaking. And so it's freaking crazy. What's your stance on dual CPU motherboards? Not worth it unless you're in oddly very, very multi-threaded workflows and stuff. Dual
for
CPU.
hypervisor stuff, it's awesome, but there's way too much overhead for like conventional computing. To do context switching between two processors that don't share a cache, it's very expensive. So what it's good for though is allocating one processor to one thing. Like if you want to play a game,
sure,
you can allocate one processor to one, then run like a hypervisor on another VM entirely. That can actually work really well and be very performant, especially if you're in like a game that's very CPU bound. You can squeeze quite a bit of extra performance and get rid of micro stutter by doing that. But aside from that, no, it ends up just being inefficient. Or
what they call what you get into HPC, right? High performance compute stuff, scientific loads. That is very, very parallel. That works really well too. But at that point, you might as well just go with a really high core count, like Epic CPU, one single 192 core Epic. Then
cores are getting insane.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Even in mega like hard, like heavy duty server applications and stuff, it's I would say I don't know the full state of the industry, but in my limited like look at it, it's fairly uncommon these days to have multi CPU servers. I really don't think that's much of a thing anymore. And then you can't even really do multi GPU stuff. The NVLink is dead. And unless you get into like professional cards, like what used to be called Quadros and stuff, there's still some multi GPU stuff there. But the software it was just a pain in the ass to get it to work.
You can actually run slower. I've noticed this too in coding as a developer at Microsoft. You can actually write code that'll run slower on a multi-processor system with the same speed processors than a single processor system. Oh, yeah. Because what'll happen is if you write a multi-threaded program that has a bunch of locks and semaphores that block the other processor, they have to synchronize their caches. So like if one's running an operation and it has stuff in the cache and the other one doesn't have it in the cache yet, it has to synchronize that cache, which takes a bunch more cycles. And then what happens if you block and say, oh, this CPU, this thread on this CPU, or this core on this CPU can't continue until I finish doing what I'm doing over here. You're effectively locking up that entire unit of processing until this thing finishes. So if you have shitty code, like if you have code that's like multi-threaded but acts like single-threaded, which surprisingly a lot of code does do that in certain situations, then multiprocessor sucks. And so in those cases, that's why Windows has a feature where you can literally open it up, right-click, and say processor affinity 1 or 2 or 3 or 4. You can literally lock a process to a single processor, because if you don't do that, Windows will sometimes go, oh, this thing's spawning 200 threads, so let's spread it out over a bunch of CPUs, and that's the wrong decision. Yeah. So, although I've heard that the thread scheduling in Windows has gotten a lot better. Like, I haven't tried it personally in like Windows 10 and Windows 11, but apparently they're like thread scheduling has gotten more performant or whatever, so I don't know how that affects multi-CPU. Still not great?
It's good. It's okay up to a certain point. I think it's at 32. I think it's any more than 32 cores, it starts getting weird.
I've heard, so when I was at Microsoft, I remember they used to GIMP, like the actual like kernel, they would GIMP to only allow you to use a certain number of cores unless you were in the data center SKU.
Man, my video keeps
dude, you're looking like max headroom over there.
Oh, whatever. I'm gonna be taking some time to upgrade the network over this weekend, so it's I mean, it won't be finished over this weekend. I still have to do some, like, pretend stuff. I want to, but that's different.
I still need to get you 3D printing, bro.
It has to do with how it handles, like logical CPUs or something like that. After a certain point, Windows will pretend as if it's like dual CPUs, and then it has issues with like memory allocation and just resource management and stuff. It gets weird.
The first system Puget ever built for me was dual Xeon.
For more information on that.
You remember my first computer that Puget built for me was a dual Xeon. And that thing was a beast for a long time, but I will tell you that when we went to the faster single core, even though technically the two CPUs together are faster, for like regular workloads that I was running, it was actually way faster to go with the single CPU. So I agree with you. For like most things that you're going to do on a workstation, multi CPU really isn't necessary.
It's not.
But scientific loads definitely. If you can part out the program and have like each instance of the program living in a physical thread, not blocking on other CPUs, and part the threads out properly and develop it for that environment, then you can really take advantage of it. But not just like generic code using a thread pool. You're not going to get that advantage.
Kilobits is terrible.
Yeah, it goes up and down. But the weird thing is,
30 minutes. We only got another 30 minutes or so.
I mean, the weird thing is, like looking in the control panel, you look better in the control panel than you do actually. And here, and it shows up in the corner. It says that you got 3 bars, so it shows that you have like perfect video.
I'm pushing 154 kilobits right now.
You know, I'm gonna turn your video off and turn it back on. I'm turning your video off and turn it back on. See if it fixes it.
I was like, man, here, send a keyframe to the viewers. What is an ICE restart?
Oh no, send a keyframe because that'll get rid of all the compression artifacts. It'll force it to send an entire thing. Also do the rainbow puke fix. Let me see if that does anything.
Restart? We'll try that. I don't know what that does. We'll click on that.
Wow, you can record the Google Drive and shit with this thing, man. I really need to like dig into this more. It looks like they've added a lot of stuff. Like I really need to like. So by the way, if you guys are wondering, we've used Video Ninja forever. So video.ninja is like a free service that allows you to basically aggregate a bunch of video streams and stuff together and like put them together in a live stream. It's how we're both able to be in one live stream. So Aux basically sends me his video and audio stream through Video Ninja, and then I pipe that over to OBS. So and the reason I look so clear is because I'm not going through the same system. I used to, but now what I do is I pipe my video direct through OBS, and that's why I look so much better. But for some reason, Video Ninja sometimes just wonks out and just does not give you enough bandwidth. Oh, dude, I found it. The room quality dropped to 300 kilobits per second. Let me kick it back up to 4,000. Oh. I don't know why. I checked it earlier. It was 4,000. So let me kick it up to 4,000 and see if that fixes it. That helps. So let's give it a second here and see if you start clearing up. Because I checked. I opened up. It was 500. Now we're at 4,000 kilobits per second. Let me check your stats. Let me right click and do show stats.
And I don't have that little bar that I used to where I could like crank it up.
It's gone. Oh, do you have
current bitrate target 2500? Video encoder lib VPX. What?
Oh, I'm wondering if you have like a little set. So you don't have the setting where you can like up your bitrate like you used to?
Yeah, you used to have that little bar where I could like.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it either. Yeah, that's weird. They must have taken that away. That sucks. I wonder if I refresh my browser if that would like fix it. Here, I'm gonna try. Let me refresh the browser. Give me a second. And okay, he's back. Let me enter back in. Hello, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, so there, I just went ahead and refreshed my browser and brought you back in. Yeah, it's weird. It says your signal quality is 100%, so it doesn't seem to be dropping anything.
My little uploader thingy, like in the upper right corner, it says 158 kilobits per second.
That's like, really low.
It should be like 2,000. That's what's being kind of weird to me. And I don't know where to
like where would you like video settings or something. It's weird. Yeah, you're sending 4K. You're at 4K resolution.
Yeah.
What happens if I drop you down to like 1080p?
Quality. Yeah, it says quality limitation reason bandwidth.
Okay, there we go. I just dropped you down to 1080p. Oh shit, what'd I do? I think I messed up. I got them backwards. Hold on here.
1080 by 1920.
Yeah, I did. 1920. There we go. All right. Let's see. That fix it? Nope.
That's 1080 by 1080.
This is the wrong Oh, there we go. It was the wrong aspect ratio.
Yeah. For a minute. No, that's still terrible. It's trying to do. It's got to be me. It's got to be on my network.
Yeah, it says it's coming from your Nvidia broadcast. Oh, what if you change it to Camlink 4K? Yeah, don't go through Nvidia broadcast.
Okay. Oh man, but then you guys are gonna see my stuff. I think you have to leave the room and come back to do that.
It says you can change it right here in your settings.
You might be able to change it. No, here it is. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was in the wrong place.
Yeah, see if you can change it and see what it does. Oh, okay. That looks, I mean, slightly better,
little
but
better.
not
Little better.
Oh,
Looks-
no, now it just went like total crap again.
Mm.
And you tried refreshing your browser, right?
Yeah.
So let's see here.
Or like just a complete refresh. Like here, yeah, I'll close the tab and come back. Let's see how that works.
Yeah, this
I'll
is
be
weird.
right back.
Yeah, try it.
Be right back.
Yeah, because it shows that he has a full signal coming in. I don't know why it's like freaking potato quality. Yeah, let me check the room again. Oh no, it went back down to 500 kilobits per second. Why does it keep dropping? I think VDO might be having some bandwidth issues right now. Because twice now I've pushed it back up to 400 kilobit or 4,000 kilobits per second, and I go in and it drops back down to 500. Oh, you're back. Hold on, I gotta recopy your URL because you gotta do new URL now.
All by
himself. All by himself. All right, let me change 30 frames per second.
Something slowing your video up. I'll bet. I mean,
that looks better.
Now.
That looks quite a bit better
now. Yeah, but I bet it's just my network, man. I've been having some weird issues. Like my TV upstairs, it'll be connected to my main Wi-Fi network, and then sometimes it'll just be like no internet. And it's like, bitch, yes you do. Nothing is wrong as far from the network side. There's nothing wrong. It just says I'm not connected to the internet anymore. And like I don't have any blocks put on it. I don't have any fucking QoS stuff, nothing. So it's perfect now. It does look much better now. Yeah.
Weird. And it says 1280 by 720 outbound.
Yeah, now I have 2.03 megabits per second.
Oh, that's better.
Right now to the VDO thing. So yeah, 2000 is where it ought to be.
Weird.
Well,
dude.
yeah, gremlins, man.
Just gremlins.
It's still laggy.
I think VDO is having an issue because twice now I've opened up change room settings and it drops back down to 500 kilobits per second. So
Weird.
Right now it says 4.17 up in the corner in the dashboard. So I know that it's actually broadcasting at 4 megabit. But every once in a while it just drops down on its own. So I think that they're auto throttling back. Oh, you look great now.
Yeah, it looks good now.
Yeah, I don't know.
And that's what I mean. It's probably something funny business.
Yeah, we've been meaning to switch to something else. It's just a matter of me sitting down and taking a day. What I really need to do, is rebuild the computer. I've got everything I need to build a 13900K. Hobbs was going to help me out. I've been waiting for him, but I think he's just been really busy lately. So
he's got lands to go to.
Yeah. Well, the reason I've been waiting for him is because he was gonna hook me up with a case, a power supply, and an SSD, so that I didn't have to. So that we could build a whole standalone system and test it, so I didn't have to take my primary system down until we knew it all worked. Because I don't want to like get halfway through building this thing and then find out that like something's not working right, and then I'm like, fuck, I can't really go back easily.
Is it ATX?
So yeah, it's ATX.
Oh, okay.
But I do have the stuff to go up to 13900K, and once I do that, then I can do the whole reinstall, get my DaVinci Resolve up, start doing video editing and stuff again. So I've been putting it off because I don't want to set all that shit up and do all this work to like configure everything and then have it get lost when I install the new computer if it doesn't boot my RAID, right? So. But I guess I can just back everything up to the NAS and use something like what is that tool called? Shit. Not
driver?
No. CloneZilla or whatever. I can use CloneZilla to basically like clone the RAID, put it on my NAS, and then I can restore it. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, Ghost, that's dated, man. I remember using that shit back in the day.
I went EOL in like 2008 or something.
Yeah, that's like, dude, I remember using that back when I was working on motherboard computers.
I do need a piece of software that will just one-to-one clone drive.
CloneZilla. CloneZilla is awesome.
Acronis doesn't have a free one anymore, and
CloneZilla, open source.
CloneZilla, okay.
Dude, CloneZilla is so odd. Now, the one thing is you'll want to watch a tutorial because CloneZilla is one of those things where it's like feature overload. It can be a little overwhelming when you first go into it. But the thing I like about CloneZilla is you can back up directly from the computer to a NAS. You can restore directly from the network to a computer. You can do all this crazy stuff where it's like you don't have to like, back it up to a drive and then, go plug it into the new computer. You can just authenticate with an SMB share or NFS. It supports like all the different file sharing systems for like different NASs, Linux, Windows. And so if you just watch like a little tutorial, you can basically say back up my entire computer, all these drives, everything to just one giant file or a bunch of like 8 gigabyte files on the NAS. Yeah. And then you just put the disk in the new computer, boot off of it, say restore, authenticate with the NAS, and then it's like, oh, hey, I found this backup. Do you want to restore this computer? And it'll do it even if the drive sizes are mismatched. As long as there's enough storage for it to fit, it'll restore it. So really, really good shit. Really, really good shit. But it can be a little like the first time I used it, I was like, fuck, this is a lot of options. I didn't really know what I was doing, so I had to go look at some. Because I'm not a Linux guy. Linux guys, they'll get it right off the bat. But I've become lazy with Windows over the years, so I'm used to like shit making sense right off the bat. Yeah. So before you go, I got to tell you about the day of hell yesterday.
Yeah, man.
So first of all, the last couple days in whole have been hell because my son has had a nuclear toothache that has been making it so he can't sleep, and he's been up all night. It like literally suffering, like me having to put ice packs on the side of his head just so that he can rest for like 15 minutes at a time. And then he wakes up crying and he can't escape the pain, and he's just so frustrated because he can't get away from it. So we're like alternating between Tylenol and Motrin and ice packs. And so we took him to the dentist because it was like an emergency next day. As soon as the dentist opened, we took him in. They looked down, they said his teeth look amazing, but they said that they think that he's having a sinus interaction with his new teeth coming in. And so they think, and so we noticed that he is a little congested and kind of sniffly. So the next night he had pain again. So we didn't get any sleep for like 2 days. So the next day he has the pain again, but he only has it at night when he goes and lays down. When he's up and running around, it seems to go away. It's only when he's laying down for a little while that it really hits him hard. So
that makes sense.
So they said, oh, it's probably sinus. So we gave him some allergy meds that helped a little bit. But then last night it came back. We're like, fuck, here we go again. So, but I put some Vicks Vapor Rub on him to kind of like help free up his sinuses.
Yeah.
And he started feeling better within like 20 or 30 minutes. And then boom, he was out. He was sleeping. And he slept through the night, woke up this morning and said his tooth wasn't bugging him anymore. So I was like, oh my gosh, thank you. So I think we figured it down and narrowed it down to he's just having some sinus problems. When he lays down, that pressure building up in his sinuses is causing the tooth pain. Yeah. But yeah, anyways, we mitigated that. But if that wasn't enough of a stressful thing that cost me a bunch of live streams and sleep over the last couple of days, yesterday, I don't know if it was the Aurora Borealis or what the shit was going on, but man, I had so many bad things happen in such a short period of time. So I wake up and I go out to the garage to grab a tool because I ripped the doorknob off of the bathroom on accident. Like literally I'm just closing the door and the doorknob rips off. So I go out to the garage to grab a tool, right? So I go out to the garage. Out, man. Dude, I was so hulked out. So I go out the garage to grab a tool. I'm kind of groggy because I'm like out of it and I'm half asleep. So I go grab a tool and I go to walk in the door and I'm off. I'm not aligned with the doorway properly, and I run my knee into the edge of the molding on the side of the door. And I kick it so hard, I dent the molding in with my knee.
Oh, damn.
It instantly drops me to the floor. And I'm like screaming. Like it hurt so bad. It shot a pain all the way up through my hip, up through my side of my back. I was like fucked up. And my wife comes running. Oh my God, are you okay? I'm like, fuck. Anyways, I finally get into the room. I'm like, okay, this sucks. This really sucks. So anyways, I nurse that. I get it to where I can get up and kind of move around, but my leg is really killing me. And I'm like, all right, so I'm going to go upstairs and I'm going to try to get some work done. So I go in my room and I see, oh shit, look at that. Yeah. 40 pounds from Martin in London. Thank you so much, Martin. We really do appreciate you, brother. You're an absolute legend. Thank you, sir. So check this out. I come upstairs, I sit down in front of my computer, and I'm like, okay, I need to clean off my desk. So there's a cup of coffee, but I don't realize there's any coffee in it. I look in the cup, but I don't see any coffee. I think it's empty. I didn't realize it was like 3-day-old coffee that was like crusted over. So it looked like I was looking at the bottom of the cup, but it was half full.
Oh no.
I pick up the cup, go start walking to go out of the nerd cave door, and I kick the fan. I don't see it. The fan's on the floor. I kick the fan, trip over it, and throw the cup in dirty old 3-day-old like milk crusty nasty coffee. Goes blowing all over the carpet, in the fan, all over my filament, my boxes, simulator, I spent an hour cleaning it up. And I'm like, fuck. So I'm like, oh my God, this is not my day. So I rip a handle off, hurt my knee. Now I'm doing that. I'm fucking hobbling around in pain, sweating my ass off because I'm just hurting so fucking bad. And I'm like, if that's not bad enough, then I go downstairs to have some lunch. And this all happens within like a couple hour period. I'm sitting in bed, eating my lunch, and the cat jumps up on the bed. And this is the cat that usually doesn't want anything to do with me. Like, they only come around when I give them snacks. The cat jumps up on the bed and turns around and points its ass at me. And it's got like a fucking tampon-looking thing hanging out of its ass. Like a string is literally hanging out of my cat's ass. I'm like, that's not right. That's interesting. So I grab a paper towel, and I'm like, okay, well, I'll just pull out this like little 1-inch string. Must have swallowed a string. I pull that fucking string. It's over 10 inches long. I am pulling this thing. The cat's like, and I'm like, and it pops out, and I've got this string, like seriously the length of the cat. I was like, and I let the cat go. The cat hauls ass. And I'm like, so I'm holding this big shit brown clumpy rope, and I'm just and Miss Barnacules sitting next to me, just eyes wide, like, what the fuck just happened? Like, you just pulled a string out of the cat that was like a fucking as long as the cat.
How do you think the cat feels,
dude? I was like, dude, it was like a ripcord too. Like when I pulled it, I was expecting it to come out like that much, and it was like, so the cat runs off. So
Lucky didn't squirt afterward.
Oh
man.
my god,
dude, that's sketchy.
My
dangerous.
cat has done that. My cat has done that before. So
Yeah,
where they
man.
spray or express the anal gland or whatever, it's the worst.
Dude,
so
I used to have a dog that would eat panties,
fuck,
or it's not
dude.
not even my dog, but yeah, to go to take shit and it still have like part of it flapping hanging out. It's
So the day is getting good, as you can tell, right? I've already injured myself, poured coffee all over the room, right? So it just keeps getting better. So now I pull the string out of the cat's ass, and I'm just like, I'm dumbfounded. I'm like, I don't even know what to fucking think at this point. So I go throw the string away, and I go find the cat. The cat doesn't want anything to do with me, surprisingly. So, but I wanted to make sure that I didn't like fucking rip its insides out. Because like when I pulled this cord out, I didn't expect it to be the length of the cat. So I was like, did I just fucking rip its guts out? So I'm looking at the cat. She's fine. Like I pet her and she calms down, starts purring. I give her some treats. She's fine. So I'm like, oh, fucking thank fuck. So I'm like, all right, I'm going to go back upstairs. Now I clean stuff up. I ate some lunch. I calmed down. I took my medicine. Okay, I'm good to go. So I go back upstairs. I'm sitting in front of my desk. I'm fucking working on the computer. And I got to go take a shit. So I'm like, all right, I'm going to go in the bathroom upstairs and take a shit. So I go to sit on the toilet and I'm taking my shit or whatever. And I'm like, oh, man, my guts are really fucking hurting. So I turned myself inside out basically on the toilet. And I'm like, God, I got so much gas. What the fuck is going on? Like, I mean, I was hurting. So then I thought I was finished shitting. But apparently my ass had another idea. So I sit up off the toilet to like wipe. And I let out this thunderous fucking fart and just splatter shit all over the back of the toilet and the wall. I literally just cannon blasted the toilet and the wall with shit after I just, like, not an hour after I just pulled a string out of my cat. And I turn around, I look at the wall, and I just go, fuck. And I'm looking, man. There's just literally clumps of like shit on the wall. This has never happened to me in my entire life. Like it came out with like a fucking thunder, and I thought I was done. Like I already finished my business. This was like a secondary thing crept up on me. So I'm like, what the fuck is going on? So I go get the Simple Green, spray down the whole wall, washed them up there for another fucking 20 minutes, cleaning up my mess. And I'm just done. I'm done. And I got shit all over me. So I go down, take a shower, fucking take all my clothes, wad them up, throw them in the laundry. I'm just like, I'm so fucking done with today. I'm like, I am done. I'm fucking done. And so I go take a shower. I come upstairs. I'm just like, I don't want to do anything else. And I turn on my fucking computer and I'm like, oh, there's a new Nvidia driver. I think I'm going to install that. I installed the new Nvidia driver. None of my screens turn on. I boot the computer. It won't even fucking post. I can't see the post screen. I can't get into the BIOS. I boot into Windows. I can see the keyboard caps lock is blinking. My Stream Deck, loaded with the driver. So I know I'm in Windows. Nothing on the screens. So I plug in a capture card on my laptop. Nothing. I go grab one of my old TVs and drag it over here and plug it in. Nothing. I can't get any video out of the computer at all. I fuck with it for like 2 hours. Can't get shit. No proof of life. So I finally, just as a last ditch effort, clear the CMOS, right? I open the case, fucking hit the button, clear the CMOS. Still no video. I'm like, fuck, what did I do? I try power cycle, unplug the power supply, get rid of the residual power, plug it back in. That sometimes works. No video at all. I'm like, fuck me. So I'm fucking with this for hours. A dude on, I think Omi was his name, on X, sends me a link to a firmware for the 4090 buried on Nvidia site. Now, keep in mind, I've already updated the firmware on my card to do resizable bar. So I thought I had the latest firmware, but apparently there's this firmware on Nvidia's site that fixes this very issue that only happens with very few motherboards with a 4090 or a 3080 precisely, where it won't post video during BIOS or boot or sometimes even in Windows. So I'm like, so I clear the CMOS again, and I boot it, but I don't get any video. So then I go into the BIOS, and luckily I get video. I spam the delete key, boom. At least in the BIOS I can see something. I'm like, finally I have some video. So I have to go fuck with settings, reset settings. That takes another half an hour, 45 minutes. Finally, I narrow it down to CSM being enabled. If CSM is enabled, I get video during post-boot and in Windows. If CSM is disabled, so that I can use resizable bar, I get no video anywhere now, where I was getting video fine before. Like with the old screens, I got video everywhere. With the new screens, I only got video in Windows, never during post. I thought that was weird. I thought these video screens just didn't support whatever resolution the motherboard was using. No, it turns out it's this fucking firmware on this 4090 that says only install this firmware if you're having this very specific problem. So I install the firmware. I'm like, fuck it, I'm all in at this point because it's like 3 a.m. I'm just exhausted. I'm like, fucking Hail Mary. Tech Talk isn't going to work. I install the firmware. It fixes everything perfectly. Now I get post. I'm in the BIOS. I can install resizable bar. I can disable CSM. everything works perfectly with this firmware update that just came out of the blue from somebody who posted on X. And I was like, fuck yeah. Like and not only that, it solved a bunch of other problems. Like I couldn't even see the post resolution on the new screens. I thought it was the new screens didn't support whatever, 640, 480 video mode it was using during post.
Yeah.
No, it supports it fine. Now I can see everything on these monitors. So I was like, oh, thank you. Because I thought in the future I'd have to plug in another monitor, a capture card to be able to configure things. But I was like, shit just kept going wrong, dude. Like all day long, it was one thing after another, after another, after another. I could not fucking catch a break. And then my neighbor messaged me. He's like, oh, dude, there's like an Aurora Borealis outside. You can see it with the naked eye. I'm like, fuck, I don't even want to go outside. I was like, dude, he said, get your ass out of here, fat ass. I was like, okay, whatever. I'm going to go outside. So I went outside and looked up and I was just like awestruck. I was like, holy shit, I cannot believe what I'm seeing this far south of Alaska. But I got
easily too. Like,
I got great pictures.
Someplace like really, really dark or kind of far away, like out into Graham or something. Yeah. And now we even stayed up in our neighborhood, just went deep where they haven't built a whole bunch of houses yet, and put the lights behind us, and like was really cool. And I want to say it was probably the North Star, but like if you followed like how the spray, like it looks like swoosh of like watercolor. If you looked up, there was one point in the sky where it was blank, and like it was just like a big blank circle, and like it was all coming radiating out from there. I was like, that is so freaking cool.
Yeah, I just posted the link in chat of of one of the videos that I took above my house, so people can like see what it looked like.
Oh, is that time lapse?
That's a time lapse. That's a time lapse, but not long exposures. It's just a time lapse, but it wasn't like super long exposures.
Yeah.
And this one's even less exposure. Like if you want to see a dimmer one, but I took one with my GoPro. I still got to download it. But I took one on the GoPro where it was like minute-long exposures. It looks like you're basically up at the North Pole. Like it is, the colors are vivid.
I tried to do a couple like 30-second ones, but I didn't have a tripod or anything. So they look good, but they're a little blurry, right? Because like you can, I'm still wiggling a little bit and whatnot. So I'm hoping I can still see some tonight. I want to take my tripod out.
I kind of want to go in the backyard, turn out the light in the back of the house where it's really dark, and just sit in the hot tub and look up.
Yeah.
But no, it was so bright, even with all the light pollution in my neighborhood. It was so bright sometimes that I could look up and it looked like filaments in the sky were like neon bulbs flickering. Like you could actually see like the filaments coming away from like an eye, like a central point in the sky. Yeah. And you could see them like flickering and getting bright and dim and turning like purple and green and shit. It was awesome. So, I mean, I ended up spending, my wife and kid came in after about a half an hour, but I was out there for like 3 hours, just like sitting in the lawn, shooting the shit with the neighbors, doing time lapses with the GoPro and stuff. I just never seen anything like that in my entire life. I was like, man, how big of a fart came off the sun to do that?
Huge,
wild.
Two big giant sunspots like crashed into each other and like the spot was like 16 times bigger than the Earth and stuff, and it threw out a huge mass ejection thing. It was bonkers.
Yeah, it is supposed to happen for a couple days, so we should be able to see it again tonight as long as it's a clear sky.
Yeah, somebody was saying another burp happened that might hit. I think it happened like yesterday or day before. That might hit like Monday, Tuesday. So like, man, it's cool,
dude. It was one of the wildest things I've ever experienced in my life. Like, no joke. And it was funny. We saw like one of the neighbors like launched a drone and took it up like. And I was like, wait a second. Well, he keeps going up. I was like, dude, he must have taken that shit up in the Class A airspace. He must have hacked that drone because it was not at 500 feet. Like that dude just kept going up until it was like a single dot that you could barely see.
Only illegal if you get caught.
Yeah, I was like, bro took that shit up into like Class A airspace at like 10,000 foot so he could get a time lapse of the Borealis. I wish I knew that neighbor because I wanted to see what that video turned out to be because he was up there for 30 minutes just hovering, taking a time lapse.
That's so cool.
Like, but it's cool. We took time lapses so we couldn't really see that he was moving, but then in the time lapse you can see he's like going to the left, going to the right, going up, going down. And it looks like a little like, a hummingbird flying around, but to the naked eye, it didn't look like it was moving. But no, it was awesome. So yeah, if you guys live, they said that you could probably see it, like as long as you're in a dark area, you should be able to see it as far as Northern California.
I heard somewhere as far south as Alabama.
I did hear Alabama could see it too, which is pretty freaking wild if you think about it.
It'd be very faint at that point, but yeah, man, look north, basically vaguely north-ish, west-ish. Yep. We were looking kind of west-northwest-ish.
The trick is too.
So what are these?
What the shit is the CZK? Is that a Czech crone or something?
Czech.
Is that a Kroner?
Krona. Corona.
Bro.
Check
Is it Matone Ted? Matone Ted said, that was the best fucking day life story I've heard in a long time. Glad it turned out in the end.
Oh,
dude,
nice. Yes.
Dude, here, we got to give him a go. Yeah. Woo!
The sun can apparently fling this matter differentially. I'm not sure what you mean by differentially, but every decade or so, the sun goes through a big fart.
It farts out a giant magnetic solar wind, and it basically interacts with our magnetosphere. So it creates light.
Think of it. It's similar to like how like neon lights work and things like that. They're really highly charged particles crashing into the atmosphere.
And the color is the element it's interacting with. So like hydrogen is red, I think, or pink.
Yeah, hydrogen I think is blue.
Yeah, and oxygen. What's oxygen? Is oxygen green? I think. So like the different colors you see are different interactions with different particles, like of oxygen, argon, whatever the particles are up in the ionosphere.
It's very cool.
It's freaking wild, dude. And dude, I was looking up in the sky just waiting to see a bunch of Starlink satellites catch fire.
It's plasma. It's high energy plasma particles and stuff flying at us from.
Could you imagine what that must have looked like from the International Space Station?
Oh, it's rad. I've seen some videos of that.
I haven't seen it yet.
Oh man, not of this recent one, but of others, and it's really, really cool.
Oh, and by the way, if you guys go outside, I heard this tip from somebody. If you can't see the colors, like if you look up, even if you see just the minorest little like white streaks, like if it looks like there's any streak, just take a time lapse and you'll see it. That's it.
Yeah, long exposure will help.
Yep. So if you have an iPhone, just put it on either time lapse or do long exposure, and just set it down pointing at the sky.
It looked like almost kind of like cirrus clouds or something. Like if it was hard to see the colors from where I was at too. But yeah, even just like a 4-second long exposure, you'll see all the crazy colors. It's amazing.
When I first walked outside, it just looked like a bunch of white streaks kind of animating a little bit with like a dark eye in the sky. It looked really ominous. But then after time went by, like after midnight, it got super bright. You could see all the reds, purples, greens, blue with the naked eye. And when I saw that, I was like, holy shit. And then like the neighbor kids, like I guess went up in the woods to take pictures like without the light pollution. And they were showing me pictures on their phone that they were taking just regular pictures, not even time lapse. And it looked beautiful. So some of the time lapse exposures though that my neighbor got were like insane. He took some like 5-minute long exposures where not only do you see like all the depth and like it's a very sharp image of all these colors, but you see like a billion stars. Like you look up in the sky and you're like, oh, there's not that many stars, but then you do a time lapse and all the stars you can't see with the naked eye start showing up the longer you expose. Mm-hmm. And I mean, once you expose past, I think it's like 10 minutes or so, you start getting streaks because the stars are physically moving unless you have like a platform, a gimbal. But yeah, up to like I think it's like 5 minutes. Dude, it looks like there's a billion stars. Really like it looks like you can see the whole Milky Way. You can see the outline of it. It's badass. I want to do more time lapse now. I want to do
more long exposure stuff like that. Yeah,
dude,
I think it would be really cool.
Yeah, it's freaking wicked. Well, I guess the last topic we have is just the HellDivers 2 rollback / not rollback. What's going on with that?
It's still all out of whack. I don't know from there. So it's still banned in all the fucking regions and stuff that aren't allowed to sign up for PSN accounts, despite them saying, "Oh, we're not going to require it." It's still banned. It's still been not banned. I shouldn't say banned. It's been removed. I mean, what's the fucking difference? It's functionally banned because you can't buy it. And then I saw too that Sony updated Ghost of Tsushima with the same deal. They're going to want to require PSN signups and stuff.
That's so stupid. Apparently the latest Nvidia driver said that it has like some enhancement for that game. I don't know what the enhancement was, if it was like DLSS 3 or whatever, but I did notice it was in the change list, that game specifically.
But man, yeah, it's and I mean, it's really just to pump up their numbers. They're trying to make it look like PlayStation Network is wicked popular and to boost their number. Because I think it's sometime next week. Or sometime I think Monday or Tuesday they're having like their like an earnings call or something, and they're just fucking themselves over. They're shooting themselves in the foot. This is gonna be a bad look.
Yeah. The other thing I want to talk about really quick. I just noticed it here in my X stream. Tesla is not doing so hot. Have you seen the price drops and shit that they're doing
yeah,
now?
Dude, they're all kind of layoffs and shit left and right. They scrubbed their entire supercharger team. I saw
doing great.
Saw a headline. They're flipping the script back on that, then bringing people back to try and boost up the supercharger thing.
Have you heard about all the Cybertrucks getting lemon law? Like they've been in already 3 times for service in like a month.
1,000 of them. Yeah, the full recall thing for the gas pedal,
which counts towards lemon law, by the way. So if you have 3 of those events within 1 year, they have to give you the full value of the vehicle back and take it back, no questions asked.
Damn,
that's lemon. It's not every state, but I know Washington and a couple other states, they have a lemon law that says that if you have to service it 3 times for a similar issue, and by similar, it doesn't have to be specific component, just like the vehicle doesn't work, right? 3 times they have to give you a new one.
You know, these messages. There's like a Cybertruck forum that I keep seeing screenshots from of guy picking up his Cybertruck, and there's like immediately like the dealer person like, okay, let's hop in and like I'm gonna walk you through your new truck.
Shit's already flashing red.
Immediately, the first turn the thing on, it's like an alignment issue. Some alignment error, and like, well, you can leave it with us, but it's gonna take like a week or whatever, or you can take delivery now and then schedule an appointment for later, and like. There's like these ripples, just like weird rippling on one of the panels on this poor guy's truck, and he's like, "Well, you can't feel it,
but you can see it."
He's like, "I'm gonna get it wrapped anyway, so like it's probably not gonna matter." And I'm like, "Bro, your wrap is gonna be wiggly too. Like you might not be able to feel it, but like
you'll see it.
The wrap is gonna, unless it's like thick. I don't know how vinyl wrapping works, so maybe it'll cover it up, but."
Have you seen all the people getting caught on the edges, like walking around the truck and like getting actually physically cut and tearing their clothes on the edges of the panels? I saw
a video of a dude fucking, what an idiot.
Like Jeremy, I know him, by the way. I know him in real life, Jeremy Judkins.
In the front, right? Yeah. I guess before the clip that I saw, he had tested it out with a stick.
Yeah, and he sticks his finger in there, about takes the fucking thing off.
Pinches it hardcore, and then it cuts, and he's got like a little fucking brace on it. Like he freaking broke his finger a little bit. Like, you idiot. Come on, man.
Yeah, that was Jeremy Judkins on Twitter. Oh my god,
like,
dude.
I don't understand how the feds don't step in on this. Like,
seriously,
aren't there rules about how to build and sell cars? Like,
I don't understand how that thing passed any kind of production. Yeah. How did that pass any kind of? Did you hear the hub? Okay, so the hubcaps. Remember, it had those futuristic hubcap things on it. So at first they're like, we ran out of them. So they were telling everybody that it'll be delayed. They'll get them eventually. Yeah. No, it turns out that it wasn't that they ran out of them. It's they were tearing into the sidewalls of the tire and making the tire from rubbing on the tire. It was making the tires dangerous. So they had to recall them. So now they're like redesigning them. It's not that they ran out of them like they were telling customers. They were physically cutting into the sidewalls of the tires, which weakens the sidewall of the tire, and you could have a blowout at speed, and that could be a deadly thing, right? So now in the little bit of time it's out, they've only shipped, I think, like 4,000 trucks total.
Yeah,
that's like total
just under
production.
5 grand of them, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, when they lied about that too, they said they shipped like 20 or 30,000 or something. No, it turned out being 4,000 because when they recalled them all, we got the real number. So the pedal issue, right? Which, did you see the solution to that? They just put a rivet through it. They just drill a hole and stick a rivet through it. And pop rivet.
Yeah, it's like
yeah, and they claim you'll get a new pedal later. Like they're going to call you back a second time for a new pedal. This is just the temporary fix to keep you from dying. And you have no autopilot. You have no even lane keep. The fucking thing won't even do lane keep. Like the simplest thing that every other Tesla does, right? Like even without full self-driving. It's got so many fucking problems with the reliability. The panels are so sharp on the edge that you can literally cut yourself. Like there's videos of people like taking a piece of fabric and just rubbing it along the bed panel, and it just rips. It just shreds it. So they didn't even bother like sanding the edge of the panels. They're basically just rolling the steel, cutting it with a press brake and calling it good, right? It's so fucking bad.
I thought the whole idea behind the whole like angular look to it was that it would be easier to manufacture. And now I'm hearing
it's
from
harder.
Them like,
it's actually harder.
The steel. This is very difficult. And it's like, I thought the whole point was the flat paneling was to make it easier to put together and to manufacture. So you're supposed to have sent out 100,000 of these by now.
Yep.
And you've barely put out 5,000.
The thickness required to make it bulletproof to a 9mm and a 45 also, made it impossible to fucking bend.
Again, how are they getting away with this like unbreakable windows? Like
they don't. They already skipped out on that, but customers still think they have unbreakable windows. I've seen videos of people shooting them thinking they're still bulletproof. It's like you're going to get somebody killed.
Yeah, that's supposed to be like that's I don't know. That's not a, like, I understand like as an aftermarket thing, right? You can build yourself a bulletproof limo or whatever if you want. But I thought like there's certain rules about like safety features in consumer vehicles that like that's why the windshield doesn't just shatter into a million pieces.
Right.
It like cracks, and it's got like a sheet of plastic in there, and the side windows break into those little chunks and stuff. Like I thought those were like rules about how you build a car. Like you have to do these things as a safety issue. So how do you get away with building a car that's supposed to be like a general consumer production vehicle and have seemingly indestructible windows? Like how is that how do you get away with the safety thing on that? Like what is it, because it's like they don't have the, I don't know. It seems weird to me that it seems like he's not following the same safety rules as every other car manufacturer.
No, and it's weird that he advertised it as like a bullet resistant door, but the glass isn't resistant to anything. So it's like, how is that any protection to you? You can't crouch down below the door.
And so it's not, it's a different glass than him.
It's regular glass off of any car. It's not even double laminated glass that most vehicles have.
False advertisement. Like I bought this car thinking it's going to be a fucking tank. You claimed I could go ford a river, and I can't even take the thing to a car wash. Like,
dude, it's the same.
How is this
fucking
not being
deal.
investigated for all kinds of different like consumer protection laws and stuff? Like,
dude, look what they did with full self-driving. Look what they fucking did with full self-driving.
Well, at least they're at least kind of holding him to task on that a bit. Like they are kind of investigating some of that stuff, but
like Elon lied about everything. He said, $20,000 for full self-driving. It's only going to go up in price. You have to get it now. A bunch of people ordered it. It goes down to 8,000, less than like 60% off, like in a week. Everybody's like, what the fuck? And he wouldn't give them a refund and wouldn't give them the difference for the people that just bought after he told them that if you don't buy now, it's going up in price. Like you literally lied to people to sell something.
Kind of market manipulation.
That's an FTC market manipulation.
Illegal. Like you can't just say that and then.
Yep. And then he said a couple of weeks ago, he said now's the best time to buy a Tesla, like the best time for EVs ever. And then a bunch of people buy them, and now they've dropped down to fucking 0.99% interest. Get a top of the line Tesla for like $400 a month when it used to be like $1,200 a month at one point.
What happens in August when his robo-taxi shit doesn't actually come out?
Oh, well, the robo-taxi shit's never, ever coming out. That's been a running gag for a long time.
I thought that's coming. He said the big announcement regarding robo-taxis in August 8th.
Nope, he announced that in 2018. He said in 2019 they'd have 30,000 robo-taxis, and they never did.
And well, I know, but he's got some big update coming on.
Did you know that not even the vehicles that go through his own tunnel that he built, the one single directional tunnel underground in Vegas, still require a person in the driver's seat driving? Like not even lane keeper autopilot works. They have to drive the car manually. If you can't make a car follow a fucking like line that you drew on the floor, like how fucking good is your system really?
So weird.
So I would not trust that shit with my life, not by a long shot. Besides, there's so many other cooler electric EVs out now. Holy shit! Like, dude, that Kia Ioniq 5, fucking,
that's mine. I got one of those.
Dude, one pulled into my neighborhood last night. I was like, that's tight. Like, does yours make the spaceship noise when it's driving along?
Yes, that's why I call it my spaceship. That's why I call it my spaceship.
Dude,
it sounds like it's hovering.
Dude, it drove by me last night, and that was the coolest shit I've ever heard, dude. I was like, oh my god, this thing's a spaceship. It was like driving by.
I dig it. It's totally, it's like a fake noise. The thing, it makes that. It's not like the motors are doing that or anything.
Yeah. The other thing about the Cybertruck is, have you seen people complaining about the interior? Have you seen the interior reviews? Dude, the interior on the Cybertruck is cheaper than the cheapest model Tesla, like of all the models, all the way back to the first Model S. It is a worse interior. It is the worst interior, cheapest interior that Tesla has ever released. And they said, we designed it to be like simplistic, right? No, they designed it to be cheap as fuck. It's like two materials. All the surfaces are really cheaply made, fucking cheap plastic. The mirror, the people are saying the mirrors are already like falling off. Like, not that you can use the mirror anyways. Like, it doesn't even see through the back window for shit. But it's such a piece of shit. And it's $100,000 for the Founders Edition. And that's not even the high end one. That's the fucking 2-motor one. So if I was going to spend $100,000, I would way rather get a Rivian.
For sure.
I would way rather give it a Rivian. I'd rather fucking get like 3 Ioniqs, right? Like fucking, I'd rather get 5 Chevy Bolts, you know?
Real quick before I go, I Love Scotch wanted me to speak on my experience with the Ioniq 5 real quick. So
please do.
I like it a lot. We've had my only couple gripes I have with it is Hyundai service is fucking terrible. I don't think there's enough EV techs around. We had some issues where, like after a really heavy rain, I don't know what the fuck really happened, but all the front sensors were like broken. They kept throwing this like 3 different errors for the front radar, the lane keeping thing, and like some of the safety features were all like wigging out. Right, it took like 3 months before we could have we scheduled it, and it was like 3 months out to get this thing fixed. And I'm like, this is a fucking safety issue. Why can't we get put to the front of the line? Like, if I die or something or crash, this is on you guys. Like, well, and then one spot said, no, this isn't a warrantable issue, and wanted us to pay a bunch of money to replace the whole front clip. But I've called up all the dealerships trying to find a slot, right, a scheduled slot, and the second place on the phone, the gal was like, oh no, the problem you're describing is totally a warranty thing. Yeah, bring it in, we'll get this fixed up right away. And they did. Yeah, so and your mileage may vary. You know what, Hyundai dealers around, and it has to be dealers, right, because you're only going to get a certified EV tech at a dealership. Again, your mileage may vary.
Tesla service centers are super backed up too. So like you get a Hyundai, you're gonna just get a rental car. Like if you take your shit in for service, they probably just give you another Ioniq, right, or another car.
Yeah.
Like good luck with the Tesla.
No, man. Even the loaners, like they don't have a lot of EVs for loaners. So I had the loaner for a bit, like they give me a hybrid, which was nice, but even still, like I had to pay for gas to give it back to them and stuff. But otherwise, dude, it's great. There's a little bit of range anxiety depending on where you're going, because like if I wanted to go all the way to Spokane, right, that's on the far east side of Washington State. There's only like 2 spots for EV charging between Ellensburg, which would be the spot in the mountains where I could charge up. There's one spot about halfway to Spokane where you can charge up, and then there's another spot in Spokane. But like you're cutting it a little close. Like you're coming down to like 50 miles range by the time you make it all the way at each spot, because like you get about 300 to 325 miles on a full charge.
Dude, that's fucking great. That's more than I get my Subaru with a 15-gallon tank.
Yeah,
so
and that difference, you know, if you're going up a lot of hills and stuff, you're going to cut that down.
Tell me this though,
eats the power quite a bit.
If Elon didn't lay off all the power people, you would have had access to their charging network, right? So
well, that's still a thing. That is, you got to get an adapter or whatever. Like all the companies who did sign up for the NACS thing or whatever it is. That program is still happening.
Why don't you have that? Because that would like give you no range anxiety at that point, because they're everywhere. Aren't superchargers like fucking everywhere now?
Maybe.
Are they still pretty sparse?
The adapter thingy. You got to get an adapter to be able to plug their plug into your car.
Yeah,
right?
I think it might be worth getting if it's not too expensive, because I know the superchargers could. I think some of the superchargers now can do the 800 volts because of the Cybertruck.
Yeah,
right?
And so that's a handy thing. Like even we'd go to like Electrify America, and there's a few other different companies that have charging stations around. Which is also nice. If you get one of the high speed ones, the like 100, there's like a 300 kilowatt one that's real fast. It'll get you like 80% in about 20 minutes, which is super cool. And it costs less than gas, really. I think if we were going to go from like say 10% to 80%, it would cost probably about.
It depends on where you live.
Or $40.
So I just watched a YouTube video where it said if you live in a place, because there's a lot of places in the Midwest where gas is about $2.50, $2.75 a gallon.
Right.
And it's actually cheaper mile per mile in most vehicles than it is in an EV now. So they did a test where they hauled shit with a Cybertruck. This is laughable, dude. So they did 100. They couldn't even make it 100 miles. They put a trailer on a Cybertruck and a trailer on a Dodge. What is it? Whatever Dodge's big truck is, right?
Okay.
So and the Tesla like beats it in all the specs, right? It's like it's a little. So they try to go 100 miles. The Tesla's forced to pull over with like 6% battery, almost ready to die at 80 miles. So they couldn't even make it the 100 miles that they were supposed to, even though the range said they would get 200 miles in that configuration. Mm-hmm. So they got 80 miles. So they plug it into the charger to top it off, because they top it off before they leave, and then they top it off again. Both vehicles, right? They top the one off with diesel, then they leave, and then they top them off at the end and figure out how much fuel they had to put in each, right? Electrons and gas. They compared them. The diesel in 80 miles needed $27 worth of fuel. The fucking Cybertruck needed $38 of electricity. Yeah. So it was cheaper to drive a diesel by like fucking 30% over. And it only went down by less than a quarter of a tank. The guy could have gone 5 times the distance, basically 4 or 5 times the distance.
A good side-by-side comparison. The spaceship gets about the same range as my Veloster. And I get about 32 to 33 miles to the gallon on my Veloster if I do good like freeway driving.
But I think people don't know that, right?
That's the thing too. Your mileage, like it's really hills and stuff that
changes a lot.
Your range. If I did the exact same routes with the spaceship versus my Veloster, the spaceship would do better.
Yeah.
Than my Veloster.
Depends on the route.
Yeah.
Well, you got regen too, right? So if it's like if you're going mostly downhill, you'll actually end your trip with like way more power.
A little bit of that's funny you mentioned that. When my lady and the teenager went to Wazoo, that's in Spokane, they were sweating it coming up the mountain.
Yep.
Oh shit, sweating it, and they charged up in Ellensburg, and then on the way down, they were able to like basically coming down the backside or when they came home on the west side. They basically, it was zero. It didn't use any. It was almost probably a bit of a small little gain as you're coming down the mountain. And that probably is what helped, like, was some of the stress before you got to that spot in the middle. I can't remember the town. But man, it's a little pricey. They are pretty expensive to start, but fairly comparable to any other like luxury mid-range, mid-size sedan kind of stuff. You're going to pay 35 to 50K. Depending on the brand and options and stuff. But man, it's super nice. I think we will always try and keep like an ICE, the internal combustion engine vehicle, available just for those times, shit.
It's nice to have.
And you might get no power for a while or some craziness. But man, it's great. Charges wicked slow at home. Get a level 2 charger for your house. You need a 220 volt circuit for it. Do that way better. Hybrids. I really think hybrids are going to be much more and more popular as like battery technology and stuff gets better. I think hybrids are probably the better option. Like the Prius Prime or whatever it is looks really, really cool. There's other hybrid options out there, especially like plug-in hybrids, or where they'll do like these sort of mix where you'll get like 100 miles on your electric motor, but you can always it'll switch over to gas when you need it, that kind of a thing. I think you're gonna start seeing more of that, but I have to go.
No worries, bro. You go ahead and get out of here.
Highly recommend it if you can get into them. Look, Kia makes a really great EV2. What do they call it? An EV6. The Kia EV6 is really cool. The Hyundai Ioniq 5 is really cool. The Ioniq 6 is a 4-door sedan. Looks a little too much like an Apple mouse for me, but you might like it. The new guys on the block, Rivian, Polestar, those are going to be really expensive. And I would personally, I'd wait a little bit, because some of these things are like burning like VC cash hardcore, and they may not be around in a few years. Yeah. So I would stick with one of the major manufacturers. Ford is doing really good with their electric stuff too. They teamed up with Volkswagen on some of that stuff for like their trucks, the Ford Lightning, I think is what it is. And I think they have a fully electric F-150 as well. Those are pretty cool. Yeah, the Edison Motors hybrid semis, it's like a diesel electric thing. That's very cool. I think you're going to start seeing more of that as well, where they take that sort of train technology where it's diesel electric. Basically, a diesel generator is constantly filling up the battery kind of a thing. And but yeah, they're really rad. But it's going to be very much dependent on where you live and your availability to, the third-party chargers and things like that. But super cool stuff. Thanks, everybody. Have a good day.
Take it easy, bro. Find all of his information down in the video description.
Oh, I didn't know Ford stopped EV production. That's really sad. That's sad. They were doing They were doing really cool stuff.
Why?
I'm surprised to hear that. They were doing really good stuff.
I like the Lightning. I thought the F-150 Lightning was
a damn shame. But yeah, I heard really good things about the electric F-150.
That sucks. Way to ruin my day.
Yeah, that's shitty. Yeah,
that's the truck I would have picked.
Thanks, I love Scotch. Fuck, now I'm gonna go cry and stuff. No, but yeah, have a good weekend, everybody. Stay safe out there.
Enjoy your weekend, brother.
Try and check out that Aurora if you can. It's super rad,
dude. It's awesome. It's awesome. All right, peace out, bro. Later. Oh my god, I love that man. I love that man. Joe Taji, thank you for the $4. We appreciate that, brother. Oh my god. No, I'm having fun. I don't know if you guys see here in chat. I'm having fun with this third shifter guy. He said he's a Elon super fan, so we're battling in chat. This is funny. He said Tesla has so many employees to say is shit because you hate the CEO is a bit emotional. I bet a lot of good people work there. No, I agree. A lot of good people do work there, and they deserve a lot better. Remember, they had to lay off the entire supercharger team so that Elon could get paid a $50 billion bonus, which he's already the richest man in the world because he already over-leveraged and ripped off Tesla to begin with. And he's even being sued for a lot of it because the deal was so fucking unfair to begin with, and he basically exercised a stronghold. Not only that, but he also moved a huge amount of the company, alienating most of his workforce to get a different tax liability in Texas versus California, basically throwing away a shitload of his employees that actually built the company for him and made it possible. So no, he is a fuck. He's a total fuck up in every fucking possible way. Like, seriously. And Third Shifter said every big CEO has layoffs. No, not every big CEO fucking lays off a huge amount of their workforce so they can get a $50 billion bonus. Name one other company. I don't even care, car manufacturing. Name one other company where the CEO took $50 billion of a bonus after already milking the company for well over $150 billion. A $50 billion bonus, which is more than the entire workforce in the entire history of the company has been paid by a huge magnitude, and have to lay off a huge chunk of the company to do that when he's already the richest man alive. You find me another company that did that, and I'll say they're a big old piece of shit too. That's fair. Third Shifter said, I'm more of a Tesla fan than Elon fan. Well, that's kind of hard to believe, though, because my gripe is with Elon. And you seem to be taking that personally, so I find that hard to believe. But no, if you like Tesla, I like Tesla too. I like Tesla cars. I wanted a Tesla for a long time. I like Model S's. I think they're pretty cool. I mean, they're unreliable as shit, but they're cool cars. I'd like to have one. I mean, full self-driving was a lie, and a lot of the shit he did lie about, and everything was overpromised, under-deliver, overpriced, promised, never delivered. But what they did build is cool, and I think that's because there's a lot of cool people like Franz. Franz is the guy that actually, don't give Elon credit. Franz is the reason Tesla is where it is today. So Franz Wallenhausen, he is the if you go back and look at the Model S project when Elon was basically kicked to the fucking curb because he bankrupted the company on the first Roadster, Franz was brought in to fix Elon's mistake, and Franz is the reason you have the Model S, the Model 3, Model X, and Model Y. The Cybertruck was Elon's vision of having the dumbest looking truck ever fucking made, which is proved to be true. I mean, it's very polarizing. People look at them, but I mean, it's super fucking polarizing. It's not a design that everybody either kind of likes or likes. It's like they either love it or they fucking hate it immensely. But if Franz had been handed the Cybertruck to just make it look however he wanted, it would have been fucking top seller, 100%. Elon's the reason Cybertruck failed because he got greedy and he wanted the money to go to him, not where it needed to go to make that a successful project. So no, Elon Musk is a piece of shit. Elon Musk is a piece of shit, okay? Dude cheated on every one of his wives, has 10 kids that he doesn't see, disowned his firstborn because they were trans, literally fucked his own employee while that employee was on his payroll and on the board of directors at Neuralink, fucking puts 2 babies in her because he refused to wear condoms, and he has a birther fetish, so he doesn't get turned on. He can't blow his load if he knows the girl's on birth control. So she gets pregnant, has to leave fucking without an explanation, and she has to give the kids her last name for 2 years to hide their existence from Grimes because Elon didn't want Grimes knowing that he was fucking another lady behind his back. Like he's done with everybody. He's a piece of shit. So defending Elon is stupid. Defending Elon is a moot point. Now, defending Tesla's products and Tesla's employees, I'm all for that. I think they deserve better. I think it's fucked up that Elon has prevented them from unionizing. I think it's fucked up that Elon was willing to throw all the people that built his company and built his empire and made him the richest man in the world to the curb just so he could go to Texas to make a political point. I think that Elon Musk is a piece of shit for firing the entire fucking supercharger team and liquidating the company down to a valuation of fucking tanking into the ground just so he could strong arm him for a $50 billion bonus. which is the biggest bonus that has ever happened in the history of any company for any one person, period, even though he's not even at the company doing anything 99% of the time. He spends all of his time on X. Even the board of directors at Tesla wanted to deny the $50 billion bonus, and he wanted to deny the pay he was already getting in the shares he already had because he wasn't active in the company. Nearly throughout the entire Cybertruck project, all he did was he's like, I want a truck that looks like this piece of shit that my kid drew. Like, and that's it. That was his involvement in the project. And then he comes in the end and he's like, oh, it's the greatest, the most product I'm most proud of in our entire life. It's like, well, you obviously didn't look at it for 2 seconds because it's like falling apart. It's all kinds of fucked up because you cut so many corners to save money so that you could get that $50 billion bonus because your liquidity is fucked up. So third shifter, just to level with you, hey, if you like Tesla, I'm with you. I actually agree with you. I like Tesla. I like the Model S. I like the Model 3. I like the Model X. I don't like full self-driving, but again, that's Elon Musk's bullshit, right? I don't like all the things he lied about and the pricing structure that he lied about and the features that he lied about and the range that he lied about. I don't like that he lied about the Roadster 2.0. I don't like that he lied about the Semi and what it was actually going to be capable of. I mean, he lies about fucking everything. I don't like Elon. I like Tesla just fine. You know, so just know, like, if you like Tesla, I like Tesla. We're on the same page. Elon Musk is the piece of shit. And if you're worried about the people at Tesla getting a bad rap, just realize that if Elon wasn't there, they would be much better off. They would be much better off. If you care about the employees at Tesla, then you would agree with me on Elon, because Elon is the reason that they're getting laid off. They can't unionize. They're getting fucked, micromanaged, treated like garbage. This is all Elon's fault. This is nobody else's fault but Elon's. So you like the rants? Well, I'm glad. I enjoy ranting, so it works out just great. And I enjoy seeing people like defend Elon Musk because, again, it's kind of like Donald Trump, right? I've found that there's people that will defend Donald Trump even when he's literally shitting on his own country, wiping his ass with the Constitution, talking up all of our enemies, saying that they're strong and they're the best and most trustworthy people, while shitting on all of our allies, claiming that he actually wants to be a dictator. And they're like, oh, but he's Jesus and he loves Jesus, when the dude doesn't even own a Bible, never been to church, never asked Jesus for forgiveness, doesn't understand the difference between Old Testament and New Testament. No, dude, it's fucking crazy when people attach themselves to somebody and just like suck their dick so hard because they think they're the person they told them they are instead of going by the actual data. Like, if you actually look at like what happened, actions over words, right? If somebody says they did something and you believe them, then you're a fucking idiot. Like, you got to verify it, right? You got to look at it and be like, did they actually do that? Like, actually, one of my favorite sites is, let's see here, elonmusk.today. Check out this site. This is a great site. It needs to be updated. It's a little bit out of date, but the stuff it does have is pretty cool. So they track a lot of Elon's lies. There's a lot missing, though, because he's lied more than he has in the past, just in the last 2 years, because he's really been pushing hard to try to get inroads into the evangelical Christian community and really trying to pander to Donald Trump and his base, because he knows that that's what's going to enable him to have zero accountability for any of his bullshit in the future. And also to avoid taxes. That's his biggest thing, is avoiding taxes, right? So fucking all the dude complains about is fucking illegal immigrants coming in and not paying taxes. And all the dude does is not pay his taxes. Oh, but he paid more taxes than any of the 1 year. Yeah, but if you factor out all the money he had for all those years, that was still less than 3%. The average person in America pays like somewhere between 20 and 30%. Like, he paid like less than 3% of his taxes. And that's a very generous estimate over his wealth. But anyways, so the dude's a piece of shit. He's an absolute piece of shit. His employees deserve better. Tesla deserves better. Fucking Franz deserves better, honestly. I'm just glad that Franz is still there. If Franz wasn't there, if Franz had left and went to Lucid Motors, Tesla would be gone. Tesla would be done. Because Franz is the only thing keeping that company alive. Elon is preoccupied with SpaceX and Twitter, and Franz is the one that's keeping the torch going. However, just like with Starship, Elon comes in and throws a huge fucking wrench in the works and sets everybody back and costs the company shitloads of money while begging for more money, and it fucks everybody over just so Elon can get another payday because he needs another $50 billion. Why does he need another $50 billion, by the way? Like, the dude, even after he lost half his wealth, he's lost more money than any person that's ever lived in the history of the world. He's lost more money, and he still has $150 billion left. He's still like one of the richest men in the world. So it just blows my mind that he's like, oh, well, Tesla needs to give me $50 billion, even though all I did was shit post on Twitter and I didn't do shit at Tesla this entire fucking time, and I want $50 billion. And if you have to lay off the entire fucking supercharger team so that everything I promised everybody is a lie yet again, just so I can get $50 billion, go ahead and do that, because the dude mismanaged his money so horribly. I mean, it's just, he's a piece of work, dude. And you're goddamn right I don't like him. You know, I don't like people that treat their kids like that. I don't like people that treat their spouses like that. I don't like people that think that they're the fucking center of the universe and everybody else has to pay and deal with shit just so he can have what he wants, when he doesn't do anything to fucking deserve it. Plus, if you look at Elon Musk's history, it's hilarious. He lied about his entire history. He lied about his origin story. He lied about why he came to the United States. He lied about paying for his education. He lied about how his dad really got his fortune. He lied about like being fucking poor and paying his own way in the country. It's like the dude, liar, pants on fire. He's changed the story himself about 100 times. He can't even keep the fucking story straight. He's just another fucking rich, spoiled, rotten kid that came to the United States to avoid his obligatory service in his country of origin because he was a rich kid. And he used his privilege to have unlimited fucking retries until he could finally sell something that was vaporware to somebody else for an exorbitant amount of money and then rinse and repeat. And every deal he did after that was going into a pre-existing company, with the exception of SpaceX. That's the one company he started himself. Every other company he came in when it was already successful, it was already planned, became the money guy, kicked the other dudes out that were the actual founders and creators of the products and everything, and stepped in. Same thing for Neuralink, same thing for Tesla. He comes in, he fucking takes credit for everything, kicks out the guys that actually are the ones that did all the work to get it to that point, and then he takes credit for everything. It's a dude, just a piece of shit. Fuck that guy. And by the way, just to be totally transparent, I used to worship Elon. You know? I fucking used to worship the dude. I defended him for years and years and years, telling everybody they were just fucking haters. And I was dick riding Elon so hard because I wanted to believe he was the real deal. He's Iron Man. He's saving humanity. He's really this fucking genius that's altruistic, that doesn't care about money. And then I started doing research when he started doing some really fucking stupid things for a genius. And I was like, when his PR team started pulling back and he started kind of just going out on his own. And I was like, what the fuck is going on here? So I started doing some deep dives and I was like, God damn, this guy's a piece of shit. Like, this guy's a compulsive liar and a piece of shit. So it's like all the people that are just like riding his nuts, just like I was back in the day, they don't understand the truth. You know, it's like they haven't gotten to the point I did where it's like, oh, maybe I should go investigate the shit that he says. Maybe I should go see if like what he said is actually true or not. And then once you do that, you're like, fuck, you know, he's just, he's another fucking rich kid becomes richer story, comes from a fucking super wealthy family. He's not a self-made fucking billionaire. And the reason he has so much goddamn money is because he had enough money coming into the thing, and he from his family fortune and from other people that his dad had through powerful connections to round up the money and venture capital for him to lie to people, reinvest it, fucking manipulate the stock, and rinse and repeat over and over again. By the way, the dude has successfully been prosecuted and had to pay a $20 million fine for fucking stock manipulation. Okay, he literally got kicked off the board of his own fucking company for a year and couldn't even run his own social media account because he committed a fucking crime. Oh no, PayPal was the project he came into that was already well established. PayPal was already well established. All he did was just fucking sell that shit off to eBay. Now, granted, that was an amazing sale, but he did basically sell vaporware to eBay. I mean, he sold a bill of goods to eBay that wasn't truly what it was supposed to be. And plus he didn't, let me see, who was here, let me look it up. There's a founder nobody really knows about with PayPal that got forced out, who was the guy that actually created the technology. Let me look it up here really quick. Yeah, so Max Levchin, Peter Thiel, you know Peter Thiel, everybody knows him from Shark Tank, and Luke Nosek. So in December 1998, they were the ones that actually started PayPal back when it was Confinity. And then it merged with X.com, which was vaporware, by the way. Elon Musk sold X.com as this revolutionary thing. He didn't even have a product when he sold it to him. And that's why everybody jokes about it. Is like he literally sold something that didn't exist. They thought it did, but he basically just sold X, the brand, to another company in a merger where there was really no viable product. And then I think he forced the other two out. Let's see here. Money transfer business continuity development. Musk and Bill Harris, then president and CEO of X, disagreed about the potential future success of money transfer business. And Harris left the company in May of 2000. In October that year, Musk decided that X would terminate its other internet banking operations and focus on payments. And the same month, Elon Musk was replaced by Peter Thiel as CEO of X.com, which was renamed to PayPal in June 2001 and then went public in 2002. So Elon in that one actually got pushed out, but not before he got his payday, and then he used that money for SpaceX. So, and SpaceX has also been heavily subsidized by the U.S. government, even though he said he doesn't take subsidies. They've actually been one of the most subsidized companies there is. And he's also moved money from his holdings in Tesla to support SpaceX, cooking the books. So, the fourth launch that they did at SpaceX for the Falcon 9 rocket, which thankfully was successful. I mean, that ended up being a very viable product and a good thing in the long run. But the fact that he tries to play that story off, oh, we only had the one last try and we would have been game over, but I wasn't about to give up, blah, blah, blah. He plays it. It's like, no, they took a massive fucking grant from the government to get that fourth shot. That fourth shot was funded by U.S. taxpayer money. Like, the only reason SpaceX is successful is because the U.S. taxpayer stepped in and bailed him the fuck out. Otherwise, he pissed his money away. So what Elon does is he steals ideas. He goes into a company that has a viable idea. Same thing with Tesla. They already had a car designed. They were already ready to go. They were already marketing. Fucking people were interested. Elon comes in and fucking down prices everything and scales it down and then he forces out the original two founders. He then tries to sell a Lotus Elise with like a fucking underdeveloped battery and package where every one of them died. Bankrupts the company basically, then has to go and get another round of investment. So he lies to the investors to get the money. And then he brings in Franz and the other guy who now is the CEO of Lucid to do the drivetrain and the design on the Model S because Elon fucked up so bad he needed to bring somebody in that was like a respected designer that could make it successful. And he did. But the money for that came in under a lie and false pretense. So it's a good thing it paid off. I mean, I guess Elon's claim to fame is that he just throws money on a fucking roulette wheel, and when it doesn't work out, he just has more money because he can just lie to more people and just keep raising capital over and over and over again on a lie because of his connections. He's just lucky. The dude literally is lucky, but he's not really lucky if you think about it, because it's like he's failed more times than most people who have succeeded. It's just he's gotten more do-overs than anybody else because he basically had access to infinite resources and connections through his family. So, yeah, you know, and he said he taught himself programming at 12 and developed a video game called Blaster. Yeah, go look at the source code for Blaster. It's up on GitHub. It's hilarious. It's the least optimized, shitty fucking game written in HTML. It's not a standalone compiled game. He's not doing any fucking complex mathematics or anything. It's basically a copy of an existing game. It's basically Asteroids. Like with his little spin on it running in a web browser. It's like big fucking deal, right? Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Let's go ahead and report them for... You know what? I think we're going to go ahead and do a hate speech or graphic violence. Let's go ahead and do that because that will get them to look at it. We'll hide the user from the channel. There we go. Perfect. Everybody go report ASMR Fun's channel. I want to see if they have any subscribers. Oh, they only got one subscriber. Ah, it's hardly worth it. Oh, well, I'll still do it. All right. Report user. Let's see here. Report user. Let's see. Violent threats, endangerment. Hate speech against protected groups, spam and scams. Let's go ahead and do spam and scams. Next, additional notes. This person is joining live streams and spamming sexual profanity. All right, let's see if they can nuke that account. I'm sure he's got like 1 million more, but it's fun. It's fun to do it anyways. I'm actually surprised there aren't more bots like that. Lately, it's been pretty quiet. I mean, it's typical. It's like that shit happens all the time. It's no big deal. It's just fun to report them sometimes. Fuck, where did that guy go, man? I thought the third shifter. Are you still in here, man? Like, I thought we had rants going on. You were enjoying my rants and shit. What's going on, bro? Where'd you go? Yeah, now I'm sad. Gave him my whole spiel about Elon Musk, linked him to information and everything. He's just nothing, man. Now I feel bad. Like he didn't really enjoy my rant. Your super chat about Google Cloud here. Let me take a look. I might have missed it. Hold on. Let me go pull that up. Control room. Wait, where did it go? Why do I not have access to my control room? Hold on. Let me go into the control room. Click on that. Hold on. Pause that. How do I get into the dashboard? Excuse me. I gotta go in through the back door. YouTube Studio. I'll find. Oh, you're mowing? No worries, bro. No worries. Actually, mowing's kind of nice. When my back can handle it, it's nice to go out and get some sunshine and mow. So good for you. Okay, let me go to live. Let me open up the dashboard. Hey, at least I'm giving you something to listen to while you're mowing, so that's good. Let's see here. Okay, so let's see. What did you say? Google Cloud? Something about Google Cloud? Okay, let me look here. Matthew Riley, thank you for the 14 months being a member. He said Aurora Borealis at this time of the year, this time of the day, in this part of the country, localized entirely within your kitchen. All right, let's see. Where's the Google Cloud thing? Hello from London. Always looking forward to Martin. Again, we really do appreciate that 50 pounds, dude. You're an absolute freaking legend. Meton Ted, thank you for the 625 Czech kroners. We really do appreciate those. Have you covered Google accidentally deleting a company's entire cloud environment yet? No. What happened there? I didn't even hear about that. What happened? That's crazy. That's super crazy. Here, let me look it up. That should be easy to find. Let's see here. Google deletes company. All right, let's see here. Google accidentally deletes a company's entire cloud. All right, so Tech Industry reports yesterday, Google Cloud accidentally deletes a company's entire cloud environment. Google Cloud accidentally deleted a company's entire cloud environment. UniSuper, an investment company which manages $80 billion in capital. Holy shit, that's not small. The company had backups in another region, but GCP deleted those too. Luckily, they had more backups than another provider. Holy shit. Oh my God. They're lucky. If they didn't have a backup in another area and they basically killed an $80 billion business and like cut them off from their customers and got them a bajillion lawsuits, Google would have been fucked. All right, so Google Cloud accidentally deletes UniSuper's online account due to unprecedented misconfiguration. Superfund boss and Google Cloud global CEO issued joint statement apologizing for extremely frustrating and disappointing outage. Oh, they're going to call it an outage. That's deleting somebody's shit is just an outage. Okay, cool beans, bro. More than 500,000 UniSuper fund members went a week with no access to their superannuation accounts after a one-of-a-kind Google Cloud misconfiguration led to the financial services provider private cloud account being deleted. Google and UniSuper have revealed services began being restored for UniSuper's customers on Thursday, more than a week after the system went offline. Investment account balances would reflect last week's figures, and UniSuper said those would be updated as quickly as possible. Wow, so that means for a week people couldn't access an account where they like distribute and invest funds? That seems like they're going to get a shit suit out of them for that. UniSuper CEO Peter Chun wrote to the fund's 620,000 members on Wednesday night explaining the outage was not a result of a cyber attack and no personal data had been exposed as a result of the outage. Chun pinpointed Google's cloud service as an issue. In an extraordinary joint statement from Chun and the global CEO for Google Cloud, Thomas Kurian, the pair apologized to members for the outage and said that it's been extremely frustrating and disappointing. They said the outage was caused by a misconfiguration that resulted in UniCloud's cloud account being deleted, something that has never happened to Google Cloud before. Sure. Google Cloud CEO Thomas Kurian has confirmed that the disruption arose from an unprecedented sequence of events whereby an inadvertent misconfiguration during provisioning of UniSuper's private cloud services ultimately resulted in the deletion of UniSuper's private cloud subscription. This is an isolated, one-of-a-kind occurrence. Sure it is, Google. Wow. That has never before occurred with any other Google Cloud's clients globally. Yeah, I'm sure not the big ones, but if this happened once, it probably happened to like some little guys. This should have not happened. Google Cloud has identified the event that led to this disruption and has taken measures to ensure this does not happen again. Well, what blows my mind is that they didn't just delete their account, they deleted their fucking backups. Who does that? Who deletes backups? Like, Google is notorious for never deleting backups. They always keep data around. They go in the database and make the 1 a 0. They don't actually delete the data. So the fact that they deleted their account and deleted all of their backups, and it's just dumb fucking luck that they had a backup with another provider. Talk about fucking lucky. Well, Unisuper usually has duplication in place in 2 geographies to ensure that one service goes down or is lost, it can easily be restored. Because the fund's cloud subscription was deleted, it caused the deletion across both geographies. So they basically had each hemisphere of the planet, they had a different backup in Google's infrastructure, and Google managed to wipe out both of them. Unisuper was able to eventually restore services because the fund had backups in place with another provider. These backups have minimized data loss and significantly improved the ability for Unisuper and Google Cloud to complete the restoration. Dude, they're so lucky. Like, the fact that if they couldn't provide Google that backup, Google wouldn't have been able to restore them. And this would be like all their losses and their customers' losses would be on Google right now. That's just dumb luck. Restoring Unisuper's private cloud instances called for an incredible amount of focus, effort, and partnership between teams that enable an extensive recovery of all core systems. What I don't understand is, why doesn't Google have an off-site backup that's not tied into the system? Like, they should have a differential backup for their customers that does not trigger deletion ever. It just fucking stays populated, at least for like a year or something, so they have a recovery period, right? Jesus, that's terrifying, man. The dedication and collaboration between Unisuper and Google Cloud has led to an extensive recovery of our private cloud, which includes hundreds of virtual machines, databases, and applications. Unisuper is approximately 125 billion in funds under management. Google, the fact that they're acting like this is like so amicable and Google's working with them and they're restoring from another backup, I can't imagine that business being down for a week and all the customers screaming bloody murder at them, that all their money that's tied up can't be like changed or leveraged and they have no fucking idea what's going on with their money. I can't imagine that company could be that happy. So I'm thinking Google probably compensated them. They're not saying it publicly, but I bet you Google was like, listen, we'll just give you like whatever the fucking losses are projected, or we'll cover those. Like, just don't fucking say publicly that we suck and everybody should leave. Because they seem to be awfully forgiving. Doesn't it seem like they're taking kind of a cavalier fucking attitude towards their customer, $125 billion worth of customer assets being cut off for a week? And not only that, but them having to work with Google and provide Google with a backup and help them restore that backup because Google deleted their own backup on both hemispheres of the planet. That's not just a major oopsie. That's a gargantuan fuck up. Like, Google is so lucky they had that backup. Like if you're a person that hosts your entire thing and the backup and everything with a company like Google, you expect it to be heavily backed up. Like, you don't expect to be told, oh, we deleted the backups too. Oopsies. Like, it's a good thing that they didn't trust Google entirely, or they would be really fucked. Jesus, man. Google wouldn't have jack shit happen to them. Google can legitimately terminate any account they want for any reason, for no reason at all, since it's their site and servers. It doesn't really work that way, Christopher James. It doesn't work that way. When you actually have a contract with a company to provide a service, and you're providing the money and you're not violating any of their terms of service, and they just kick you off their servers or whatever, they just accidentally delete all your shit. No, you actually can take legal action against them. As a matter of fact, it's happened with AWS and it's happened with Microsoft Azure. Both companies have been sued before for losses of companies through services that they paid for that weren't properly rendered. So there is, yeah, exactly, an SLA. So, no, when you have an agreement for a certain level of service, they're financially responsible. So, what you're probably thinking about, Christopher, is if you're using a free service, like if Google's offering you a free service and you use the free service and you're actually signing an agreement saying, listen, I'm not paying for this, I'm getting it for free or whatever, and then they happen to delete it or kick you off because they don't like you for some reason, or you break a rule and they just ban you. That's different because in that you're actually agreeing that this is a free service that's provided you. As soon as you have an agreement signed with them where you're paying them money for them to render a service to you, now they are liable if they don't provide that service to the quality that they agreed to for the amount of money that was rendered. Keep in mind, this is a $125 billion company that is paying Google to host their infrastructure and has an agreement in place with them. That's why Google is rushing so hard to restore their backup and get them back online and trying to minimize the damage to them. If Google didn't give a shit and had no responsibility, they just say, fuck it, you guys got to rebuild your own shit and try to put it together yourself. No, it's because Google is absolutely financially liable. In this specific case, they would be. So, AWS is pretty good. A lot of people use AWS. Little spendy, though. Azure is the spendiest though. I really don't know how Microsoft Azure like stays in business, because as far as I know, they're the most expensive, like for everything. Like, is there anything Azure does that's cheaper than like AWS or Google Cloud or some of the mom and pop providers? Every time I've looked at Azure's pricing, it's been ridiculous, especially for hosting .NET shit, which you'd think would be cheap because Microsoft is like, that's their primary technology, right? So you'd think that they'd give you some kind of a break on that shit. More expensive because more reliable. I mean, Google should be reliable. Google, I think, has the second largest infrastructure in the world, like data center infrastructure in the world. So, I mean, I'd expect them to be pretty damn reliable. A lot of people host with Google. I mean, not to mention they run the biggest search engine in the world too, which is like another reason people might want to host with them too, to get the benefits from that. Plus, they have AdSense, which is like, you know, the primary ad system on the entire, I mean, 90% market share of the internet's advertisement all goes through Google AdSense. So there's not a lot of competition there for them. I mean, they dominate all of those spaces. So fucking over a customer that big is a big deal. Yeah, you're definitely paying for reliability. And I'm sure that was they were paying a hefty fee for that. To host a service that was managing $125 billion across 620 some odd thousand users, I'm sure that was not a cheap service. Like there was a lot of money that was exchanging hands. So, Google is third place as infrastructure. Who's first and second? I think Amazon's number one, right? Isn't AWS the largest data center in the world? Like who's number two? Is Azure number two? Oh shit, Azure is number two above Google? No shit. Oh, I thought Google was bigger than Azure. Oh wow, so Microsoft has overtaken Google for the largest data center? Wow. I guess that kind of surprises me a little bit. Imagine being a fly on the wall at Google. Oh, I guarantee you people were shitting their pants at Google. It's one thing to delete like a customer's account that pays like $50 a month to host like their little mom and pa cat website. It's another thing entirely to delete an entire company that manages $125 billion of assets and 620,000 customers can't like access their money. That's an oh shit moment. I'm sure people were like called in from vacation. People were called in overnight of all hours, and people are assembled to recover that as quickly as fucking possible. I'm sure people were fired over this. Even for $50 a month, you can get fired. I mean, if you fuck up bad enough, they will throw you under the bus. I mean, if the customer wants you fired, like if you fuck over the customer bad enough and breach the agreement and put them in legal liability, Google's just going to fire you. And any company would. Like Microsoft would, Amazon would, it doesn't matter. Like if you're the liability and you're the person that actually caused that legal problem, you would want to alleviate that pressure as much as you could to the customer that you fucked that could come after you, right? So it's crazy. Azure probably has underwater data centers also. That's why they're number two. Their underwater data centers are few. The only underwater data centers that I know of that Microsoft have are experimental. I mean, they use them in production, but they don't have a lot of them. Let's see here. Oh, check out the forecast. Hold on, let me open this up. Oh, dude. Oh, so we're definitely going to see this again tonight. So the Aurora forecast, yeah, actually that looks strikingly similar to what it looked like last night. So we're still just getting mashed by this giant Aurora Borealis. Let's see here. So probability of Aurora. You know what? It's not as bad as it was last night. I remember seeing some red in there. This is just green. So this is an approximate chance of 1 to 2. So between 30 and 50% probability of an Aurora. Sadly, it's way up north though. It's not down here over Washington like it was the other night. So does that mean we're not going to see shit tonight? Because I don't know if I'm reading this properly, but looking at the northern hemisphere snapshot, Graham, it looks like we might not see it. 5 a.m. homie, it's dark red. Oh, I can move the timer. Oh, okay, hold on. I didn't know I could do that. Hold on. Let me move the timer. Do. Okay, it's moving. Oh shit. Oh yeah. Okay. I was just looking at when you sent me the link. It was at a fixed time. Oh yeah, that's the entire Washington is blanketed in red. So that's 100% chance. So we are definitely seeing some badass auroras tonight, dude. That is awesome. All right. So if you guys are in even Oregon, it says even Oregon and Northern California are going to be able to see it. So 5 a.m. guys, if 5 a.m. if you're in Washington, or actually technically you should be able to see it around midnight UTC. So, but when it's going to really just blanket Washington 100% in red is going to be around 3:20 UTC. So, which would be what? UTC. So, right before sunrise. Well, I'm definitely staying up, man. Dude, Graham, please get a drone. Dude, get a drone up there with a stabilized. Do you still have an Inspire? Like, which drone do you have? Do you have any? What drones do you have left? Because I was gonna say, God, if you had an Inspire with like the what is it, the 5 lens or whatever on it, that fucking do a time lapse with that thing. Oh God, it'd look awesome with like long exposures, gimbal stabilized at like 500 feet. You flew your drone last night. It didn't do well. Why? Was it windy or something? Huh. Yeah, our neighbor flew a drone last night, and that thing was rock stable in the sky. Between that and a 3-axis gimbal, you should be able to lock on and get an amazing time lapse. Bust out the red and do a raw time lapse. You should. Oh, I didn't know you still had the red, dude. I thought you sold that. Oh, dude, if you have the red, yeah, do a time lapse with that. That'll look amazing. Isn't that like a 5K camera too? Oh, you didn't know how to set the exposure? Yeah, DJI software can be a little wonky sometimes to figure out. I'm sure that's like that's probably a buried setting, because I can't imagine a lot of people are doing like long exposures with drones. Like, even though they're more than capable of doing it. 4.2K raw? Oh, dude, that's going to look amazing. I mean, some of the footage I got on my phone was fantastic. I still got to dump my GoPro. I did a 7-second time lapse where each frame was like 30 seconds exposure. And I played it back on the tiny little GoPro screen, and it looked amazing. Like, the colors were ultra vivid. So I got to dump that to the computer and see what it looks like in its 4K glory. But guys, my wife messaged me and she said lunch is good to go. So I think I'm gonna go ahead and wrap up and not do a super late tech talk after Aux left today. But I hope you guys have an amazing weekend. I'm glad I got the computer working again. I was really freaked out last night. Like I said, it took me until 3 a.m. to get video to work again. But it turned out being that Nvidia patch. Like, there's an Nvidia firmware. If you have a problem where you with CSM disabled in the BIOS, you don't get any post video, you don't get any Windows booting video, you only get video when you're in Windows, or no video at all. The trick is you have to basically enable CSM in the BIOS, then video will come back temporarily. Go download the Nvidia firmware update tool for the specific, BIOS post video outage. Flash that to your 3080 or your 4090, and then reboot the computer. Go into the BIOS, disable CSM, enable above 4G encoding, enable resizable bar, and then video should work fine. It's a really fucking weird thing, man. Third Shifter said, much love to you. I'm going to have to go listen to some Elon fanboys now. Yeah, you probably should have balanced things out, honestly. It's a good thing to do. Like hear a little bit of the people shitting on Elon Musk, and then go see the people that worship him, and then compare data. That's what I do. Also, while you're at it, go look up Siobhan Zillis. And also look up Vivian, hold on here. Vivian. So look up Siobhan Zillis and Vivian, what's her name? Vivian Wilson. Vivian Jenna Wilson. So those are the two people you want to look up to understand how much of a piece of shit Elon is. So definitely go and look up Vivian Wilson and Siobhan Zillis with one L. And you'll start to get a really quick picture of what kind of piece of shit Elon Musk is really quick. But as for Tesla, hey, I like Tesla's employees. I wish Elon could be fucking pushed out of the company so that the employees would finally get what they deserve, instead of him just draining the company for doing fucking nothing and screwing all of his employees over all the time. All right, as for the rest of you, I love your faces. Thank you guys so much for the support. I hope to return to regular live streaming on Twitch here this upcoming week. Also been doing a ton of 3D printing again. If you guys haven't been watching that over on X, I've been posting about that a lot. So got another 3D print here coming up here pretty soon. But I've been 3D printing the world. I'm going to 3D print a bunch of mounts and stuff for my phone and my tripod and stuff to try to make it as easy as possible to shoot videos up here moving forward. Macman said, tell Miss B happy Mother's Day for us tomorrow from all of us. I absolutely will. I absolutely will. You guys have yourself an amazing weekend. Oh, Joe Taji, thank you for that last $5, dude. Woo! Woo! Sorry to be a pain, but did you see my earlier super chat about Nursoft? I didn't. How am I missing these super chats? Let me look here. Hold on. No, I got you. I'll find it. Let's see here. Joe Taji. Okay. Oh, no, I found it. Sorry, Joe Taji. I can't believe I fucking missed that, dude. That was a $20 tip. Holy shit, man. Sorry. Well, first of all right, so I'm not leaving yet, guys. Joe Taji gave me $20, and I'll be damned if I'm leaving without answering his question. Said, have you heard of Nursoft? They have a set of admin tools for Windows, including some awesome ones. Networking Wi-Fi view will show you all the access points near you, including the name of the MFTR, the channel, and a lot more. I've heard of Nursoft. I didn't know that they made a networking tool. Here, let me go look. So Nursoft. Let's see here. Nursoft.net. Let's see here. Oh. So this package file sysinternal suite into Ner Launcher. In order to use this file, download. Why would you put sysinternals into Ner Launcher? No, I think is Ner Launcher something. I've never even seen this. What the fuck is Ner Launcher? Ner Launcher is a package of more than 200 portable freeware utilities for Windows, all of them developed by Nursoft website during the last few years. Wow, this looks like a dated UI from like Windows 3.1. Ner Launcher can be used from a USB flash drive without need of installation. Ner Launcher and all the utilities in the package are completely freeware without any spyware, adware, or malware. Well, I'll let VirusTotal determine that. Ner Launcher package includes a variety of tools that you may find for your daily computer use, including utilities for lost passwords, monitor your network, view extract cookies, cache, and other information. Oh, this kind of looks cool. I haven't heard of Nursoft for a long time. I mean, so this is kind of cool. Let me see. Where do I download this? I want to fuck with this. Download. MD5 hash. There it is. Download Ner Launcher. The zip file is password protected. That's not good. I don't know if I'm going to trust it from this source. Is it on GitHub? Let me look up on GitHub because I don't like that it's a password protected zip because they usually do that because they don't want you to upload it to VirusTotal and have it scanned properly. So that does concern me a bit. I guess I could decompress it and then just recompress it. Yeah, I'll just do that. I'll just decompress it and then recompress it. Okay, well, that's not password protected. Why did it say it said it was password protected, but it's not. All right, let me create a folder, new folder, Nursoft. Dump it in here. Oh, no, it is password protected. Okay, so let me go grab the password. I find it highly weird. Fuck, can they make this harder to copy? There we go. All right, paste that. Click OK. All right, it is now decompressing. We'll see what happens. I'm going to scan the shit out of this before I run anything, though. Hey, thank you, Junior Swish. I appreciate that. Oh, Microsoft Defender found a threat. Big fucking surprise there. All right, hold on. Let's see what we got here. I'm going to go ahead and stop that. What did we find? Let's see here. Hack tool, pass view MSR. Oh, okay. No, it's basically saying that there's viruses, but it's actually because they're tools. They're hacking tools. These are definitely things that I would want to run under a VM. These aren't things that I would dare run native. Yeah, this is definitely VM shit. Yeah, Windows is like blowing the fuck up on this. So, but the thing that worries me is that it's a password protected archive. There's no reason to do that when you're a first party site. The only reason to do that is to fuck with the only reason to really do that is to fuck with like scanners. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna recompress the few that I did compress. Here, let me go 7-zip, compress to Nursoft zip. Let me stick those in a zip file. I'm going to upload those to Virus Total here really quick just to see what it finds in the few that I extracted. See if they're false positives. Because Virus Total will give us the skinny. Like, sure, Windows will throw it under the bus, but with Virus Total, we'll be able to actually see. Okay, confirm upload. I am not a robot. Oh, now I got to, like, select crosswalks and shit to use Virus Total. Yay. Okay, bicycle. There it is. Next. Fucking bus. All right. God damn it. It's probably because I got my VPN open. Oh, I got to do motorcycles now. Fuck. How many of these do I got to... Seriously? Oh, my God. I've answered like 5, 6. There we go. Finally, it believes me. Okay, so now I can drag the file over, confirm upload, uploading, and scanning. Here we go. Okay, enqueuing for static analysis. Okay, so Chrome cookie view detected, cookie view DD, Trojan malware, susgen. Oh shit, this is like blowing up every fucking virus scanner there is. Artemis, hack tool, pass show, unwanted program, not a virus. I like how they put in the signature, not a virus. Okay, it is possible that these are all just being flagged because they contain code that could be seen as malicious, because quite literally these are tools for doing things you're not supposed to do. But yeah, I would not run any of this shit like outside of a VM. Not a chance. That's wild. I want to check though, is this the official site or is this some other bullshit site? Because is nersoft.net the official site? Joe Taji? Do you know if that's the official site, or is that like, or is it like really like .com or something and somebody's camping on this to release a bunch of Trojans? Yeah, it's possible that just because it's hacking tools that it's setting off every fucking thing on Virus Total. But I'll tell you what, when Virus Total throws that many errors, I don't take it lightly. Like 40 of 64 security vendors flagged every fucking binary in this thing. I mean, but all the names of the viruses, like Nersoft Adapter Watch, like why is it, a lot of these names do look like tools, right? So, hack tools, Trojan, generic KD, riskware agent. Like, what is riskware agent? What is this one? I've never seen this one before. Let me look up some of these. Okay, malware, riskware, blocks alert, resolve malware. However, continuous flood and alerts from malware bytes is nothing short of overwhelming. No, what is riskware and how to spot and avoid it? Let's see here. It refers to legitimate software that can potentially threaten your cybersecurity. Okay, well, obviously it's a fucking hacking tool, so it's going to fuck somebody's security. Well, this has definitely raised my curiosity. Because, I mean, Chrome cookie view, past show, static AI, suspicious archive, adapter watch. I mean, it looks like this is a lot of low-level shit that fucks with things that's not supposed to fuck with, which sounds cool. But it is a little weird that it's triggering this many detections. Like, that's a lot of detections, man. And I didn't even decompress the whole archive. It's only like 5 of the exes. It's been around since the 2000s. It all works. Huh. Just run it. What do you have to lose? Well, I'll tell you what. I mean, if Joe Taji is signing off on this, Joe Taji's been around forever, so I have no reason to believe that he would put me in harm's way, but I will be running these under a VM. There's no way I'm going to run these on bare metal. At least not until I go and look at the source code for the individual tools, if it's published on GitHub or something. Because, holy shit, I have not seen anything light up. I mean, fucking... The tools for my Flipper Zero didn't even light up Virus Total that hard. So Jesus, So no, I'll run it in a VM. Like, I have no problem running these in a VM. That'll be fun. I only live once. That's hilarious. Oh man. Well, I'm gonna let me bookmark this because I am curious because this does look cool. So let's see. Okay, so Nersoft, programming tools, Outlook Office, 64-bit downloads, forensics, pre-releases, articles. I'm definitely going to do some research into this. I mean, shit, they've updated this stuff a lot. So Volume Mouse, Clipboardic, Process TCP Summary, what is NERCMD? Okay, NurseCMD is a small command line utility that allows you to use useful tasks without displaying any user interface. By running NurseCMD with simple command line options, you can write and delete values and keys in the registry, write values in the INIs, dial in your internet account, or connect to a VPN network, restart Windows, shut down the computer, create a shortcut file, create or delete, modify dates of files, change your display settings, turn off your monitor, open the door on your CD drive, and more without triggering any UI. Whoa. Okay, I can see why that would trigger the shit out of a virus scanner. Okay, what is Clipboardic? Clipboardic is a small utility to listen to the clipboard activity. Each time you copy something to the clipboard, it automatically saves the copied data into the Windows clipboard. Later, when you need the copied data again, you simply right-click on the clipboard. Clipboardic will automatically insert it in the clipboard. Also allows you to easily share your clipboard between multiple computers. So basically, it's the OG multi-clipboard that's now just native in Windows 11. I could see why that could also set some stuff off. Let's see here. TCP connection problem view. What is this? Okay, TCP connection problem view is a tool for Windows that monitors TCP connections to your system and displays an alert when software tries to initiate a TCP connection and there is no response from the server. When a problem with a TCP connection is detected, it adds an entry in the following process name, process ID, detected on local port, remote port. Oh, that's handy as fuck. Oh, I'd totally use that. Oh, you can just download the individual tools? Okay. Yeah, I mean, I could see why these would flag. Like a lot of these are running APIs that would obviously trigger virus detection. Let's see here. What is Simple Code Generator? Simple Code Generator is a simple tool for Windows that allows you to quickly generate QR codes by scanning with an app on your smartphone. You can display the QR code on the screen, copy the clipboard, then paste it in another program. Okay, that's QR code generator. That shouldn't raise any fucking errors. So if I scan that one and it shows any errors, then I've got a problem. Okay, what is Volume Mouse? Volume Mouse provides you with a quick and easy way to control the sound volume on your system simply by rolling the wheel on your mouse. It allows you to define a set of rules determining when the wheel will be used for changing the mouse volume. For example, you can configure Volume Mouse to use your mouse wheel and the volume control, but only when the Alt key is held down. Oh, that's kind of handy. Oh, I like that. Let's see, what else do we got here? Ping info, search my files, control my monitor, manage. These are all updated recently too. Like these are all updated as of 2024. So they're always churning the code in these things. Mobile file search, wireless network watcher. That must have been the one you were talking about earlier, right, Joe Taji? So let's see. Wireless Network Watcher is a small utility that scans your wireless network and displays a list of all computers and devices that are currently connected to your network. For every computer or device that's connected to your network, the following information is displayed: IP address, MAC address, company manufactured the network card, optional computer name. You can export the connected devices into HTML, XML, CSV, or text files and copy the clipboard and paste in Excel or other spreadsheets. That's actually pretty handy, like just to be able to get the IP addresses, especially if you have DHCP enabled and you don't always know the IPs of things on your network. That's pretty handy. Wi-Fi History View. What is this? Wi-Fi History View is a simple tool for Windows 11, 10, 8, 7, and Vista that displays the history of connections to wireless networks on your computer. Okay, so every time you switch a wireless network, it records it. Let's see what else we got here. LSA Secrets View, Chrome Cache View. That could be interesting. Chrome Cookies View. That would be interesting. Let's see here. Vault Password View. What the fuck's this? Vault Password View is a simple tool for Windows 11, 10, 8, and 7 that decrypts and displays the passwords and other data stored in the Windows Vault. You can use it to decrypt the Windows Vault data of your current running system as well as Windows Vault data stored on an external hard drive. Are you shitting me? Does this actually work? I thought Windows 11, they like redid the shadow file so you couldn't fucking extract credentials. Wow, if this tool can like legitimately extract usernames and passwords from a Windows 11 system, that's pretty fucking scary. So, okay, fixed a problem with decrypting Windows Vault passwords from external drives on Windows 11 22H2. So yeah, this is really recent. Updated work to work in high DPI mode. Whoa, dude. Windows Vault file. Yeah, so this decrypts the Windows Vault. Holy shit. Yeah, username, password, item name, Internet Explorer passwords, active sync passwords. So this extracts passwords out of the Vault for like websites and everything. Oh my god, if this actually works, that's fucking scary. Joe Taji, does that tool actually work as advertised? That's weird. I would have thought Microsoft would have had better encryption on their usernames and passwords. That's pretty fucked up. That's weird. Okay. Let's see what else we got here. Browsing history view. Browsing history view is a utility that reads the history data of different web browsers and displays the browsing history for all web browsers in one table. The browsing history includes the following information: visited URL, title, visit time, visit count, web browser, and user profile. Wow. Okay, so all the data that the browsers collect and send up to the mothership. Let's see what else we got here. Data protection decryptor is a powerful tool for Windows that allows you to decrypt passwords and other information encrypted by DPAPI system of Windows operating system. It uses this tool to decrypt this data running on the system or decrypt any DPAPI data stored on an external hard drive. So any products that use Microsoft's decryption API can be decrypted. What the fuck? Seriously? Okay. This seems kind of scary. I'm gonna link. Hey, no warranties, no implied warranties. Just let you know, every tool in this fucking thing sets off every alarm on every virus scanner but it stands to reason because all these tools do like crazy fucked up shit that would set off a virus detector because it's like stuff that a virus would do, right? Okay, so ext password is a tool for Windows that allows you to recover passwords stored on external drives plugged into your computer. It can decrypt and extract multiple types of passwords and essential information, including passwords in common web browsers, passwords in common email software, dial-up VPN passwords, wireless network keys, Windows network credentials, Windows product keys, Windows security questions. What the fuck? Seriously? Oh my God, dude. All right, this has definitely piqued my curiosity. This is like the ultimate hacker toolkit. See, I thought none of this shit worked. I mean, I know that there was tools like this back in the day that worked on like Windows 7 and Windows XP and stuff, but I figured by Windows 11 they'd have this shit pretty heavily locked down. I'm a little worried that this shit is like working on Windows 11. Like that's a bit bizarre to me. Let's see here. What do we got here? GUI prop view. What is this? GUI prop view displays extensive information about all windows currently opened on your system. The upper pane of GUI prop view displays the top level windows. When you select a window, the lower pane, a list of the child windows selected at the top level window. You can, oh, this would be good for doing like UI automation with like auto hotkey. That's cool. Registry changes view. Registry changes view is a tool that Windows allows you to take a snapshot of the Windows registry and later compare it to a registry snapshot. Comparing two registry snapshots, you can see the exact changes made between the two snapshots. Okay, that's handy dandy. Event log channel view. Event log channel view is a simple tool for Windows that allows you to see full event log channel on your system, including channel name, event log, file name, enable, disabled status, current number of events and channels. That'd be kind of handled because the event viewer you have to refresh. It'd be cool to have live data. Mobile file search. What is that? Mobile file search is a tool for Windows that allows you to search files inside of a mobile device, smartphone, and or tablet plugged into the USB port on your computer with media transfer protocol, MTP. Okay, so that would include like plugging in an iPhone or an iPad or an Android phone or something like that. You can search files by size, their created time, modified time, or their original names using wildcards. That would actually be pretty damn handy on an iPhone because the way iPhones store images and name images is like really fucked up. So that could actually be really handy. What else we got here? Network interface view, ping info view, TCP log, Cur ports, Chrome history, Outlook account view, wireless key view, Chrome cookie view, encrypted reg view, credentials file view. Let's see, is that the Windows credential file? So credential file is simply Windows that decrypts and displays the passwords and other data stored inside the credential file in Windows. You can use it to decrypt the credential data for your current running system as well as credential data stored on an external hard drive. I mean, this is fucking wild. Okay, I'm gonna fuck with all this shit later. Thank you. Hey, by the way, thank you, Joe Taji, for showing me this. First of all. Second of all, I'm absolutely gonna have to run this under a VM because, and I'm actually scared to run it under a VM because considering the shit that this thing can do that I didn't think was possible anymore is a little concerning. That makes me think that even if I run it at a VM, this thing might actually be clever enough to actually break outside of the confines of the hypervisor. Because there are, to be fair, there are some viruses out there that can exploit things in the hypervisor to get through to the host. I've seen it before. So shit that's clever enough to do what these tools are claiming, I could easily see these things being able to do some bad shit. So is this all open source, or is this closed source shit that Nursoft publishes? Because or is this like shit that's on this is like on GitHub? Here, let me go look on GitHub. I want to see if Nursoft publishes code there. Nursoft. Let's see here. A scoop bucket of useful Nursoft utilities. Bucket of 280 plus apps from Nursoft.net migrated from with their permission. But this isn't the code. These are just the binaries, right? Let me look. Yeah, these are just the bins. So I don't see any source code. So wait, so these are not open source? These are closed source tools? See, that fucking concerns the shit out of me. I don't like I get that, you know, they might not want people like, you know, being able to easily reverse engineer it and use it for like other malicious shit. But it does concern me that these are compiled closed source utilities that are in a zip protected file so that they don't immediately get scanned by the browser and told to fuck off because it's going to trigger everything in Defender. That worries me that there could be shit in there that reports back or calls back home and you have fucking no idea. Yeah, I'm gonna run this within a VM. I'm gonna cordon it off and play with it and see if I can build up some trust and do a little bit more research on this, because this is I don't know how I feel about running closed source utilities that can do this level of shit. Like that concerns me, because anybody that could build a tool that could do this and keep it closed source would have no problem concealing ulterior things that could like encrypt and feed that shit up in a way that people wouldn't notice. You know what I mean? So that does actually concern me. So I'm gonna exercise a little caution before I go just like running this shit. You know what I mean? But thank you for telling me about it, Joe Taji. This is really cool. I'll have to watch Theo Joe's video. Maybe I'll watch that while I'm eating lunch. All right, guys. I'm gonna take off. It's been a great day today. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me in Tech Talk. If you guys want to stay in touch or ask any additional questions or anything, come over and hit me up on X. I am at Barnacules, if Elon Musk will let you see me reply to you anyways, because I do tend to get shadow banned quite a bit on there for the things I say, because if you look at the source code for X, it's actually one of the most anti-free speech and one of the most censored platforms there is for social media, which is ironically the opposite of what Elon Musk says, but that's to be expected with Elon Musk, right? But hey, if you click on my profile and you go to it directly, you should still be able to see my posts regardless. Just don't expect me to show up in your For You feed, because the things that I say tend to get very low social scores according to Elon Musk's algorithm, because they're things that he doesn't like getting any traction. So you usually have to click on my profile and scan through my actual posts to see them, even if you follow me and even if you have notifications enabled for all my posts. You'll share it on X? Yeah, go for it, man. I'll click on it and check it out. All right, you guys have been awesome. Thank you so much for everything. You guys are absolutely amazing. It's been a fantastic day today, and we'll see you again on Monday. Peace out, and happy Mother's Day to all you mothers out there. Later.